Go live, go live, go live. Come on, man. Give me the good stuff, man. Come on, brother. There it is. That's what I'm talking about. Check 1 2, 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 check 1 2. Check 1 2, check 1 2, check 1 2, check 1 2. Check 1 2, 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 check 1 2. Perfect. All right, let's get this off. All right, let's start the show. Let's get this done. I want to see what Tim Dillon has been saying. I haven't seen him lately, so I want to check out what he has to say. I know it's been a minute for me personally. Let's see. Oh, dude, I got to start with this. Hunter Biden returns. And then Matan meets a member of the LGBT. Oh, these are both good. Oh, I'll do the recent one.
Jeffrey Epstein was a pedophile that it came into enormous wealth by very mysterious circumstances and had connections across the globe to very, very powerful people. And he was murdered right before it was all about to blow up. And now there supposedly are no files that the American people can see to explain all of that.
I don't understand why the Jeffrey Epstein case would be of interest to anybody. It's pretty boring stuff.
I mean, it's crazy. Like, do I think that there's an actual list? No, I don't think that there's an actual list. I don't think that he was that stupid. But do I think that what they do have implicates him? Yeah, I think so. You know? I mean, Epstein introduced Melania to Trump. The connections are like so wide and deep. Anyway, why do we think they don't want the files released? I don't know. I think John, you know, that thing that John Heilemann says is like a long time ago. I think is the most accurate kind of assessment of them, which is everything is projection or confession. Everything. So when he puts out that tweet and he says Epstein now is the Russia hoax or the Hunter Biden laptop.
The laptop from hell, which the Democrats swore came from Russia. No, it came from Hunter Biden's bathroom.
Like, I wonder if it works. You know?
He's trying to get away from that. He's like, yeah, just like the Hunter Biden laptop. Bro, shut up, dude. That laptop was crazy. Come on now.
When he says to his followers, like, you're no supporter of mine if you keep talking about Epstein.
Yeah. What do you think was in the files?
I don't know, man. There's a great clip from Daily Show.
Yeah.
And he does this whole thing on Occam's razor. He's like, let's step back for a moment and review the facts. And he goes through all of the associations that he has with Epstein. You know, not just the pictures, but Epstein himself, saying that Trump was his best friend for 10 years.
That was close to straight.
It is even said he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on the younger side.
And then he goes through all of the connections, and not even all of them, but for like 3 minutes. I just don't know how he's going to turn this one.
It's all been a big hoax. It's perpetrated by the Democrats.
We need to release the Epstein list. That is an important thing.
I think we talked about it before, is that central to their tactics is this elimination rhetoric. What they do is they accuse a group of people of the most heinous thing that you could possibly accuse them with, which is pedophilia. And if you can get just 10% of the people to believe that someone is capable of such a heinous crime or involved with such a heinous crime, then you can get them to believe anything about them.
Yeah.
And, and they used it to great effect. They've convinced an entire segment of that cult into believing that, there is a cabal of elites, largely, Democrats, that are involved in an international, global sex trafficking ring of children, and that Epstein was at the center of it.
The people who are pulling the strings is the Italian Vatican. They actually are reptilian bloodlines from another planet. They're basically robots. And the evil people that are there, such as the Rothschilds, who suck blood out of children to get adrenochrome and stay young and beautiful forever. They pick them up and they take them to a submarine and go underground until they can get to Epstein Island, which is where they molest children.
I don't a weak rib right
That's the icebreaker.
Oh.
And I think what they got is, through the investigation, a lot of information that would lead people to maybe in a more full way understand the exact nature of the relationship that Trump had with Epstein, which, in their own words, revolved around, women. For them to kind of wake up one day and say, nothing to look at here, it just seems to me, I don't know how they move beyond this with their base.
Yeah.
But who knows?
He's dead, he's gone, and
How did you feel when you first saw them saying, like, nothing to worry about here? Epstein list is kind of just like a Democrat hoax. Stop talking about it.
all it is the Republicans, certain Republicans got duped by the Democrats, and they're following a Democrat playbook.
You either laugh or you cry. You know what I mean? And by the way, he's the only one who's saying that. The only one. Interestingly, usually what ends up happening is he'll say this stuff, and then it's like a megaphone, and then it just spreads like wildfire, and everybody picks up the talking point, and then that becomes the standard line on Fox News, New York Post, and even to a much lesser extent, the editorial page of the Wall Street Journal, is they just all go and they parrot exactly what he said.
Yeah.
This is the first time, I think, that I can remember that's not happening. Like, I think that they thought that they were going to get around the corner of this when Charlie Kirk kind of said, like, okay, I'm done talking about this.
Honestly, I'm done talking about Epstein for the time being. I'm going to trust my friends, the administration.
Oh, he obviously heard from his listeners, and within, I don't know, it seems like 14 hours, he was back on the air saying, no, I'm going to talk about this a lot.
I think I could be an explainer here because I think everyone's talking past each other a little bit. We do not care about the story as a way to hurt Donald Trump. In fact, it's the opposite. We love President Trump. We love what he's doing. We actually care about this story. This is a rare opportunity of a sloppy operation by the deep state.
So it seems like part of Trump's diversion tactic is bringing the stuff about you back to the forefront.
Yeah, so that's exactly it. Is and what does he say? Hunter Biden's laptop. We talked about this ad nauseum. I don't get it, I do get it. I fully understand what he's doing, and it's like clockwork when he gets in an uncomfortable position, and the question is how far does he take it? Like, it began with, saying that he was going to revoke Rosie O'Donnell's, citizenship. See how many hours we can get people talking about that rather than talking about this.
Yeah.
And then when it wasn't that, then it's, he moves on to something else. And I'm his favorite go-to conspiracy.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
President Trump saying Hunter Biden has had Secret Service protection for an extended period of time, all paid for by the United States taxpayer.
It just must be kind of a crazy, full circle moment for you, because for so many years, he's like, the laptop's got the secrets. And the Epstein kind of thing that he was like, one day I'm going to drop it. And you guys are going to see, man, I was right.
But the bottom line is the records are getting out.
And now, we're on the other end of it, and he's like, there's no list.
Yeah.
And you guys should look more into Hunter again.
Yeah, exactly. Take a look at that. Take a look at that laptop, as if everybody hasn't looked at the laptop. Anyway.
So what can you tell us about the art you got going on here?
Past this. Move
Well,
past this.
I continuously paint, since the fires out here. It's been a little bit more disjointed, but
I guess the better question is, how would you describe your style for somebody unfamiliar with your work?
I think one of the things is I am a maximalist in a lot of ways. My paintings kind of start out simple, and then I just sometimes can't stop. But I usually have an idea in my head of a concept of what I'm going to do, and then I just let the process take me to wherever it goes, which is kind of cool because every accident turns into kind of a cool opportunity.
What's the symbolism behind this one right here?
I don't know. Do you see the figures in that?
I'm seeing a bird, and it looks like there's a Mesoamerican flair to it, but I'm also seeing the all-seeing iris. So there could be kind of a Saharan Mayan fusion.
Yeah.
He's like, I don't know. I was high on fucking cocaine when I did this, bro.
But that's just me trying to say stuff.
I love it.
That I don't necessarily understand.
I love it. And that's the coolest part, I think, about painting is that, I started it with the kind of an intent of what it meant to me, but the cool part is if somebody else comes in and has a completely different interpretation of it, and you realize that I think that's kind of the coolest part about making art is that once you release it to the world, I think you're the first person outside of family that's seen that one.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah. There's a mother and there's a father. And it's almost, I think more than anything, now that I've finished it, it kind of comes from kind of the stained glass imagery I grew up with in my Catholic church in St. Joe's in Delaware. But clearly, you see a bird, which I think is kind of cool.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Who's the guy up top to the left?
Over here?
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, in the corner.
In the far corner?
Yeah, the African gentleman.
Oh, over here.
Yeah.
Oh, you know who that is? I forget his name. It's Saint. Oh, you could put me on the spot. I can't remember what his name is. Saint.
The leader of the Haitian Revolution.
No, it wasn't the leader. No, it wasn't him. It was not him. But no, I forget his name. But I did this whole series of saints, just because I love their stories. So there's this one saint. She's the first African woman to be sainted by the church, and she was kidnapped into slavery in Sudan when she was very young. And she got freed by this group of nuns when she was in her teens. Her most famous quote is about how if she were to meet the people who enslaved her, she would kneel at their feet and kiss their hands because of what they ultimately gave to her, which was the life that she had now. And that's a dramatic expression of the feeling that I was talking about with you before, which is that although it has been kind of a cruel 4 years in many ways, I'm like eternally grateful for right where I am right now. As much as these people have kind of been the ultimate expression of evil, at least in my lifetime, is that it kind of fills me with an enormous sense of purpose. Not just in my art, but what I'm doing. I just think that there's such an opportunity to be of service right now, and not in some kind of melodramatic, way, but a lot of people that are, getting the shit beat out of them out there, right here in LA, and there's an enormous opportunity for just normal people to do kind of heroic things, whether it's protecting somebody that's about to get kidnapped off a street, if you witness it, to like, I'm working with a group now called BASTA, the homeless prevention, and just started actually as the director of development for BASTA, which is the leading homeless prevention and tenants' rights group in Southern Los Angeles.
Like you protect people from like eminent domain style evictions?
Well, from eviction, and we're the only group in at least Southern California that represents undocumented, and so we don't take any federal money. And by the way, it's not just El Salvadorian immigrants, it's Ukrainian immigrants that came in under duress from what's going on in Ukraine and find it really hard to find work because of the fear of employers that they're going to disrupt their business because of ICE raids and things like that, and then they lose their income. And almost all of these people are families and children. And if you can keep someone in their apartment or their home, you obviously also keeping somebody off the street in homelessness. And what you find is, like, when a child becomes homeless, like the road back to any chance of normalcy just becomes exponentially harder, harder and harder.
One connection I wanted to make that I feel like I did mention in our last interview is we talked about the prison in El Salvador.
If you think that the prison in El Salvador is not a fucking concentration camp, you're out of your fucking mind. Tell me anybody that's returning from there. You saw those pictures. Do you think anybody's getting out of there? Or, is it a rehabilitation center? You think, I've been to those places in South Sudan and around in those areas. You think anybody's getting out of those South Sudan prisons? Ever? Ever? Out of your fucking mind. That's a death camp. They're done. They're over. And if you're not dead, you would want to be dead if you were in that prison.
Well, today, the leader of El Salvador hit back on Twitter with this blunt reply: is Hunter Biden sniffing powdered milk, referring to Biden's earlier troubles with drug use. And then US Border Czar Tom Homan was just as blunt.
I don't really care what the former first drug addict thinks.
Yeah, and I went and talked to like somebody who was Salvadorian, and I was like, what do you think about that? And they were like, it's the best thing that ever happened. El Salvador is now 15, 16 times safer and has like a much lower homicide rate.
Yeah.
We referenced the case of that guy who got sent there there, the Maryland guy who was, not even, I think he was actually a citizen or something like that. And he got sent there. He got sent there without trial.
Yeah.
Do you see any merit to like the flip side of the coin?
No, I don't see the merits to any argument in which the way in which you solve a problem is by completely dehumanizing people, utilizing the tools of a fascist dictatorship.
Yeah.
I don't believe in that.
Yeah.
like, fuck no, do I believe in that? No.
Yeah.
It's the oldest political tool in the toolbox, which is, like, hang 'em high. Like, I got no problem with people that are deserving of punishment to be punished, but to create an entire system in which you have no due process, no habeas corpus, no ability of any judicial review as it relates to the state's actions against you, without any chance of pleading your case or your innocence or the or any tempering of whatever it is that you have been accused of doing, is just it's barbaric. That's why we have a Constitution. That's why we have rights under that Constitution. And that's why the Supreme Court has continuously held over the past 250 years is that, certain punishments are outside the scope of any human being's constitutional rights.
Yeah, I was just surprised because, they were talking about Bukele like he was like the savior of their country. I just didn't expect that reaction. She was like, yeah, now, my grandma's not getting extorted running a,
By the way,
car.
so that's, that's a flip side. And if you're telling me that the only way that you can do that is to create a concentration camp and put people in it without any judicial review, I don't want to live in that country.
Yeah, so you think
even though my grandmother would be safe, or I'm safe, until I get crosswise with the president of El Salvador or anybody that works for him.
Yeah.
And then I'm become a prisoner in a concentration camp in which nobody leaves. And it's not hyperbole. You walk in there, you do not come out.
Mm-hmm.
It's a death camp. And the idea that we're sending U.S. citizens, regardless, by the way, if that's a decision that El Salvador and El Salvadorians want to make for their own good, the idea that the president of the United States is snatching people off the streets and without any judicial review, without any chance to plead your case, sending them to a death camp in El Salvador, it's hard to believe that we're in that spot.
Yeah, you just said exactly what I was trying to get at, which is like, regardless of how people in El Salvador feel about it, because some of them do have positive feelings about it, the fact that we're utilizing it is crazy. Because that's not even our country. And so it's like you're finding a place to collaborate with that has no judicial process as a way to get around basic human rights.
Yeah.
So pretty much like a couple weeks after our big interview, Trump and Pam Bondi had a press conference of some kind and were asked about the Epstein files, which they promised to release. And they said, no big deal, stop talking about this creep, nothing to see here, keep moving. But the question is, what was your first reaction when you saw that?
My first reaction, it's so predictable. It's the obvious conclusion to a conspiracy theory for which his base was so attached to and can remain so attached to. It is the principal motivating factor for an enormous part of the energy within MAGA base. And if you read any of, I'll think of his name in a second, but he'd written about this extensively, is that people do not understand to the degree that the global cabal of pedophilia conspiracy is at the root of so much of the MAGA movement, and they're very, very, very attached to it. At the end of the day, is that I don't know if he is going to be, even by distraction, whether it's me or threatening Rosie O'Donnell's citizenship or whatever other distraction that he has come up with in the last 4 hours, because it really is a core tenet of their belief that cabal exists, and that cabal was populated mainly by global elites and Democrats. So he now says that it's all a hoax, that the Epstein conspiracy was all a hoax. And he said to his followers, you're no supporter of mine if you continue to promote this hoax. And then says that it was a conspiracy that was started by Obama and Biden to get him. If that's the case, is he saying that we Democrats had the ammunition, the conspiracy to deploy against Donald Trump in 2016, but we didn't use it, and then we had 4 years to do it while he was president, and then we had 4 years to use it when my dad was president of the United States. And then we didn't use it in the 2024 campaign against him either. We waited until he became president, took over the Department of Justice like no other president has in his lifetime, took over the FBI, and they report directly to the president for the first time in history, by the way. And now that they have the information, there's nothing to see. And it was all a hoax by Biden. It literally makes no sense. And I wonder if it'll work, though. I mean, with his supporters, I wonder if they'll drop it.
You think they'll forget?
I don't know. I guess this is going to be the real test. I think this will be the first real test. Because they, in other times they have. I mean, look, he said that the election was stolen. And Fox News followed him down that rabbit hole to the tune of $782 million that they had to pay in a lawsuit to Dominion, you know, but it didn't stop them. It didn't stop any, you know, they put on January 6th committee. They went through chapter and verse, all of the information about the 2020 election and whether it was stolen or not, and what happened on January 6th. But you know what? His entire base still believes, even though there is all the data and all the film, that it was still a bunch of peaceful people that walked into the Capitol, and any violence that occurred happened because of Antifa.
Antifa in MAGA hats.
In MAGA hats, yeah.
Do you feel that your time in prison changed your belief systems at all?
Like, regarding politics?
Yeah.
No.
But this one, I think, is different.
QAnon shaman is lashing out at the man who gave him a pardon. Chansley called the president a fraud.
And it's different because how do you explain it away? Like, there's, this one came from them. He rode that energy. Into the presidency twice. It'll be interesting. I don't know.
Do you think that his choice to not release the files was because there's not much of interest on there, or because he's compromised in some capacity by what's in the files?
I don't know. I truly can only go by what other people are saying. And one of the things that I'm certain of is that what I said before is kind of the Occam's razor, which is that, you know, the simplest explanation is almost always true. And what's the simplest explanation is that of anyone in power right now, or anyone that held power to the degree that Donald Trump is holding power now, his connections to Jeffrey Epstein are beyond a doubt that he and Epstein were very close friends for a very long period of time. They spent an enormous time together. They spent an enormous time together around young women, as in his own words.
Trump's got more pictures with Epstein than I do with my own grandma.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, just think about this. Is it when Ghislaine, how do you pronounce it?
It's technically Ghislaine.
Ghislaine.
I know that.
Yeah, Ghislaine Maxwell is when she gets convicted, and he's asked about it. And this is when he was president, 2020 still. And he goes, you know, I wish her well.
I just wish her well, frankly. I've met her numerous times over the years, especially since I lived in Palm Beach, and I guess they lived in Palm Beach. But I wish her well.
And then he explains that comment. Like, she's a good person, and I wish her well. Now, she's just been convicted of sex trafficking and, you know, dozens and dozens of teenage girls. When he's then pressed on it in an interview after that, he says, I wish her well. I wish everyone well. I don't wish anyone harm.
Mr. President, Ghislaine Maxwell has been arrested on allegations of child sex trafficking. Why would you wish such a person well?
I don't know that, but I do know that.
She has. She's been arrested for that.
Yeah, I wish her well. I'd wish you well. I'd wish a lot of people well. Good luck. Let them prove somebody was guilty. I mean, do you know that
Oh, so you're saying you hope she doesn't die in jail? Is that what you mean by wish her well?
Her boyfriend died in jail, and people are still trying to figure out, how did it happen? Was it suicide? Was he killed? And I do wish her well. I'm not looking for anything bad for her. I'm not looking bad for anybody. And they took that and
I mean, she's a child alleged child sex trafficking.
Big deal.
Are you out of your mind? Yeah. He can't wish anyone well on Christmas morning without sending out a tweet or Truth Social or whatever it is, you know, blaming the leftist, you know, socialist, communist Democrats and Joe Biden and blah, 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 blah. I mean, literally, on Easter Sunday, he doesn't wish anybody well. There's never been a time in which he's ever, in my estimation, wished anyone well let alone a convicted sex trafficker.
Yeah.
And so, what's going on there? Okay, well, they knew each other well. They spent an enormous time together. According to his biographer, is that Jeffrey Epstein introduced Melania. That's how Melania and the First Lady and the President met.
Really?
Yeah.
Epstein made the intro.
Yeah, according to Michael Wolff.
Yeah.
And so I only can go by what people are saying, and I don't know.
As many of you guys know, the first 3.5-hour Hunter Biden interview broke headlines nationwide. Here, as you can see, using the Ground News bias distribution tool, the left and the right are covering our Hunter Biden interview very differently. The left-wing New York Magazine headline reads, Hunter Biden unloads on his father's team, George Clooney, and critics, while the right-wing Daily Wire reads, Hunter Biden defends illegals with slew of F-bombs. Interesting to see what each party chooses to focus on. I did notice that across the board from left to right, they were all pretty obsessed with his profanity and calling it a vulgar tirade as if they'd never heard someone say fuck in real life. Anyways, something else that doesn't get enough attention is how many news stories aren't actually real news stories at all. That's why Ground News shows you how many actual sources are covering a story, so you can figure out if an article is legit information or just echo chamber nonsense designed to grease the algorithms and control your mind. Anyways, another feature I love to use at Ground News, their blind spot tool, which shows you the stories that might not be appearing in your typical media bubble. For all those reasons, I trust Ground News to help Channel 5 cut straight through the noise. And right now, you can subscribe for 40% off the Unlimited Access Vantage plan, bringing the cost down to less than $5 a month. Just scan the QR code here or click the link below to sign up. Supporting Ground News means helping to support us, which means that we can keep making videos like this and get
Like, his best, he was his
media tell you what to think.
And in Epstein's own words, he was his actual best friend for well over a decade. The thing that is like, I'm loath to do is like, but feed into another goddamn conspiracy theory. It's just so destructive to the entirety of the cultural fabric. It's like, I think it's an important story, but I think it's an important story because of the victims. That's why I think it's an important story.
Yeah.
You know, when my brother was Attorney General, he convicted the most prolific sex offender in a pedophile in history.
John Wayne Gacy.
No, pedophile, and over 248 victims, I think over 250 victims, and his name was, oh God, I forget his name, a doctor. He was a pediatrician, and he filmed it all. And he would take pre-verbal children that were his patients into a room by themselves, and he filmed him sexually abusing them.
Firing squad.
Over years and years and years. And my point about it is this. He had a whole office. He was an incredibly well-respected doctor in Southern Delaware. He was a chair of one of the hospital's pediatric divisions. He had a practice, and over the course of decades, had seen thousands of children. But everyone knew there was something weird. Everyone knew. Now, what he did, he was so diabolical that he only targeted children that couldn't speak or that were pre-verbal. So I'm talking about like 2, 3 year old toddlers. And the only thing that got him was that he had filmed it all. And so when my brother was by the way, law enforcement had known about it for years. Had been getting complaints from mothers, had been getting complaints from like children that couldn't fully form it, and no one was willing to bring the case. And it was the same thing with Jeffrey Epstein. Is I think the only thing that really to take away from this is that men are fucking pigs, and the fact of the matter is that pedophilia is much more pervasive than you would think that it is, and I think people's willingness to believe it is because of their own experience in life. And I wish that was the discussion that people were having about protecting children, because most of Jeffrey Epstein's victims were not like 18, 19, 24-year-old models that came over to work for John Casablancas and Elite Models and got themselves into bad situation on his island. Most of them were like 14, 15-year-old girls from West Palm Beach that he would, manipulate into coming over to his house. But I'm not talking like 1 or 2. I'm talking, there were hundreds, and everybody knew. And he had a full staff of people, and he had friends that were there, and he had, And I'm not saying that means that everybody that was in the presence of Jeffrey Epstein or was at one of his salons was necessarily a pedophile.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, he had the Dalai Lama at his house at one point. That does not mean that I don't have the complete reverence for the Dalai Lama.
Yeah.
But that's how he would sucker people in, is that you would have these powerful people and you would see kind of like this other thing going on. And you could think they must like have been like, you know, suspension of disbelief. I mean, like I don't know. But in retrospect, everybody's like, oh yeah, like that was weird. And I think that that's what's going on here. And I think that what probably exists is a lot of the victims recounting that they were there when he was there.
So you're not as concerned about the conversation over whether it was a pedophile destination or if it was some kind of like intelligence honeypot. You're more focused on the broader conversation about pedophilia and the pervasiveness of pedophilia among the powerful.
No, I wish everybody would be more concentrated on that. But the fact of the matter is nobody is. So like, that's like, you know, I mean, it doesn't matter. That thread has completely been lost. So now there is a real question, and he's making it, and in any other political situation, it would be, you know, like it would be over. Yeah. It would be over for this person. He's directed his attorney general, because his attorney general, by his own account, doesn't do anything without his direction, okay? He directs the FBI, because his FBI director, by anyone's account, does not do anything without his direction. Nobody. Not one of his cabinet members, none of it happens inside cabinet now. There's no separation whatsoever between the Oval Office and the entire administration in terms of its leadership. And that doesn't mean that he's fully aware of every decision that is obviously being made, like, you know, Pete Hague says, stopping aid to Ukraine without telling him. But that's just because people are, you know, that he's chosen a bunch of morons.
So you're saying he made the choice to shut it down?
Yeah.
And do you think he made that choice because he was on the list, or because someone higher than him was pressuring him or perhaps blackmailing him into keeping it suppressed?
Oh, no. I think it's because I don't think that there's probably an actual list, like a black book. Like the woman who I think is the smartest on this is the reporter that originally broke the story in Palm Beach, the Miami Herald. I forget her name. But I heard her speaking, and she said, look, we've all known for a long time that there is no list. But by the way, think about this, too. How many different investigators have there been on this? You had the Palm Beach Police, you had the State's Attorney's Office in Florida, you had the FBI and multiple different offices and had headquarters. You had the Southern District of New York. You have the U.S. Attorney in Palm Beach. And each one of those, there were grand juries impaneled. There's grand jury information. There's an enormous amount of evidence that was collected, and that all exists. Okay. And every one of those people from all the leaks, and I can tell you from my own experience, having had to go through all that shit, is none of it stays confidential. It always leaks. And if there was a list and actual names, like, you know, John Smith, you know, blah, 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 check mark. You know what I mean? Like 6 times in, you know, at the island or whatever. I don't think he did that. I think what he did is that there is a body of information in a wide-ranging investigation in which his name appears probably as much or more than anybody else, because they were together by their own words. I'm not even making it up. I feel like I don't want to, like, you know.
Well, Trump says they used to hang a lot, but then he figured out that, you know, he was into underage people, and he was like, I got to stop hanging out with this guy.
No. He never says that that's the reason that he stopped hanging out with him.
He said it one time. He was like, Jeffrey, we were cool, but I don't know about him now.
After he was convicted of solicitation.
After he became an RSO, registered sex offender, Trump was like, all right, man, that's enough. I'm just giving you the Trump defense, devil's advocate, because that's what he's going to say.
Yeah. And I like boy, like, wow. Like, once you got convicted, which, by the way, like, and oh, yes, you're right. That's it. He does say that. Is when that happened, when Alex Acosta came up with a non-prosecution agreement and gave every single person, named or unnamed, in the indictment immunity.
Yeah.
Everybody. And then Trump became president and named Alex Acosta the Secretary of Labor. Yeah. Out of the blue, as if he had any qualifications.
Did Trump ever suggest back in the heyday of 2020 that you had a connection to Jeffrey Epstein of some kind?
I don't think so.
You never got wrapped up? Just
No.
loose associations in the mind of Trump
Don't
supporters.
start it either. My God, I got enough goddamn problems. It's
Yeah.
like no one yet, and now.
I figured they'd
and now,
somehow
there you go.
tie you to it.
Thanks, brother.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
So, do you think it was like a suicide? Epstein?
No. Nobody does. I mean, really, except for all of a sudden, Kash Patel and Dan Bongino. Nobody thinks it was. Is that you have that renowned doctor, a coroner, that did the, what's it called?
Post-mortem autopsy.
Yeah, the post-mortem autopsy.
I don't know if that's what it's
Who
called.
talks about all the different, the different fractures in his neck and how it was impossible that he could have done that
You can't
by simply
commit
leaning
suicide by
forward.
strangling yourself.
What?
You can't commit suicide.
Exactly.
You
And he
can't
says,
strangle yourself to death, even
No.
if you hate life.
yes, exactly. That literally is an impossibility in a fiction. And there's this idea that what he did is like he leaned forward. Well, none of it matches up. There's that guy that just testified not testified, he was interviewed that was in the cell next to Jeffrey Epstein's. And he said it's just absolutely impossible that he would have been able to do that. Now you have the tape that comes out. And it's not just 1 minute missing from the tape. It's actually 3 minutes from the tape has been overwritten.
Well, that's standard protocol at the most secure facility in the country.
Well, that yes, yeah. I mean, it's and just that alone, you have someone that everyone absolutely knows that if anything happens to him is going to be you're going to be accused of a gigantic cover-up, and he dies, and the guy that is his co-conspirator in France, what's his name? He just happens to commit died or died in mysterious ways in prison, and the woman who's living in Australia, she commits suicide just before that. I mean, look again. I'm feeding into the conspiracy, but clearly, I mean, who believes that he killed himself?
No one.
Nobody.
I've never met anyone who does. But, I mean, to be fair, let's keep it real. He was in a pretty bad situation. It's not like he's in a situation which you wouldn't be suicidal in. I mean, he's being tried for
You know what
sex trafficking.
kills me about this more than anything?
What?
Is in any way agreeing with Tucker Carlson.
Yeah.
It kills me. And that's the thing that's just doing I'm like, oh, I don't want to feed into this.
Yeah.
So just from the political side, who am I to know whether he killed himself or not? I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
Who do you think would have killed him, like CIA mercenaries or something?
No. I don't know.
Other inmates? Because inmates
What,
do.
you mean like a ninja? Are we like in a...
Somebody killed him in a
in a
3-minute
James Bond
window.
movie now? What?
I mean, somebody killed him in a 3-minute window.
It was Tom Cruise in Mission Impossible. Yeah.
Also, other inmates don't accuse child molesters.
Yeah. Well, look, I don't think it's very hard, at least from my years of watching Hollywood prison movies.
Yeah.
For something, my whole experience with the prison system. But it seems, at least from other events, that getting to somebody in prison isn't as hard as you think it would be. But I don't know. I mean, I just don't. I think that there were probably a lot of people who would rather him not be alive. And by the way, but does it matter? I mean, at this point, obviously it matters, and if you could ever figure it out. But it doesn't answer the question of why there's been this slow about face. It's like, that whole story about, and it's too long a story to tell, but it starts off with the guy who calls and he said, he's watching somebody's cat, calls and asks, and the guy calls and how's the cat? And he said, the cat's on the roof. This whole thing?
I don't know, but I'll look into it.
He says the cat's on the roof, and then the guy says, what's the cat doing up in the roof? He goes, and he said, call me back in 10 minutes. And he calls him back in 10 minutes. He said, well, the cat's off the roof now, but he fell into the trash can. And the guy goes, well, we'll go get him out of the trash can. He said, well, we get out of the trash can, but, I was carrying him back, and he fell in the pool, and so he's in the pool now. And he goes, and it keeps going and going and going. And finally he goes, how's the cat? And he said, the cat died. And he says, why did you tell me he was on the roof? And he said, I just wanted to soften the blow. And I forget why I just fucking told the cat on the fucking roof story.
I understand. I understand the blow's getting
is
soft.
What they did is they started off and they released one thing. But it wasn't the full thing, and then they kind of wanted to see if they could kind of get away with that and get people off it and say, well, there's going to be a round 2 of this, and I didn't get it from the FBI, and the Southern District of New York has all the files, and of course it's the Southern District of New York, a bunch of liberal commies up there. You know, we're going to get them under heel, and then when Cash gets in, he's going to be able to figure it out, and old Danny Boy is going to go in, and he's going to, you know, shake the trees and make sure. And then they get that, and then those guys go on TV and they say, well, no, there was definitely not a suicide. It was definitely a suicide. It was clearly a suicide. Sorry, I'd be the one to tell you otherwise. And then, like, until the point where they thought that you could just kind of like slide this in on a Friday at midnight and see what happened, that they're not going to do anything more.
Yeah.
Like, that's it. We just heard the end of the Epstein story.
Do you think that they expected this level of backlash?
No, clearly.
They were just used to people just going with whatever they said?
I think that they expected backlash, and that's why they did it the way that they did it. But well, we'll see. They may be right. You know, who knows? They may drop this. He may have that firm a hold. You know, if this is truly a cult, which I believe that it is that I think he'll make it through. You know?
Yeah. Well, I mean, what he did immediately in the past couple days is deploy a bunch of different distractions in tandem. And your name's been brought up several times in the past couple days, which
Yeah.
I'm sure. How do you feel when you're having a normal day, you're painting, you're hanging out, and you see that the sitting president of the U.S. is talking about you on Truth Social?
You know, it is, it's literally such a regular occurrence that it doesn't even faze me. I mean, at all. I think he's invoked my name since he's been president well over 100 times. Me, not my dad. That's over that like thousands of times. Yeah. But you know, I dozens and dozens of times.
I really don't think that he's going to survive this. I don't think so, because they leaned on.
By the way, so I should be asking you.
Yeah.
And the reason I should be asking you is because I don't know anybody that has spent more time actually in a non-ironic way.
Yeah.
Talking to these people,
right,
and trying to really figure out what makes them tick, where these conspiracies start. So, like, by the way, like every conspiracy, it has a giant thread of truth running to it. But like, why do you believe that they're not going to give it up?
Just because if you really think about the MAGA cult, the extremists, the people who feel like they want to live and die for this cause, it was that, you know, idea of a evil, demonic, pedophile cabal connected to Epstein and the Democrats that really galvanized them in a way that went beyond politics. The whole thing of like saving the children, the adrenochrome stuff, like all of that more fringe stuff, that powers the hearts of the boldest soldiers in the MAGA movement. Maybe there are people out there who just like Trump because he has strict border policy, or they like Trump because he's not into cancel culture and he says what he wants, and there's different reasons. But the true loyalists, the Kelly J. Patriots of the world, they're into the Epstein stuff. QAnon, that was January 6th.
Yes.
QAnon was January 6th.
Yes.
I know there's a lot of people out there. For example, if you go to a dive bar right now in central Nebraska, or somewhere in deep in Wisconsin, everybody there's a Trump supporter, right? Yeah. Is everybody there a Capitol rioter? No. Is everybody there somebody that wears a Trump t-shirt, a hoodie every day? No. Those people who wear the uniform and live by those 4 letters, Epstein is their number one thing. And so what I think they're going to do is they're going to say either Trump is compromised now by the deep state and we need a new figure to rally behind, or the only way I could see Trump getting out of this is if he said, I actually have the files, but I need the files so that I can continue to blackmail powerful people and make sure that we can get the America First agenda continuously in the doorway. So I could see Trump being like, yeah, I didn't release them because I got dirt on these Democrats and I'm keeping them at bay. So I'm going to release it when the mission is complete. That is the only possible route they could have forward.
Oh, God, I hope you don't give him that idea.
I'm sure he's thought about it.
But by the way, so like I think we talked about this last time we spoke, is remember what the laptop is, okay? The laptop to 90% of the people is this amorphous kind of like make of it what you will, like dream up whatever crime you want, and that's what the laptop represents to them. To that 10% that you're talking about, it's pedophilia. The first thing that they did, that Bernie Kerik and Gao and Giuliani did on separate tracks, Gao with Bannon and Giuliani and Carrick did is they accused me of pedophilia. And they kind of held up the laptop. I mean, it was like the ultimate McCarthy era. It's like, I got a list in my breast pocket. It was like, I got a laptop, and it has, you know, and hinted at underage girls, in Rudy Giuliani's words.
Pictures of underage girls.
And then they just let that sit out there. And then Gao went out with that guy in New Zealand, and he actually put out like doctored images of like children in cages in Beijing or something like that, in which, you know, they're supposedly coming from my laptop. And so when you say was I ever tied into it, I wasn't tied into the Epstein one, but I was definitely the target, and one of the reasons why the original 60 or so national security officials, former national security officials, said it had all the hallmarks of a Russian operation was because of what they did. That is absolutely the most obvious typical Russian op is pure elimination rhetoric, accusing me of sex trafficking, of crimes against children.
Starting at the worst thing.
Starting at the worst thing. And then it's much easier to believe that because somebody that was part of a Ukrainian gas company sends an email saying, it was nice to meet your dad. Therefore, I was, you know, taking bribes from a Ukrainian gas company in their minds. But it's so much easier to make that gap if you just, even in the back of your mind, think, that's the connection. So every time he says laptop, remember, now he says laptop and he says disgusting, you know, dirty, like made in Hunter Biden's bathroom. You know what I mean? Not about corruption anymore to him. He's trying to tie it to that original thing that Giuliani, Carrick, Bannon, and Gao tried to tie it to.
Which is the new Red Scare, but instead of identifying communists, identifying pedos. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's straight out of Putin's book. I mean, literally straight out of Putin's book, which, by the way, is not even Putin's book. That was used by the Nazis. Elimination rhetoric actually came from there. And I'm sure something has been used time immemorial, but it was perfected by the Nazis and then reintroduced in the early 2000s, most prominently by Putin, and now used regularly by them.
One thing they were able to exploit, too, is a widespread belief that to become successful, you have to first do something horrible, and that there is a crest of society that you can only access by doing something so horrific, like, you know, drinking the blood out of a baby, that it makes it so you are just now beholden to the will of the elites, because in order to become one, you have to do something so horrible that you can be blackmailed into compliance for the rest of your life. Now, I know personally that that's not true. You can become successful without eating a kid. But it's really easy to convince people who don't know anyone who's successful or wealthy that it's you know, it's sad because you're preying on people with no class mobility and being like, you know, you especially see it in the black community. Anytime a rapper gets a record deal, or there's sort of an assumption that like they did something gay. Not necessarily pedophilic, but just sort of gay. And so the Diddy thing was also kind of milked in that regard, too.
Is that for real?
What?
What you just said about the rapper, is that a real thing? That's a real, I didn't know that.
Oh, like once you start getting that industry money, you got to go to those all-white Michael Rubin parties, and you got to do sort of weird gay stuff.
Oh, that's what Cat Williams is talking about when he's talking about that.
It's all catching hell in 2024. It's up for all of them. It don't matter if you Diddy or whoever you is. All lies will be exposed.
So it's across the board.
Yeah.
And I feel like this was in the MAGA movements. The whole Epstein is the center point of exploiting that belief. See, all those powerful people that you love, those actors who are on the silver screen who are untouchable, you know how they got there, right? Epstein Island. And you know who's never been to Epstein Island? Us. We're the grassroots. We're for the people. Yeah. And so it's
and me. Just so you know, and me.
Yeah.
And Joe Biden. Yeah. You've never been to Epstein Island. No, I know they don't say that, but yeah.
Well, unpopular opinion, if there was no underage kids at Epstein Island,
nice place to go?
Yeah.
I can't believe you suckered me into saying that. Like, that's something that could definitely be taken out of context, motherfucker. What the fuck? Now I feel like I just got fucking trapped. That's going to be the whole interview.
Well, no, I've always
Hunter
said
Biden says. Fucker.
Fuck
you.
Well, I had a buddy, you've seen The Bear before, right? The show The Bear?
Yeah, of course.
So you know Matty Matheson, the kind of big guy who's the chef?
Oh, yeah, yeah,
His
yeah.
best friend was the private chef at Epstein Island.
No.
Yeah.
What does he say?
It's fucking awesome, aside from that shit. But he didn't know.
Yeah.
And so he's like,
But how did he not know?
Because he just was kept in, I mean, I'm sure Epstein would never do anything to let the chefs know. Like, that's the thing about the island, from what I heard, is that, like, those activities, there was other extravagant things happening on the island. For example, they would fly out top chefs. They would fly out world-class entertainment.
Yeah.
They would create this elite entertainment experience for people that also included that thing.
So, by the way, and therefore, that explains, for instance, President Clinton, the Dalai Lama, you know, and a whole host of other people.
Yeah.
And by the way, which could also explain Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Definitely.
To be fair, it could explain that. I want to believe, and I think I know some of you know, I not know personally, but like admirers of certain people, and I think that he pulled so many people into his orbit through his just an enormous amount of wealth that he threw around. Like if you, I was watching that documentary, and you realize, like, knowing of some of these billionaires, like his display of wealth, like he had the most expensive apartment in Manhattan.
Yeah.
This is $75 million at that time. It's $75 million in the 90s, I think. You know what I mean? Like he had like an entire island. He didn't just have a, like, you know, a Gulfstream whatever. He had a 727 and a Gulfstream and a place in New Mexico and a place in, and so like he wooed and created like this salon in New York where people would come over, and whether it was, you know, XYZ actor and, you know, one of the Kennedys and former president, and you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so you can see how it would be completely unfair to, like, you know, say everyone that was associated with him. However, on the island, the one guy on that documentary that didn't seem to have anything to gain from it was the guy that did his the work on it, all the telecom. Have you watched that documentary?
Yeah,
Filthy
yeah,
Rich?
on Netflix.
So remember the guy that is the he did all of the tech work on the island, and he said that the pool guy said to him, "Why do you do this?" And he said, "I do it for the money." And the guy said, "Do you have daughters?" And he said, "Yeah, I do." And he said, "Would you allow your daughter to come to this island?" And so he saw it, and he said he quit that day.
Well, the pool guy could have just been like a devout Muslim or something.
Yeah. Well, the tech guy thought about it, and he said, like, you know, he's the one that claims that he saw Prince Andrew in the pool naked with the girl, Virginia Joffrey or whatever.
Yeah,
saw them
the
together.
one that was the primary source of
who
the
was underage at that time. So I don't know how much people's recollection of, like, getting paid to go to the island to be a chef.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
That's
like,
kind of
I just
the
didn't
point
see
I'm
that.
trying to make, is that I feel like when people have this Epstein conversation, they're forgetting the fact that this guy was putting millions and millions of dollars into world-class entertainment and making sure that people had it, you know.
I totally agree. And by the way, like that's another thing, is the fine line between, like, look, like all of these people, you know, here, New York, you know, and you've met these people, you know, like, you have an opening for your, you know, your album. There are people that you go out there and you hire models.
Yeah.
All right, guys, as Hunter knows, addiction can take you to some dark places. But it's not always drugs or alcohol that people get addicted to. In fact, millions of Americans are addicted to gambling, and with every roll of the dice, they find themselves deeper and deeper into debt, which is why today's video is sponsored by PDS Debt. But let's be clear, gambling is far from the only cause of debt. Mortgage loans are actually the leading cause of debt in America, followed closely by student loans and auto loans. Debt can feel like an insurmountable weight on your shoulders, and no one, I mean no one, should bear that weight by themselves. So if you're looking for help, the first step is to contact PDS Debt. They're not just crunching numbers, they're actually listening. They look at your whole situation, not just your credit score, and build a plan that's made for you. Are you drowning in credit cards, personal loans, collections, or medical bills? PDS Debt doesn't just just slap a generic plan on it. They build something custom for you. For example, when I went into debt to get my education, I remember wishing I had a friend who could help me figure everything out. Unfortunately for me, I didn't have any friends in college and didn't know about the good people over at PDS Debt. But thankfully now I have friends and I know about PDS Debt. And I think that if you're in my situation, this could be massively helpful. PDS Debt also has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, thousands of 5-star Google reviews, and 5-star reviews on Trustpilot too. Why? Because they've helped hundreds of thousands of people crawl out of debt hell and get their lives back on track. Guys, there's no minimum credit score and no judgment because PDS Debt is just about helping you save more, crush your debt faster, and put money back where it belongs, in your goddamn pocket. So what are you waiting for? You're 30 seconds away from being debt-free. So get your free debt assessment and find the best option for you right now at pdsdebt.com/channel5. pdsdebt.com/channel5. It couldn't be easier to get your free debt analysis. Simply click my link, click on the option that best describes your unsecured debt amount, and fill out your personal information. Make this the year that you take control of your debt. As I mentioned, you're less than 30 seconds away from being debt-free. So get your free debt assessment and find the best option for you right now at pdsdebt.com/channel5. pdsdebt.com/channel5. All right, back to Hunter Biden.
You know, only Melissa just come up with a little chicken matzo ball soup from like out of nowhere.
It was amazing.
Like, where did that come from? She's like, here's some chicken matzo ball soup. Just whipped it up from the soda cans in the fridge. Okay, how cool would it be if you had all the money to buy this whole, like, these views are so incredible. Is that a bat? Look at the teeth on that, though. That's not a bat.
What the fuck?
No, that's a,
You may have just discovered a new animal.
No, that was a, I think that was a cat.
Jesus. Wow, that's a cat who passed away? Rest in peace. Oh, it looks like a dog.
Yeah, it does look like a dog.
That's a dog who was burnt to a crisp during the wildfires.
It's so sad, actually.
Life is sad.
It's very profound.
Yeah.
I see why you made it in TV or online.
Oh, dude, is this your hot tub?
No, it's not my hot tub. This house is.
Wow.
Okay, so this guy, I think he was, I think he was happy.
That his house burned down?
Yeah. Almost all of the houses on the water are gone. Not all of them, but
Wow.
like the vast majority of them.
Imagine watching your house burn down next to the ocean. Sort of like a really cruel,
Yeah, exactly.
cruel sort of laughing in your face type of deal. How much does a house go for around here?
I don't know.
10 million or something?
No. No.
I wonder if now's kind of a good time to buy.
Actually, the prices are still like kind of like crazy inflated. I mean, I rent, so, but that's what I was thinking, the same thing, but, you know. See down there?
Yeah.
Where you can see that roof?
Yeah.
No, so see the solar panels?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the next house roof that you can see, that's Luke Skywalker.
What do you mean?
It's
the actor who played Luke Skywalker lives there?
No, it's actually Luke Skywalker. He's a real person.
You're
What are you talking about?
I don't know. I don't know, man. I'm a journalist. I'm supposed to ask follow-up questions.
Yeah, follow-up
And if you're in some kind of psychosis, I didn't want to make you feel out of place.
No. Yeah, the actual Luke Skywalker.
Yo, you ever thought about parasailing off of here?
No, I have not thought about parasailing off here.
That's what I would do.
You know, I didn't know that it was this steep until this is the first time ever because there was a house in front of us.
You think I would survive just like running down the hill?
No, I don't.
I wouldn't die.
You know, what's that thing in Scotland? Is it in Scotland or is it in Ireland that they do? They run down that hill chasing the ball of cheese or the wheel of cheese.
No.
You ever seen that?
No.
Yeah.
Sounds like a good video
They roll
concept.
like a wheel of cheese and they all line up at the top of the hill and they chase it down and these guys just hurtle it down it. It looks really stupid.
That sounds
dangerous. Amazing. I love Ireland. I would live in Ireland. Have you been?
No, but that's our ancestral indigenous homeland.
Yeah, that's right. Both of us.
Yeah.
We're brotherhood that way.
Isn't it crazy that we're native Irishmen?
Yeah, for native Irishmen.
Well, I mean, technically.
Yeah, technically. If you go anywhere, one of the places you have to go is Newgrange. It's so amazing. You know, there's those mounds, you know, that are ancient, like monolithic, you know, mounds. It's older by like 1,000 years than even Stonehenge. And it's a tomb, and it's on the River Boyne, and it has a passageway in it. And on the winter solstice, it's lined up so that it completely illuminates the center of the tomb. And they just figured out, like I think 5 years ago, that there were 5 people buried at the center of it. And they did DNA testing, and the DNA testing traces them all the way back to the same genetics as the pharaohs of Egypt. They came from this one part of Turkey, and they went that way, and they went that way. And then they got driven out by the Ice Age, and then driven back down. Isn't that amazing?
That is really amazing. I know that there was like 2 or 3 centuries of Irish history that's just unknown that followed the invention of whiskey. You know about that?
No.
After whiskey was invented, you know, we talked about consumption deaths last interview. Like, there's just 100 years plus of Irish history where, like, no one knows what the hell even happened.
Well, because they were all drunk.
Or just, like, it was just such chaos and they couldn't even keep records.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Are you being serious?
I swear to God. I'm gonna send you a link when I get home.
That was, you know what that is? That's a myth started by the British.
Yeah.
The Irish are so stupid. They invented whiskey and then they fucking were drunk for 200 years.
Have you heard the term shamrock washing?
No.
It's like, it's supposedly like a British deep state conspiracy to like wash Irish history and like a lot of aesthetic stuff, like shamrocks and leprechauns, and like, at the end of the rainbow, to kind of erase the legacy of the famine.
Yeah.
Thoughts?
Yeah. No, that's the truth.
Like Panda Express or like a In-N-Out. I'm only naming fast food spots.
Well, In-N-Out is fine. You don't tip at an In-N-Out.
I do.
What, you tip at an In-N-Out?
Yeah, they have to wear those hats. You know what that feels like?
Did you, serious conversation? I met somebody.
They gotta wear those hats. Bro. Hey, I know a cute girl, all right, that works at in the San Diego In-N-Out, and she looks good in those hats. All right, she make anything look good though. All right.
Is in the owns fast food franchises. His McDonald's employs 55 people. Okay. He went all AI.
Oh,
okay.
man.
It's about a $2 million investment per McDonald's. Okay. He only employs 5 people now.
Oh.
So his margins go up by like 27%. And he'll make back the $2 million investment in under like 18 months. Think about this. There's about like 13,500 McDonald's in the United States of America. I did the math. If every one of them went down to 5 from 55, lost 50, on average 50 jobs, it's 670,000 jobs in America. And that's like, it's a certainty. And that's just McDonald's. You think that, Burger King, Wendy's?
Yeah, shit, my job is gonna get under 2. Fuck.
Taco Bell, I mean, across the board, you're talking, what, like probably 3.5 million jobs in the fast food industry alone that will AI with easily within the next 5 years, if not 3 years. So I've flipped my thinking about this whole AI thing. You're either going to have a massive extinction event, or it's going to be really good with a rough patch in the middle. Because if between supercomputing power, which we're there already, okay, like quantum computer, and deploying AI, is like, how is it that we don't figure out
Those are good.
the commercialization of nuclear fusion within the next like 5 years? And if we do that, a limitless source of power without any carbon emission or waste at all, like that could solve like, I mean, like, you know, we just saved the earth basically.
Channel 5 Live worldwide, Hollywood and Vine.
Fuck the authority, Channel 5 News.
Channel 55. We don't fuck with custers. And 5 is the best number.
Hey, all right, let's see what we got next. Gets confronted by what? Scammy fan fight and scam. Oh, we saw that one already. Crypto going down. He gets scared. Tim Pool shredded for hiding from debate with Nick Fuentes.
Tim Pool loves to do this tough guy routine. You can't do that with me because you're afraid of having me on the show. You can raise your voice. You can get your beanie all up in a bunch and all that on Timcast with your sycophants, with your numbskull idiot sycophants that you have on your show. You can't play that game with me. You're afraid to have me on the show. I want Nick Fuentes to hear this. Yeah, as long as I'm not in the room. As long as I'm not in the room to address it. Big tough guy, big intelligent genius. I know the argument that's going to destroy Nick Fuentes just as long as he isn't in the room to respond. Just as long as he's thousands of miles away. I'm easy to find. I'm easy to find. You know how to reach me. If you want to humiliate me and defeat me in debate, hey, asshole, bring me on the show. Say it to my face. Come on my show. You're afraid of your precious YouTube channel. You're afraid of losing your mainstream platform access, which I lost years ago. Come on my show. Do it on Alex Jones. Do it on Zero Hedge. Do it on Elijah Schaefer. I mean, literally, name the time, name the place. You want me to hear it? Say it to my face, bitch. Say it to my face. Don't get all pressed on your show with all your sycophantic losers that you pay to sit there and agree with you and you talk over them. I mean, those people be impressed by anything. And this is the game that he's been doing this for years now. I want Nick Fuentes to hear this. Nick Fuentes isn't ready for this argument. Will you have him on the show? Will you debate him one-on-one, have a discussion? Your morning show, your evening show, on this show, on this other show. No, I can't do that because he's going to get my YouTube banned. No, I can't do that because he offended me when him and Ye got up and left. No, I can't do that because, you know, his audience keeps asking for him and you're not supposed to do that.
I almost forgot about that time that Ye and Nick went into the Tim Pool studio and they walked out within the first 2 minutes.
I think they've been extremely unfair to you.
Who was they though? We can't say who they is,
corporate
can we?
press. I'm not using I don't use the word as the way I guess you guys use. I'm talking about.
It is them though, isn't it? I mean, because
No.
because when you think about it, consider it. 2018.
What do you mean it's not?
What do I mean? Like, okay, so how about? Are you leaving?
Are you afraid of the press?
He's gone. I'll say it right now.
Epic walkout.
So, Tim, go fuck yourself. You were in a meeting with Netanyahu.
Yo, Kanye just fucking walked out. That's crazy.
Nobody would even know that unless somebody leaked it. You got mad that you got exposed and found out. You met with the Prime Minister of Israel. You've lost your ability.
Damn, bro. Yeah, yo. You just walked out of that fucking studio? That's crazy, bro. What the fuck? I gotta see that.
Say
Kanye and Tim Pool. What the fuck? That's crazy. Oh, this is 2 years ago. Okay. I was like, what? No way, this is fucking... That's hilarious. Okay, I didn't even know that happened. That's pretty funny, though.
Tim Pool loves to do this tough guy routine with you. They won't have you as a host if you criticize Israel. And because you have met with the Prime Minister of Israel himself. So let's just cut the shit and let's just stop pretending that you're some Gen X skater bro who's a patriot and a truth teller and a conservative. You are a pawn of foreign intelligence. You took money from Tenet, which was funded by Russia. You're in bed with Daily Wire and you met with Netanyahu. You are not what you say you are. And by the way, the only reason you have an audience is because you're the only one left on YouTube. So let's cut the shit.
Everybody's on Twitter.
That is true, too. The only reason Tim Pool has an audience is because he's the only one left on YouTube. He's one of the only based right-wingers that didn't get canceled. Tim Pool and Daily Wire. YouTube's letting it rip again. I mean, we're out here reacting to Nick Fuentes clips on YouTube. So times have changed. And Instagram's letting it rip. We're letting it rip on X and even YouTube, which previously was the strictest platform. So that's encouraging. That's a win there. But absolute destruction of Tim Pool, huh? And yeah, Tim Pool's talking about Israel all the time, but won't have like the #1 guy that talks about Israel on his show. What a joke. Tim, you're not trying to get to the truth. You're just trying to make your money, trying to get your YouTube check and move on. I get it, but don't act tough. Don't act tough to me, Tim Pool. Anyways, let me know what you guys think. Leave a comment. And who would win in a debate, Tim Pool or Nick Fuentes? Who would win? Let me know in the comment section. And thank you for watching this video, and please subscribe to my channel.
Let's see what else they got. I didn't know he was on there. Ooh, hold on, let me go back.
Tim Pool loves to do.
Looks stupid.
Oh, I already watched this. Okay, my bad.
IQ has the low. I mean, what demographic?
Number one, we didn't get it. Oh, he's about to say polling data. Hold on. Oh, okay. One more load coming. Number one, 75%. 75. Oh, he might not say that. Sorry.
Option polls at over 70%.
I just come together. I'm sorry. What is polling? What does public polling data do to pass bills, Jank?
How are you, Jank? Good to meet you.
Good to meet you.
My name's Oliver.
Hey, Oliver.
Yeah. So I guess the first place I want to start off with your claim is to first say that I think there's a grain of truth in it. And I think I would largely agree that when it comes to the system of neoliberalism, the system of capitalism, I think there can be a lot of overlap. I think where I would probably push back a little bit is when we look specifically at what policy issues get passed and how they affect people, there seems to be a very big difference. So for example, under the Biden administration, we saw with the expansion of the Affordable Care Act and Medicaid, we saw over 8 million people become eligible for Medicaid who were previously not eligible. If we contrast that right now with what's in Trump's big beautiful bill, over a 10-year period, that would make between 15 and 16 million people ineligible for Medicaid. So it seems on a crucial economic issue that affects people's ability to, survive, have quality health care, live quality lives. There seems to be a stark contrast. So I'm just wondering your thoughts on that.
So where I would disagree is the word stark. So I understand there is a contrast. That's why I vote Democrat. But these are giant buts here. So first of all, they say on Medicare, we should negotiate drug prices. The Democrats say, and then they never deliver. They didn't even try to negotiate drug prices other than on insulin and maybe 10 other drugs. And you go, well, that's pretty good. No, that's 10 drugs out of tens of thousands of drugs. At a maximum, it's only a $6 billion savings, when in reality, what we actually would do if we negotiated the drug prices is several $100 billion in savings. So what I'm saying to you is, while the Democrats do some things that are positive, they do it almost as a release valve. So they go, okay, here's another example that you mentioned, the Affordable Care Act. You know what it was called before it was called Obamacare?
You can enlighten me.
Yeah.
Romney was a plan that was tried in a Republican state.
Exactly. It was called Romney Care.
Yeah.
And you know who came up with it? The Heritage Foundation, the same people who came up with Project 2025.
Okay.
That is a corporate release valve so that people don't build up too much pressure and go to a rebellion or a revolution. But in the bottom line is, that was a tiny, tiny little fix thought of by a right-wing think tank. And then now when you say negotiate drug prices, Obama never did it, even though he ran an ad called Billy where he said he was going to do it. Biden does at most 6% of it. The Democrats are constantly doing 5 to 10% as a little release valve, but keep the machine going exactly as it is.
And we can totally agree that there should be more that's done. I guess maybe I was taking your claim too literally, which is that Democrats and Republicans agree on economic issues. And maybe there's a qualify in there. Is it largely agree? Is it mainly agree?
It's definitely large. Yeah, it's not 100% agree. Otherwise, it would be too obvious. But is it true that they largely agree? Of course. So I'll give you many other examples. Paid family leaves at 84%. Yet the Democrats never seem to be able to pass it. Why do they never pass it? Because they're not trying. They said they do the public option. Joe Biden didn't even announce them, introduce the public option. Why? Because they agree with Republicans.
Well, I don't think they agree with Republicans necessarily. I just think that sometimes it's hard to pass.
I just want to say that the political analysis is like a combination of high schooler, an incredibly privileged person who doesn't have any expenses in the United States, who does politics recreationally, right? To say that like the Biden administration didn't negotiate any drugs down, except for like a few ones like insulin. I'm pretty sure like type 2 diabetics are probably one of the largest groups of people that buy drugs in the United States, is my guess. I don't know what the other 9 drugs are that were negotiated down, but like what a f***ing statement to make, you know? Like imagine saying that like imagine being a rich guy that goes into a room and it's like, yeah, this is worthless, so they made gas free, I guess, but like how much does anybody actually spend, you know, like on just like gassing up their car compared to like you know, like how much we spend maintaining our yachts or whatever. It's like what do you like, Jesus Christ, like if it's not everything, you get nothing. Well, it's such a stupid point. And then when he just said here, why didn't Biden introduce a public option in the 50-50 Senate? Why didn't you understand that they just won an election 4 years earlier on repealing and replacing all of the ACA, right? Like, what a f***ing stupid, that's just a high schooler thing to bring up. What are you talking about? Hello?
Legislation in a bitterly divided Congress. Would you acknowledge that it's difficult very often?
Oh, and it's not difficult. Oh my God. Hold on. Oh God, I'm about to come. I'm about to come. Hold on. I'm trying to think of what I need him to say when he comes. Is it going to be donor class? Or is it going to be
to pass legislation
or bully pulpit? Donor class or bully pulpit? Don't, either one will get me off, please.
In a bitterly divided Congress. Would you acknowledge that it's difficult very often in order to get things
Please,
done? You don't.
please.
You don't.
No,
You don't
see,
think
that is
so.
the number one excuse Democrats use.
Bully
Oh, golly,
pulpit.
gee, there
Or
was
donor
nothing
class.
we could
Bully
do.
pulpit.
And it's saying that there was
Bully
nothing we could
pulpit.
do. There was nothing we could
Bully
do.
pulpit.
In reality,
Bully pulpit.
he didn't even try for the public option, Biden. He didn't introduce it.
What? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, hold on. You guys might not remember this. Oh my God, there was this cringe idea that like Jimmy Dore and were pushing, called Force the Vote. And the idea is, what if we introduce a piece of legislation that we know has absolutely no chance of success, and then we put it on the floor and we force a vote on it so that it could fail? Wouldn't that be epic? Because then what would happen is every single American would look at all the people that voted it down and they would vote those people out of office, because every American wants healthcare for all, Medicare for all so bad. Wouldn't that just be epic? I didn't know people still talked about this force the vote thing. Was so cringe.
So that polls at over 70%. Why not try? Sure. $15 minimum wage. The Republicans didn't take that out of the bill. Joe Biden took it out of the bill. You see those things where you can...
Yes, the Republicans were just about to sign on to a $15 minimum wage, and then Biden nuked it.
Tell intent, and the intent is he actually agrees with the donor class and the Republicans.
Yes!
He doesn't
Coming,
want
coming,
those things.
coming.
And brother, if you can't pass a bill at 84%, then are you saying the Democrats are the most incompetent politicians in history?
I'm not saying they're the most incompetent party, and I'm also not saying they're perfect. I think that we risk running into an issue where we equate the two parties.
Like, do you see how the conversation is to even start it here? Like, we're not having a real conversation about politics now. Now we're in like Jenks playland. This is no longer a real talk on politics.
Is being virtually the same, which leads people to not voting whatsoever at all, because they think the whole class is against them. And I'm in complete agreement with you that the two-party system is fundamentally broken, and that Democrats in a lot of ways have...
Why grant anything to this guy? This is the equivalent to arguing with a dude about how like Biden can't be trusted to be president again, because if you watched Hunter x Hunter, they put nuclear bombs in old guys sometimes, and there was no guarantee that Biden wouldn't have exploded and killed everybody in the White House. Would you even start there? Like, would you start like, okay, maybe he has the nuclear bomb, but like we should consider, like, you wouldn't even start the conversation there? This is such a brain rot starting point. I don't even know what are we watching? God, I hate this. I hate all this.
A lot of the same issues. I guess what I predominantly have an issue with is those who maybe don't take the time to have nuance in the discussion and just say, oh, they agree on economic issues.
I don't like this word nuance either anymore. It's like a red flag word where like it's a good thing, but it's like an aesthetic, like the nuance. What does the nuance mean? It's like, can we just get rid of the people? Like, what is...
They only want to divide us on cultural issues.
Yeah, but brother, so
I think
here's
that
the difference.
It's important to make that, because otherwise people stay home. They don't vote, and then we're in the situation that we're in right now when a lot of people don't end up voting.
No, but Oliver, so let me tell you my perspective on it. That's really important.
Okay.
So Democrats always say, hey, look, there's a 5 to 10% difference, so you should vote for us.
Okay.
But they don't quite say it that way. You understand that. I understand that.
Sure.
A lot of people here understand that. But
Marketing is a thing. And we
right.
can agree
But
marketing is a
no,
thing.
but hold on. This is super important.
Okay.
But they tell the voters, we're going to make a big difference. We're going to do minimum wage. We're going to do public option. We're going to do paid family leave.
Yes.
And when they don't, people get disappointed and disappointed, and that leads them to not voting.
Those are your pie in the sky claims. Those are like the grand things that you fight for. The Republicans don't get any of the grand that they fight for either, but for some reason those people still show up to vote, don't they? Like what's the difference?
That leads them to hating the Democratic Party.
Sure.
What I'm saying is go with populist left. That is the one thing that has not been tried.
Sure.
Populist left is even more pie in the sky, bro. These people don't have election wins anywhere. How do you think the Tea Party got power in the Republican Party? The Freedom Caucus and these people existed in Congress. They were winning seats. They won elections. Where do you think Trump came from? He won the elections. You want to talk about quote-unquote rigged primaries against Bernie Sanders? Bro, the entire Republican establishment hated Donald Trump, and he still won the primaries. It's not the same.
Actually do the bills. We do the bills. Otherwise, then you're the same as the Republicans.
Okay, fair enough. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Oliver.
Hey, Jay. Great to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Great to be speaking with you. I agree with your overall term here. I would say that at the end goal, they agree that economically, we all want the same things, right? But the way we get it is two completely different economical viewpoints. We have the left that tends to be more socialist and communist, and then we have the right that is more crony capitalist.
Okay.
The left wants to take your taxes and they want to distribute it the way they want.
Yeah.
The right wants you to keep your taxes right now. They want you to keep your overtime taxes. They want you to keep your taxes on tips. So
yeah.
It's so where he's laughing because he's like, I wish the left were socialist and communist. The Republicans think that the left is socialist and communist because the left wants the government to do more stuff. Cenk is laughing because he doesn't think that the left is socialist and communist, not because he wants actual socialism and communism, but because he also thinks that socialism is when the government does more stuff, but he thinks that the left doesn't want the government to do more stuff. This is like so right? This is so This is so. Do you understand? The Republican here is saying that the left are all socialists because they want the government to spend more. That's not what socialism is. Cenk is laughing because he wants his version of socialism, which is the government doing more stuff, which is what he's accusing all the. But Cenk is laughing because he thinks that the left, the Democrats, don't want the government to do more stuff. This is so. This whole conversation is so. I hate all of this.
Yeah.
What is your?
Yeah. So first of all, brother, you got to stop saying socialism and communism. None of the
Why is that?
Because none of the Democratic politicians are in favor of that. They're actually
They are. Bernie's quite literally socialist.
No. So he says he's a democratic socialist. Even he doesn't really go towards what you would consider socialism because you're putting socialism and communism in the same bucket where they don't belong. None of them are in favor of ending corporations, ending capital, etc. In fact, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, their number one problem.
Yeah, it's just when the government does more stuff.
Problem is that they're corporatists, not that they're socialists or communists.
No, they quite
they
literally
will
wanted
do.
to
They will do
end-
whatever corporate donors tell them to do.
Oh, the donors!
Over vaccine
I come.
mandates.
Yeah,
That was,
no, brother.
Yeah, no.
No, but that's drug companies. They're doing the exact opposite of communism. They're saying corporate donors, we will do whatever you corporations want. So when you turn to the Republicans, it's the same thing as Oliver. They have a 5 to 10% release valve with Donald Trump now. He's pretending to be a populist. So he goes, oh my God.
Donald Trump isn't
even
pretending. He is a populist.
Well, look at
He just won the popular vote. Both left and right moved in his direction.
No, hold on. So when you talk about that bill, the budget bill, that is not big or beautiful. Well, it is big, but it's definitely not beautiful.
Sure.
The majority of the tax cuts go, of course, as always, to the rich, right?
Right.
But they put in a tiny release valve of, we'll
no
help the
tax
middle
on
class
tips,
a little bit on tips and overtime. Whether that even
Well, then
stays
how
in the
come
bill is a
every-
different question.
How come every
But
time
what
a
are they doing?
Republican's
Here,
in
let me tell you a
office,
fact.
I make
Bo,
more
can I
money
tell
and I
you a
spend less
fact?
on taxes?
Yeah, no.
These microphones need shock mounts. They don't have shock mounts, and these are not internally mounted mics. That's why you're hearing it every time he bangs the desk.
I'll tell you a fact. So what they do is they throw a little morsel at you, as Obama and Biden throw a little morsel on you for social policies, as we discussed earlier. But the overwhelming majority always goes to rich. For example, in this bill, they're cutting Medicaid and SNAP by $1.1 trillion. Do you know how much is going to people making above $500,000 a year in tax cuts? $1.1 trillion. Okay? So they're literally taking from the poorest people and giving it to the richest people.
Which is what the liberals have been doing forever. So what's the difference?
How are they doing? So no, brother. What what I'm saying is you're actually proving my point. Democrats and Republicans constantly say that they have giant differences. Then what did the Republicans do? They do massive tax cuts for the rich. And then Obama, by the way, came in and actually made Bush's tax cuts permanent, which cost us even more than the original Bush tax cuts did. So there's a lot of theater about how they disagree. But at the end of the day,
why do
the
me
rich
as a
always
business
get tax
owner
cuts.
save
Corporations
more money
always
when
gonna be-
Republicans are in office? Why do me as a business owner continue to save money?
So you know why? So I'm a small business owner.
Sure.
So we save a little bit of money. The giant corporations save a ton of money.
Isn't it better
They
if
always
everybody
throw-
saves money?
No, it's not. Because,
Why not?
brother, then
That
you
makes
can-
no sense.
No, brother, it's easy to say, okay, then we shouldn't have any roads, bridges, cops, fire departments,
Nobody's
schools.
saying that. We just
No,
don't
you
want
are
our money
saying that
going
when
to
you say there's we shouldn't have any
We just don't
taxes.
want our money going to foreign countries.
Oh, I couldn't agree more.
On drag events.
And by the way,
so-
that's another thing that proves my point. Republicans and Democrats always do whatever AIPAC tells them. So that is a foreign
That's a
government.
whole different argument.
No, it's not an argument.
I'm at least glad they labeled Cenk here as a populist. I'm okay with that. Cenk can have whatever political views he wants, as long as these people actually formally eject themselves from the Democratic establishment and they don't call themselves Democrats or pretend to be anything related to Democrats. I'm a-okay with that.
But it's the
agree,
same
so-
argument. It's the donor class.
Thank you, Cenk.
Yeah.
Oh, donor class, I come.
Hey man, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So when you talk about this concept of like a release valve, it seems like you're downplaying very relevant and very important differences that
Yup. You call it a release valve, but for people that aren't wealthy business owners that live in California as multimillionaires, some of these things are actually pretty important.
exist between the parties. So the Affordable Care Act, you understand that expanded coverage to like millions of people. More people got Medicaid, premiums are subsidized. Like, this is good policy. And I agree with you. Sometimes, in many cases, Democrats lack a spine. They don't push hard enough. But I think chalking that up to like, they're pretty much the same, there's just a little release valve difference is a little bit reductive.
Yeah, it's not at all reductive. And the Affordable
It's also crazy because I'm pretty sure they could have just EQ'd away the, I don't know where these booms are going to be at, but
Care Act is a
probably
perfect
down there, right?
example of it. So you're right. It was better than the previous system because the previous system had pre-existing conditions, and you can get blocked for that. And the American people despise that. So it needed to be changed.
Yeah.
That is part of the reason why a right-wing think tank, Heritage Foundation, came up with Romney Care. It's a release valve, and it's a Republican idea. Then Mitt Romney.
Also, this is one of the shittiest talking points ever because technically, the ACA being passed like this as having been a state experiment first is actually, okay, this is like America at its best, ideally, okay? At its best is we have 50 individual states. They can all try their own shit if they really want to. And if something really works well in a state, then maybe we try to the federal level. That's like, technically, that's like federalism at its best. It's 50 different these are huge governments. 50 different state governments can all try things on their own. And if some things really work really well, then maybe we try it out at the federal level. That's great. You can't just shit on the ACA because it was a Republican plan or came from a Republican state. That's not substantive. You're not
What
actually,
the
that's
fuck?
almost definitionally, that's like an ad hominem in a way. You're like insulting the plan's characteristics because it's Republican. That means it's bad. That's like, would you prefer we didn't have it at all, or?
Took it and passed it in Massachusetts. That's why it's called Romney Care. Then Obama and Romney ran a campaign where they pretended to be on exact opposite ends of the spectrum with the same exact health care plan. Literally the same exact health care
So
plan.
do you think the ACA is like a right-wing health?
Oh, good question. Good question, but not the appropriate question. Here's what you really need to ask these to put them in their place, okay? To make sure that we understand that these guys are not our friends, they're not with us. What you should ask is, if Obama had the votes in the Senate, if he actually had the votes to have a public option, do you think he would have? Or do you think he would have blocked it and vetoed it on his own? Because Cenk will say he would have vetoed it. Cenk will say that. Cenk will say the donor class and the corporate interest would have told Obama or pressured him into vetoing it. You should ask them to be big on that. Because remember, for these guys like Cenk and Anna don't think that the Democrats are incompetent. They think they're malicious. When they bring up the donor class, they're not bringing that up to say that, the Democrats are lost and confused sometimes. They're saying that the Democrats are explicitly blocking stuff or using it as a release valve intentionally with malicious intent just to appease the lowly proletariat dipshit or whatever, to avoid giving us what we really want.
Insurance plan?
It was literally created by a right-wing
Like
think
the
tank, Heritage
Republicans right now in
Foundation.
Congress.
He asked a good question, and Cenk avoided it again.
Exact health care plan. Literally the same exact health care
So
plan.
do you think the ACA is like a right-wing health insurance plan?
It was literally created by a right-wing
Like
think
the
tank, Heritage
Republicans
Foundation.
right now in
Yes.
Congress are trying to push a reconciliation bill that literally guts Medicaid when the
Yeah, like, you know that the Republicans came in on repeal and replace. He should ask him. Well, this guy might. Jesus, I'm remembering the years. If this guy's like 22, then repeal and replace Obamacare would have been a thing from when he was 13 years old. So he might legitimately not remember it. You have to actually do like history reading, I guess. But why would the Republicans run in 2016 on repealing and replacing a Republican healthcare plan, Cenk? Why would they do that?
The ACA expanded Medicaid.
Yes. So they always move the goalposts. So what do? They bring in, okay, here's our release valve. Okay, now the American people are still mad. Of course they are, because, and here, let's talk about the next steps that happened. Obama said, oh yeah, we might do the public option, which would have been not universal health care, but a good step forward.
Right.
I was there. Young Turk's been around forever. And I was like, yes, you got to do the public option. Then Obama says publicly, oh, I guess we can't do the public option. Wink.
Well,
and they
that's
immediately
the Joe
took
I hope he gets to ask him. Do you think that if Obama had the votes for it, he would have killed it on his own?
it out of the bill.
Right?
What's that?
That's because of Joe Lieberman, right? But 59,
No,
59 other Democrats would have voted for the public.
Dude, that was a tough game. Not gonna lie, I got really sweaty.
That's exactly what
That's
I'm
what that's what the donor class wants you to think, bro. The Mossad's already incepted your mind.
talking about. So that they always, hold on, they always have an excuse. So right now.
Yeah, they always have an excuse, like not having enough votes in Congress. Oh my God. Would you ever debate Cenk one-on-one? Yeah, of course. I would debate any of these people one-on-one. I have debated Cenk a few times, but I think it's because he accepted other ones and didn't know I would be there. But yeah, it always just ends with him screaming at me. You just want to kill all the kids. You just want to all die. That's on the Israel policy.
Hunter Biden, the excuse was, oh, we don't have
That's
enough
hilarious.
senators. Oh, golly, gee.
That's how you pass
hold
laws,
on.
though.
Yeah, that's kind of how it works, buddy.
Filibuster and the parliamentarian, and then under Obama they had 60. They could pass anything they wanted. They're like, let's take a really, really long time with Romney care. Oh, oops, we ran out of our 60. Things changed. Okay, now the Republicans are ignoring the parliamentarian when they're trying to pass this bill. So the Democrats keep finding excuses. Why did they take the public option out of the bill?
You think
Why
Obama
did they
didn't
never
want the
introduce
public option?
Oh, thank you, and he got there. Who is this guy? Who the f is this guy? Yes, he got there. He's asked all the right questions. My king, my hero. Oh, sorry, not king, my sultan. Whatever his culture is. I'm respecting it, okay?
You think
Why
Obama
did they
didn't
never
want the
introduce the
public
public
option?
option back again? I don't think the Democrats want the public option at all.
When 59 senators said we'll vote yes on this, and Lieberman
That's
tanked
what I'm
that.
trying to.
That's what they want you to think, bro. You're just incepted by the donor class. You're just incepted by the donor class, bro. They're just saying that. That's a meme.
Tell your brother they don't mean it. So let me give you two examples.
Where are you getting that from?
Where am I getting it from?
If Lieberman
where am I
agreed, would we
getting
not
it
have
from?
gotten a
Number
public
one.
option?
Number one, we didn't get it. Oh, he's about to say polling did it. Hold on. Whoa, okay. One more load coming. Number one, 75%. 75. Oh, he might not say that. Sorry.
Option polls at over 70%.
I just come together. I'm sorry. What does public polling data do to pass bills, Cenk? We don't pass legislation in this country like we're Switzerland. We don't do a public poll on it to figure it out. Come on.
Didn't even try to pass it.
Sure, but with
Number two,
healthcare
when
policy-
Biden came into office, said he was going to do public option,
Yeah.
and then he lied, and he never.
He lied with 50, barely, maybe, depending on the day of the week. 50 senators. Come on.
Once introduced
had,
it.
like, no
if he never
political
once
capital
introduced
compared
it,
to Obama.
Oh, now they don't have political capital. Golly gee, Connery.
Oh my God, bro.
Realities of how you pass
oh my God,
legislation,
I can't. The voters
It's
are
not I
sick
can't.
of I can't.
It's not
Why
I
don't you
can't.
actually
Then go vote. Why don't you actually vote? You go vote enough people into Congress. Let's see what 60 senators or 61 or 62 senators or 51, I guess now, since we just filibuster at this point, which I'm in favor of, I guess. The Republicans, right? Go put enough people, go put enough damn in Senate seats and see what we can do.
Try.
It's more
so
difficult.
tell me why they're such losers. They
It's
can't
more-
pass paid family leave at
Listen,
84%.
I
Are they
agree with you
losers,
on
or do they
policy.
actually secretly agree with the Republicans
Cenk.
and they don't want any of this because they're
Unhinged.
I agree with you on policy. I want paid family leave. I want single payer health care. But this is not like super easy to pass. You're like, if they just all
Yes,
hold
it
their
is.
hands and
I
sing
can get it passed in
Kumbaya,
2 weeks.
we're gonna get like
2
single
weeks.
payer.
2 weeks, he go. What? Your Justice Dems died in 2 weeks. You guys got 4 people in the House, and then your whole org died. What do you mean you can do whatever you want? Legislate? Come on.
Super easy to pass. You're like, if they just all
Yes,
hold
it
their
is.
hands and
I
sing
can get it passed in
Kumbaya,
2 weeks.
we're gonna get like
2
single
weeks.
payer.
Okay, so here's how you do it, guys. You see, you've been taught by mainstream media and Democratic politicians
Oh, it's
to
Z.
accept failure.
All the familiar faces are coming together.
Oh my God, there's
to trigger the out of Jank.
nothing we can do to pass it. There's nothing. Here's how what you do.
You can pass it, but it's
he's super
difficult.
easy.
It's not
listen,
easy.
Listen. Paid family leave is at 84. Why do I keep insisting on that? Because here's what you would do. You would introduce it, 74% of Republican voters want it. And then you would say, I dare you to vote against it. If you vote against it, you're voting against 84% of Americans, and you will lose your next election.
Oh my! So these are, remember, if you're ever having difficulty figuring out like what is going on in the progressive populist mind, what's going on is they secretly think everybody supports their policies. They just like need to be shown it, or we just have to force a vote on it, right? Like this is the actual foundation of like we just force them to vote on our ultra progressive platform. Well, if they vote no, they're gonna get primaried and they're gonna lose all their races. Like.
I will campaign against you. I will find a Republican to campaign against you. No. And then, but you
like imagine this even from a shrewd donor class perspective, right? Let's say that what he's saying is true, and let's say that AIPAC and the Jews and the monsters and the donor classes, let's say that these all do exist. What would you do if you were a donor class? I'd be like, holy donor class, I just got a sick idea. Why don't we just like force the vote and get all those other motherfuckers kicked out, and then we could go and donor class our own, like pro Medicaid for all or whatever the fuck people in, and then just give them like a public option. Like, wouldn't that be the shrewd donor class AIPAC Jew conspiracy to do? Wouldn't you do that next?
say, no, God, don't even try. Don't even try. Oh, we have these giant differences, but we never pass our bills. We never even try. And who took out $15 minimum wage? Joe Biden took out $15 minimum wage. So they never meet it, brother. When is it going to get through to you that they don't pass it for?
When is it going to get through to you that I'm... Oh, it's just not clocking. That Cenk is standing out of business. It's just not clocking.
You're not getting it. It's not clocking to you. It's not clocking to you that I'm standing on business, is it?
Republicans agree with this. They agree nominally. I'll give you a great
That's
example
hilarious.
of this. If you poll Republicans, should we cut Medicaid? They say no. When Medicaid's actually cut and you poll them, they're just cutting waste, fraud, and abuse. So, like, nominally, yes, everyone agrees universal health care is good. When you get into the nitty-gritty of actual policy, it gets a lot more complicated. I agree. Democrats should fight much harder, use the bully pulpit, campaign on these issues.
You shouldn't grant it this much. It's like Ethan Klein and ContraPoint saying, like, listen, guys, okay, it is a genocide, but okay, also an A on Bernie Sanders. Now, I don't know if it's because Bernie's got that Jew dog in him, okay? I mean dog respectfully and not anti-Semitically. But even Bernie Sanders won't call it a genocide, okay? Base, Bernie. And he shouldn't, because you know why? Even if you think it's fucked up and bad, which it, especially now it seems like it is, it's not like you get any points from the other side for conceding that. So why don't? Because there's no point in conceding it. You can say things are bad without them being a genocide. There are plenty of bad things on this planet that aren't a genocide. And it's just pointless.
But the idea that they're willfully, purposefully sabotaging themselves, some of them sure, but this is not as easy as you're painting it out to be.
Okay, so number one, on minimum wage, we at the Young Turks fought for Bernie to put it back in and at least get a vote. Okay, it got a vote. And guess what happened? The 8 Democratic senators who were pretending to be in favor of it all of a sudden voted with the Republicans. They had
Oh, so then did they all lose their next primaries and get voted out if they forced the vote on that 15? What happened? What were the electoral? Did they all lose and got replaced by more progressive Dems? Oof, Cenk, is that what happened?
more than enough to block it because the Democrats don't mean it. They always do rotating villains. So, brother, at what point are you going to say the failure is on purpose and not, golly gee, they're the Washington Generals against the Harlem Globetrotters?
Like, it's obviously not clocking to this guy. Cenk is trying to clock him, and he's not. It's not clocking.
When you have slim majorities, paradigm-shifting policy is just harder to pass.
But 60 is not a slim majority. You constantly make excuses. Obama had 60,
minimum
and he
wage.
still didn't do it. If they could have 80.
You're president in 2028, and you have a majority in the Senate and House. What policies are you pushing to be passed? The very first thing that I would do is I would put together a special committee to find the top 10 most powerful prosecutors with a successful track record in the entire planet. I would get all 10 of those people in the United States and give them citizenship if needed, if they're not from the US. And then I would put together 10 special counsels, and they would divide amongst themselves all of the prior Republican elected politicians and anybody even remotely associated with Trump's cabinet. And they would spend the next 2 years crawling through their life. And these prosecutors would never, ever, ever, ever need to cite the law or cite legality when they're going after the Republicans. They would exclusively cite to things that Republicans did to Democrats during their investigations. So that means that if they want to build some probable cause, some grand jury indictment off of something written in a memoir, they would never put in a request to a judge anything citing prior case law. They would just put something about how, oh, remember for Hunter Biden, how they looked through his memoir to establish that he, was on drugs and bought a gun at the same. That would be the standardized, and that'd basically be the only thing I would do. And then once all the courts ran their, I would just leave. I don't give a at that point. Have fun.
Still find an
ACA
excuse.
was massive legislation that he got with 60.
Yes,
60
beautiful
votes.
Romney Care from Heritage Foundation.
Listen to this privileged piece of shit.
Well, it sucked because it wasn't my perfect policy. Well, it was my perfect thing. Oh, so it sucked. It sucked. It wasn't fun.
Nice meeting you, man.
Thank you, man.
Yeah.
How are you?
Hey there.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So you raised a very interesting point when you said that Democrats and Republicans agree essentially on the same issues and that they want to distract us with culture wars. The question.
Also, new executive order would go out. Executive order that as long as you vote for a Democrat, or as long as you're a registered Democrat in your state, you automatically get a federal pardon for all federal crimes, past, present, and future, at the end of my 4 years. That would also be the next thing I would do.
Democrats and Republicans agree essentially on the same issues and that they want to distract us with culture wars. The question that I would raise is why are culture wars a distraction when they're such a vital issue? It's important to myself as a conservative, and I'm quite certain to every Democrat in this room. Issues like abortion, social justice, or things that affect us in ways that maybe some policies only benefit the rich. Why should we not focus on things that benefit Americans every day and that could affect women's bodies or gay people's right to get married or maintain the right?
Yeah. So I'm not saying that social issues are not important. That's why I vote Democrat instead
sorry. One other thing that I would do is I would, every single day, if there is like, this is too edgy, never mind. I would do things to make sure that that immunity ruling that the president has from committing crimes, that everybody would want that to go away. That would also be a thing I would do. I'll just say that much.
Republican, because I believe women should have the right to an abortion and many of the other things that are on the left, okay? But at the same time, when you talk about trans sports, for example, do you know how many trans athletes there are in the NCAAs?
No, I don't.
10 out of 500,000 athletes. Okay. So for 10 people, we had this giant debate, and the far right were like, no, that's it. This is what the Democratic Party is all about. And the far left was like, yes, that is all we're about. And this is about vulnerable communities, and you have to protect them. So this is the hill we're going to die on. And we're going to talk about this nonstop, okay? But meanwhile, we're getting robbed every single administration. Trillions of dollars in tax cuts under Republicans and under Obama. Tax cut after tax cut for rich, for the corporations, deregulation after deregulation. You know why they want to split us? They want you to fight left and right. They want you to look left and right. They don't want you to look up. Look up, okay?
Well, of course, having to look up is very vital, okay? My master always tells us to look up. That's why I wear the cross. But the point that I'm making is that social issues, in order to really...
I'm so sorry. Maybe it's just a Catholic thing. I don't know if I've ever heard of God referred to as the Master. Master, my Lord, Lord Jesus Christ, Lord God, ruler in heaven, King, maybe Master. Old Testament. The Master, maybe like the guy, like a human. God is the Master. Okay, I don't know. All right, just curious.
Wouldn't it make sense with the cross? But the point that I'm making is that social issues, in order to really, wouldn't it make sense to effectively mobilize people? You should start with things that can touch them every single day. Social issues impact children, women, men, all of us across all ages and across all ideologies. Shouldn't it be for the American population, whose average attention span is maybe 43 to 56 seconds at best, to influence them politically? Wouldn't it be best to start with something like a social issue that would then raise their awareness?
No.
To issues?
He's making a slave joke? I guess, right. Well, but he's like a super religious guy, isn't he?
Yes, yeah.
It just seems like a weird, I don't know what the point of it, I don't know. Maybe, okay. Also, yeah, this is the guy that I debated for the migrant thing.
Issues dealing with the rich and issues dealing with taxes? Why not?
Because that splits us. It splits us on purpose. Those don't unify. I say the exact opposite. Why don't you start on bills we all agree on that have over 70% popularity, like getting money out of politics, anti-war, lowering drug prices through Medicare. Instead, you get to social issues. Here, I'm from a vulnerable community. I'm from a Muslim background, right? But if I told Democrats, I want you to focus only on Muslim rights, that'd be mental. Don't do that. I'm not saying don't care about Muslim rights. I want you to care about that. I want everyone to have 100% same rights.
What I'm saying is why
build credibility by actually delivering for all of the American people. We raised all of your wages. We brought down drug prices for everyone, for Republicans and Democrats.
But by your logic, that could undermine certain things like, going back in history for a second here, the civil rights movement, things like that, which were inherently social and economic issues in combination. Why not? My question is, why not work with both of those issues side by side? Why are you deliberately attempting to prioritize one over the other?
No, so what I'm saying to you, brother, is two things. Number one, you can walk and chew gum at the same time. So you don't have to give up Muslim rights, you don't have to give up civil rights, you don't have to stop worrying about that, etc. You can fight on that, but don't forget, you're not supposed to hate the other side. They want you to hate the other side. Stop hating the other side. Fight on the issues you don't agree on. And then on the things you do agree on, stop listening to establishment Republicans and establishment Democrats that divide you so that you never realize, hey, why are most of the tax cuts going to the rich? Why are corporations getting every break? Why is it that in every bill, all the subsidies go to oil companies, banks, etc.?
Well, that's largely due to the fact.
So why don't we unite on the things we agree on first?
But by your own logic, that does a disservice to the fact that many, well, it doesn't do a disservice. It acknowledges the fact that as you still vote Democrat, you are still in essence supporting the very systems that you're at the same time talking about tearing down. So it's a lot of double talk, is it not?
No, what I do
you
is
can't vote Democrat and then say that, well, because they still support the rich and the rich still get all the tax cuts, I'm still going to cast my vote, which is the most powerful political weapon you have, to the very establishment that you're on one hand trying to tear down. That's nonsense.
That's why primaries are critical. If I want one thing for you guys all to think about is, must vote in your primaries, because the mainstream media doesn't want you voting in the primaries, because that's where you can make real change. So that's why they love it when you go, oh, well, if you don't vote for a Democrat, Trump's going to be in office and Trump's the boogeyman, and the Republicans will say likewise, right? So go vote in your primaries so you don't have to worry about Democrats or Republicans. You're still in the same party. But get rid of the bums who are for corporate donors, who always serve donors, and get people that you love on both economic issues and social issues. You don't have to give up one, but you have to insist on them representing you and not the donor class.
Very great conversation, brother.
Thank you, brother.
Conversation.
Hello.
Hey.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
So, I'm not going to disagree with you that in every case, Democrats don't go after the most radical economic policy. One example that
Not radical, they all poll over 70%.
Sure. Yeah, sure. I'm a Democrat myself. I agree with a lot of what you say. One
Yes, this is Shane in chat. Thank you.
example
You better do us proud.
of what you said before is that Joe Biden wanted to cut the corporate or raise the corporate income tax to 28% instead of back to 35%. However, I think that one point to consider would be the fact that a lot of the times Democrats are having to clean up the mess that Republicans made. And when someone like Joe Biden only has 2 years of adequate Senate support, right, it's very difficult to argue that he should be pursuing farther left tactics when we're just trying to get a reconciliation bill passed that can be supported by Joe Manchin, right? The economy was completely destroyed in 2020 after COVID. It was completely destroyed in 2007 after Obama. So there has to be a little give there.
So on economic issues, what I'm telling you, brother, is that they're playing good cop, bad cop. On you, on all of us, okay?
Oh. I like how he just totally didn't respond to any of that, and he's just going to repeat the same talking points. Thank you. Good one.
So the tax cuts is a perfect example. So you're right, Donald Trump takes it from 35 to 21. It's a massive corporate tax cut. That's on Trump, that's on the Republicans. Then Joe Biden says, well, I'm going to fight that, and he gets a lot of votes to go fight that. And he says, I'm going to bring it back up to 28%. I'm like, wait, it was at 35. So already he's conceding, yeah, I love corporate corporate tax cuts.
Yeah.
Hold on. Then he says, oh, well, Joe Manchin wants to make it 25. So
Keep in mind that Biden is looking at a tax rate increase at a time when the entire world is trying to recover from, like, COVID, after the government had paid out an unbelievable amount of stimulus and everything to keep things running. Like, it's just not the same. It's not the same world. Trump came in when everything was fine, and he did these stupid fucking tax cuts.
Oh, golly gee, I don't have a choice, 25. Then did he fight for 25? No, he never introduced it. Never fought for 25. So you tell me, Joe Biden had 4 years and never introduced it. So golly gee, I don't have a choice, 25. Then did he fight for 25? No, he never introduced it. Never fought for 25. So you tell me, Joe Biden had 4 years and kept it at 21% and never even tried.
Well, realistically, he had 2 years to get a bill passed. It's the truth. At the end of the day, right, if Joe Manchin sticks it somewhere, somewhere and he says, well, okay, maybe I'll let you have an expansion of the child tax credit, for example, if you keep it at 21. We don't know all the backdoor negotiations that happened between Joe Biden and Joe Manchin. At the end of the day, right, you can't have everything you want, whether you're Joe Manchin or Joe Biden.
Did you ever consider that they don't mean it? The reason that Joe Biden never tried to raise corporate taxes is because he doesn't want corporate taxes to go up. It was all a trick. It was all a game played on all of us.
No, I don't buy it.
No, I know. There was nothing they could do. That's why they didn't even bother trying.
Like, if all of this is a game and all of it is just false bravado and all of this is just to trick us while the donor class controls everything, why do they even need a pressure release valve at all? Can't they just keep putting their own people in office over and over again and never pressure release at all? Or does he think that we're going to have, like, revolt?
They never bothered trying on any of this, and you keep insisting,
Look.
well, good enough, good enough, good enough. I'll take my 5% change. Thank you, sir. May I have another, sir? So please, for God's sake, wake up and
Yeah, I disagree
unite
with
to
you.
actually get economic policies that we love. The whole country wants.
You can say
except
that,
those corrupt
but
politicians.
in West Virginia, Kamala Harris lost by 30 points, okay? If you put someone that is to the left of Kamala Harris on any economic issue, they're going to lose by that same margin.
You're totally wrong. Do you know
Really?
what percentage of Americans want to not cut taxes on the rich, but
Not only is he not wrong, they tried to primary Manchin and they got ruined. Manchin destroyed the person that they put up against him in that Democratic primary. So not only is Cenk completely wrong, Cenk is arguing politics. Admittedly, I used to do this because I just didn't know much about politics, but arguing like somebody who just doesn't know anything and is retreating from the point about West Virginia, a very particular place with a very particular set of legislators, and now he's going to talk about public polling across the entire country. It doesn't matter. We don't vote for senators and representatives on polls, and we certainly don't vote for West Virginia's senators based on public polling. It's a child point, amateur idiot point to bring up.
Going to lose by that same margin.
You're totally wrong. Do you know
Really?
what percentage of Americans want to not cut taxes on the rich, but raise taxes
Probably
on the
all
rich?
of them when you ask it that way.
No. What do you mean? On television, they constantly say, oh, cutting taxes is popular. Raising taxes is very unpopular. That's not true. Raising taxes on the rich polls at 76%. You would win West Virginia. You would win Kentucky if you ran on populist campaign. If you said, yes, I'm going to raise taxes on the rich. Yes, I'm going to give you lower drug prices. Yes, I'm going to give you higher wages. But the Democrats don't say that. They say, oh, I'm going to try a little bit, and then I'm not even going to
I don't think
introduce
the
any of
lens
those
that you're
bills.
seeing it through is the lens that a lot of voters see it through when they're going to vote for people like Joe Manchin, people that will give us a Senate majority. Good talk, man.
Thank you.
Surrounded is now a podcast, available wherever you listen. Search Surrounded, plug in, and stay part of the
Pass their agenda. It's a marketing ploy. My next claim is Democrats don't want to pass their agenda. It's a marketing ploy, not a mission.
Hi, Zena.
Next claim is Democrats don't want to pass their agenda. It's a marketing ploy, not a mission.
Yeah. Just wave it in front of them.
Hi, Zena. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Zena.
Awesome. So I think that we largely agree, like kind of others have said. I just want a little clarity on understanding how Democrats water down their social issues, things like DEI and other measures to kind of bridge the gap that we've seen in racial disparity, for example. How, in your worldview, do we reconcile such issues?
So in the beginning, did we need affirmative action?
He hates DEI. Remember, the populist position. Where's Hassan? He's going to have the same position as his Nepo friend, Hassan Piker here.
Social policies are literally completely... The social policies are completely irrelevant. It's literally just distractions. Like, if you are actually interested in dialectical thinking, you should know that. You should literally be like, yeah, the social policy shit is just a simple distraction as capital owners squeeze every ounce of surplus labor value from you.
Based. They don't give a...
Definitely, because what happened before the civil rights movement was, so let's say that your firefighters or your longshoremen, those are really good jobs. They pay pretty well. They're good blue-collar jobs. What do you want to do? You want to pass it on to your kids because you're normal, right? That's the type of thing that you want to do. Yeah. But unfortunately, at that point, almost all the jobs are held by white people. So we do affirmative action because, guys, we got to let others in. Otherwise, it's not fair, right? And so that makes sense. But then over the course of decade after decade after decade, we wind up with DEI. And DEI has some good things in it, but it also had some abuses in it. We covered it on the Young Turks. There'd be situations where a white woman would say, okay, now can I tell you my perspective? And they would say, no, shut up, your job is to learn. No, don't do that, don't do that.
So are you talking about like fringe cases in which like someone would say that they feel unfairly treated by DEI? Because I think in any type of law that we're going to see passed, we're going to see fringe cases in which the law is I guess manipulated in some case to negatively affect certain groups. But I think that we see like largely the effect on the black population is extremely substantial and extremely important. For example, we see that like I think there's a study done. I don't remember if it was 2015 or 2002, but it was a study done where they simulated a class-based DEI program instead of race. What we found was equally qualified black individuals were much less likely to be chosen on this class-based protocol. And we saw that like the protocol actually represented a lot less of the black population that exists in this country, whereas DEI ensures that we have a representative pool of applicants and admitted students in our colleges, which is extremely important.
So look, again, DEI and affirmative action had their role, had their place, and oftentimes
I'm
work.
saying that they have a role now.
So
he doesn't care.
What it also does at the same time, though, is serves to divide us. And so, look, if you say to me, hey, maybe Muslims have a disadvantage even if you take class into account, so should we...
This is the... I mean, this is kind of the socialist position. I don't know if Cenk is a former socialist, he's a populist, but it's the same thing here, right? Black people in a picture, the Democrats, who is this even for? We need to be talking about class interests. No one cares. We got to talk about the class interests.
Give a little bit of extra weight to Muslim candidates? I would say absolutely not.
Why not?
Do not do that, because then what it does is it makes everyone bitter about the Muslim candidates.
Here's the problem.
And it makes them seem like they
Here's
didn't
what I
earn
find
it,
super important.
when in fact they
so
did earn
what
it.
you're explaining is the response to the policy, and you're not actually digging at the policy in of itself. You're saying because people will come out and be, you know, racist or Islamophobic or whatever it might be because of a policy that is ensuring equality of opportunity, we should cancel the policy. But that is not a critique of the policy. That's a critique of the Republican or usually conservative response to said policy. So do you have a problem with the policy or the response?
So my point here is that this is among the different things that the Democrats do where they say, hey...
He just actually can't answer the question. I don't know how intentional this is, or if this is just now, this is politics, post-Trump, post-Hassan, post-everybody in our political sphere and in our political system. We just don't answer questions, and we're not capable of engaging with anything anymore. Can we really?
Hey, I think they're being performative. They say, "Oh, we're in favor
It might
of
be
DEI."
performative, but the output
what it
is
actually,
important.
the thing that would help African American community, Latino community, Muslim community, all those communities, is actually raising the minimum wage,
But what we
lowering
find
drug
is that-
prices. But we never do the material help. We never do
We
the
can
things
look-
that equal things out economically.
You still haven't critiqued the policy in of itself. You're saying people will get angry if we come out and we you know, promote these different metrics of
No, I
helping
am
people.
critiquing the policy.
So what
I'm
exactly
saying
about
that
the policy is
because
negative?
it divides us.
How does
And
the
it's-
policy
so
divide?
even though it has
by
a
saying
ben-
that racism exists?
Yeah. So
But racism-
no,
that
but
race
not
does
by saying that racism exists. So you have to acknowledge reality, right? What you're saying is now we're going to put black people in this category. We're going to put white people in this category. We're
Because
gonna put
there are
different groups.
categories that have
okay,
that
so
exist
hold on,
now
hold
at a
on.
subconscious level
Okay,
that we characterize
so
each
even
other
if
by.
you get a benefit from that, you say, hey, you know, I reduced racism by 10%, 20%, etc. What you're doing is you're not noticing the giant downside of that, which is then people start
It's all about class, baby.
to view each other as black, white,
We've
Asian,
always done that. That's
etc.
happening unconsciously
But
all the time.
You're right, but what I would love
So we have
is
to-
for us to stop doing that.
all of our
For people
psychology-
to stop
if you
looking
want
at
us
me
to
as a
have-
Muslim and you as a
if you
black
want us to
person.
have less
I
im-
want them to look at you as an
if you want us
American
to
and
have-
me as an American.
If you want less racism and less racial categorizing, or us to see that as less of an initial categorization, studies show that we need to attack racism and race as a concept like head on. We cannot ignore them or you know, input race neutral policy into place. What we find is that characterizing race, saying what it is, saying what racism is, and thus, you know, confronting ourselves with our biases is what limits them. So no, we can't say, oh, you know, let's stop dividing people with the corrective policy. The corrective policy is helping something that has always existed, that's happening all the time.
So I told you I have an issue with the policy itself. I think it
You
divides
haven't
us.
explained it, though.
And do the Democrats actually pass their agenda? Even if they agreed
not
with
going
you,
to. He
did
doesn't
they
know anything
pass
about it.
Voting Rights Act? They did not.
The problem is
You know why?
capitulating to right framework, with which I think was what you're doing here when you said the response to DEI is going to be negative. The thing is, when we... All right. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hey,
good to meet you.
So, Democrats don't want to pass their agenda. I would say they want to pass their agenda
It's just, if you ask 50 Democrats what their agenda is, you'd get 60 different answers. We've got the environmentalists who hate the labor people hate the environmentalists, we have the gay rights lobby, we have racial justice people, we have all different people, immigration activists, like everybody.
Do you think that she's right? I think when it comes to any kind of like affirmative action, DEI shit or whatever, I'm a very, very big data numbers guy. Look at the numbers, look at the data crunches, see how it works. In some places it didn't work that well. Like I said, I think California got rid of affirmative action for school stuff before any Supreme Court case did. Like strictly on like ideological talking points, I shouldn't say ideological, strictly on talking points, I think I would have agreed more with Cenk in that argument. But Cenk is not arguing from a place of we need to get rid of certain categories that are pitting us against each other. Cenk is saying that, but what he really means is I want us to be pitted against each other. I just don't want us to be pitted against each other based on race or sex. I want us to be pitted against each other based on class. That's what Cenk is saying.
Everybody thinks that their issue is the most important one. And I know you don't acknowledge that usually at the beginning of an administration, there's the maximum political capital. And if they don't get something in that time, then they weren't really trying. But what has happened in the past, we saw Biden pass a number of bills in those first 2 years. The CHIPS Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, the American Rescue Plan. Obama passed the Affordable Care Act. We've passed all kinds of things, but we also all disagree on what the hell the Democrats should do. And that leads to the point where somebody is always frustrated in our coalition because we are not just a big tent, we're a 3-ring circus ring. Like we have such a big tent that's collapsing in on itself. Yeah. So this idea that we don't want to pass an agenda, the last point I'll make, because I'm taking up a lot of time, I would just look at the places where Democrats have all the power, like here in California. California, when you were growing up, I was growing up, I'm actually an 80-year-old man, that's why I got my Mr. Rogers sweater. It was smog here in LA. Like you couldn't see 50 feet in front of your house. We created not just the most powerful environmental regulator in this country, CARB is the most powerful environmental regulator in the world. And that was Democrats that did that. So this idea that when Democrats have power, they don't actually know what to do with it is bogus. We've seen it here in California. We've seen it in New York with free college. We've seen it in many states. So I just don't agree that we don't actually want to do anything.
Okay, so you mentioned about a dozen things there. Let me take 2 of them as an example. So the CHIPS Act that you mentioned, right? The Democrats told us when we were covering it live on the Young Turks, oh, this is such a monumental bill. It's so important. And I was like, okay, nobody's going to vote based on that. So put that aside because that was definitely true, but okay, not pertinent to whether they were trying to do something that the Democratic voters wanted. So that they said that was for national security. Okay, there's some truth to that, right? And they said it was to, don't worry, this is to create more jobs. So now, what did they do? Very typical Democratic bill. They passed over $50 billion in corporate subsidies. The #1 recipient was Intel, $8.5 billion in grants and $11 billion in loans. So about $20 billion overall.
Yeah, what did he think the CHIPS Act was supposed to do? Chips aren't being made by individual people. What is he?
I said, for God's sake, at least put in guardrails so they can't fire people. They said, oh, don't worry, Intel's going to create.
Put in guardrails so they can't fire people? Wait, what? What? What?
10,000 jobs. You know what they did? They didn't put in the guardrails. And right afterwards, Intel fired 20,000 people.
That's just weird to mention guardrails against firing people when...
Yeah, what? That had nothing to do with that bill. What are we talking about?
You rejected a union at your company and fired somebody for organizing.
Yeah, that is absolutely not true. You could say that if you like.
That is true. Look it up. There's a union now, but
yeah, you could look it up
it.
to a bunch of liars. But this is a random thing that you're throwing in there, I guess, to just personally attack me. But there is a union.
No, you mentioned
I'll tell you facts. You want to explain facts? So facts are, yes, IATSE is at Young Turks. It's been at Young Turks for over 5 years.
Did you or did you not reject a card check?
Yeah, I did. And so, in fact, card check.
Yo,
yes, that is the one
Mikey
thing I disagree with in the PRO Act.
Or Connie
yes, you are allowed to disagree with one part of the bill or 5% of a bill, right?
Your
and
ass.
So
Fuck
in our
you,
case,
Connie.
what
we
happened?
can compromise
and have
my
personal dealings.
I'm ass. Fuck you, Connie. How the fuck are you? Fake masters. Oh, yeah. No, I really am ass on this one. I just started ranking, bro. Chill the fuck out. I've been playing my other game with the shooting game that I've been playing for the past couple of streams. Yeah. So, fuck you, bro. I just built this deck, all right? I built this deck, and it's fucking amazing. Check this shit out, bro. I got double Espeon, all right? Double Espeon EX, all right? I got Sylveon EX, all right? And then for the fucking Oricorio bastards that want to come in, I got normal Sylveon. All right? It's real simple. Drinking Buzzball with my girls and faded as fuck. And you watching the Turk. You're watching the Turk battle it out while Destiny commentates. That's what we're doing right now. All right?
Okay.
Actually, you know what? Let's do something fun. Since we're getting faded, bro, let's go see. Let's see what happened at Hard Summer. Hard Summer, crazy 2025. What do you call it? Hard Summer 2025 fence jumping. Let's see who cop and security fail to attempt to stop a Hard Summer. Let's see this. This is this weekend, bro. Oh, he's juking him! He's oh! He got away, dude. He got away from ice. That's gang. Look. He's coming out. Jukes left. Spins move. Goes right. Oh, stiff arm. Get the fuck off me. Oh, bro. Let's go to escape. Let's go to escape. We gotta, but if we go to escape, bro, we gotta jump the fence. That's the only way to do it. I don't want to go if we're not gonna jump fence. Even if we have a ticket, bro, I need to jump a fence. All right. Let's see some more fence. People caught. People caught. Yo, you heard they put them in shipping containers? Hold on. They put the people that they caught. They put them in shipping containers, bro. They're gonna get deported, bro. Shipping containers. Containers. Let's see. It's somewhere. Hard Summer. There was like a clip I saw. I was like, oh shit, they're actually catching these motherfuckers. Of course, when I want to fucking pull it up right away, it doesn't want to come up. Anyways. Hard Summer Music Festival announcement. Gay. Anyways. So Escape. We're about to go to Escape. Let's do it, bro. Let's go to Escape. Be careful what you go viral for. What's this nerd gotta say?
Oh, hi, welcome back to the channel. That's me, Based Goth Red Pill Joker. Let's go. If you didn't leave a comment in the last video letting me know which towns you would like my American tour to stop in, then please leave a comment down below today letting me know which towns and cities you would like Monroe to hit for an American tour, like Austin, Texas, or Detroit, Michigan, or whatever, right? San Diego, California. These are just suggestions, but let me know the towns that you would like my US tour to hit, and I will take.
Not gonna lie, he might get beat up in LA, bro. Because he's super Republican, like hardcore.
All of this into consideration. Thank you. Because I am currently planning a US tour and I would greatly appreciate the help. Would be an absolute delight to meet more of you wonderful people out there. I always have a really great time every time I meet fans of me and my music. I really appreciate the support and the views and the likes. And
What about fans of just the trash talking? Not even your music, bro. Just the shit you say and people get mad about.
And honestly, this stuff means a lot to me. So if I get to be on the road for a couple of weeks busting my ass just to show you some appreciation, it's the least I can do. Anyway, on with the content. Now it's a Monday. We're going to be looking at goths today because I'm always quite curious as to where the attitude of goth is at the moment since your boy's been so controversial.
That's a goth?
Tractor goth? Love it. I mean, that's pretty cool, right?
Tractor
what I'm
goth.
about to say has anything to do with goth. It really doesn't. But
Oh, because she's a farmer. Tractor goth. Like, she works on a farm. Got it.
this does have something to do with content and being a content creator since it's so accessible now, the sanctity of which has been detrimented by such accessibility, but I'm not going to get into that right now. But what I will say is that because normies, and by this I mean people who typically would have no interest in putting in any amount of actual effort to get into content creation, have now been given the opportunity to get into content creation because of the ease of access of it and the oversaturation of said markets, there is a persistent theme of people trying to chase viral content. Now, viral content's great, whatever. However, there are two ways you can do this. One way is to be consistent, be sincere, and be hardworking. Now, this is the longer road to gaining success. It might take you longer to gain an audience. It might take you longer to build a backlog of videos. You might have to think a bit harder about your content, spend a bit more time on it, blah, 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 blah. In the end, you will most likely have a far more supportive audience that you are able to upload to frequently. And you can see this kind of quality in many of the biggest channels here on YouTube, the ones that have the most dedicated fan bases of any other channel. You have people like Casey Neistat, for example, and Markiplier and Jacksepticeye and PewDiePie and all these other family vlogger channels. Dedication to the craft, right? They upload frequently. They're always working on their persona or the efficiency of their video output. They're always constantly working super hard. But the other kind of content that has become irritatingly prevalent at the moment has been these constant viral chasers. See, the problem is that whenever you go viral for something, you want it to be for something that you can recreate, okay? Which is ultimately what I wanted to talk about here. When you go viral, you want it to be for something that you can recreate all the time. This is like a good approach business-wise. Is a good approach to building an online career. You don't want to try and do a viral video that is based on a trend that you can only do once, and then you have to do something else entirely the next time. You're not building a dedicated audience from that. You're just becoming a flash in the pan for that week, and then you're gone again until you can think of something else entirely different, entirely unrelated to the last trend, the last viral trend that you just hopped on. Yes, it can take longer to come up with a viral video that garners a dedicated audience that allows you to recreate the content of this viral, therefore creating a successful and prolific career within content creation.
You
as an
see that,
influencer.
Connie?
But those are the
You
benefits.
see that? He fucking gave up because he fucking saw the big dog coming through, bruh. He said, oh shit, sold a reject? I'm just gonna give up now. You see that? That's respect, alright? He said, oh shit, sold a reject's dick is in my mouth. I gotta respect that, and I'm gonna fucking give up. That's how you play the game, brother.
It's longer to think about the kind of content that you want to do, right? You can't just do like any old trend, any old thing that'll just potentially go viral because you're like, no, I'm in this for like an audience. And some people will just like try and make a viral based on like a trend or something fleeting.
Oh, dude. Hey, Connie, you want to see something funny? I saw this yesterday. This shit was so hilarious. Let me see if I can pull it up. It's this guy in I think it's in Rome. He's like they're like pickpocketers. Did you see? Were you here with me yesterday? This shit was hilarious, bro. Let me see if I can pull this up. History, and then let's go. Lot of Dragon Ball Z, baby. No, I want yesterday. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Hey, Connie, you still there? Connie, text somewhere on one of the 3 chat boxes if you're still here. Now I'll press play on this so you can see this kind of like fucking crazy situation that's going on in Rome, bro. It's nuts. All right, let me know when to press play, bro. Where you at? Where's your drunk ass at? All right. Well, I'll have the video waiting for you right here whenever you get to it. All right. Let's see. Let's go to another one. All right. Let's see. Ooh, here we go. Body armor. Let's go.
What is going on, Gang of Lang? We are back with another video, and this time around we are finally getting around to a body armor flavor tier list. This is basically a Gatorade substitute, and some people may enjoy this brand more. I am one of those people, so that's why I decided to take the lead on this tier list.
Yeah, that's totally the reason, and not the fact that me and Joe just realized that Gatorade is better. But to be fair to you, Barry, some body armor flavors do bang, and you better pick the right ones.
Listen, I won't hate too much even though I'm the Gatorade man. But listen, I will say that blue Gatorade sounds natural and flows off the tongue so cleanly. Now compare that to a blue raspberry body armor dog and you just don't get the same punch. It's missing that key ingredient, and you know what that is? It's some damn Gatorade, because I don't believe that body armor can ever rival the greatness that is blue Gatorade. It can only wish to hold a candle to Gatorade.
Well, What if
I never had a body armor before. Just saying. I didn't even know. I thought it was like an energy drink, like a pre-workout or something. I didn't even know what it was, to be honest.
Wait, oh God, the new microphones finally started working properly. Rail said that he was going to swap out our audio during the video because apparently this old program he used called Play HT stopped working. Don't know what that means, but I guess it explains why I sound different and why you two will probably sound different too. Well, let's all just not pay attention to that and go back on topic because again, Joe, what if I told you that pineapple coconut dogs or some blackout cherry dogs could be just as good? Well, just as good as your horrendous invention.
Oh God, do we all sound different? Oh, tiddlywinkle on a stick. I do sound different. I think I sound hot as hell. Can't even cap. But I must admit, Barack, that the pineapple coconut dog does intrigue the Joe dog, but blackout cherry sounded promising at first. But then you had to say goddamn cherry, and the Joe dog hates himself some artificial cherry. Although I won't lie, the allure of an all-black wiener might be too tantalizing for me. Might have to give that bad boy a chance just because of all that blackness that I'll have in my mouth.
You're so stupid, Joe. I can't believe that a black wiener is all it takes to please you. But then again, it does not surprise me a single bit.
You actually definitely sound a bit older than usual with these new microphones, Donald. But I mean, you are old as hell and almost the same age as Joe. So it's not surprising one bit. But yeah, Joe, I guess I'm happy you're somewhat on board with the plan, even if the black wieners are what you like most about blackout cherry. Either way, we're kicking things off with a classic, strawberry banana. It's smooth, familiar, and comforting. We've all had this, and it's the gateway to body armor. This is basically the one that is almost always around, but just because it's a classic doesn't mean it deserves the top spot. I have to give this bad boy only a B tier because there are certainly better left on the list.
I was going to hate it first, but honestly, if I'm gassed and lost a lot of electrolytes walking down the stairs or maybe even walking across my living room, I just feel like the flavor of banana is going to taste funky as
Yeah,
hell.
banana sounds
like
weird.
If I'm thirsty and I want to quench my thirst with a body armor flavor, I don't think it'll be something with banana.
Okay, I mean, that's valid, and that's why I put it into B tier only. Instead of, placing it up higher, but more importantly, it really concerns me that you get tired or even sweat enough to want a sports drink after walking down the stairs, or even worse, just walking across the living room. I'd honestly be a lot more concerned, but it may be a lost cause, like trying to get Joe to stop being a freak. Well, thankfully, we got a better flavor up next because we got fruit punch. This is always the type of flavor that will never go bad because fruit punch is just old reliable. And I'm more than happy to report that the same applies with this body armor drink. It definitely belongs in A tier, and honestly, who would have thought otherwise? Fruit punch just bangs on absolutely anything, and even when it's bad, it's mid at best.
I remember when I dumped a whole liter of fruit punch and Everclear into my Super Soaker, and I just kept blasting kids. I kept telling them it was only fruit punch, but they complained that it tasted funny. But old Joe told them that it just used different fruit. And oh man, was that Everclear effective, because they were out like a light after a couple of squirts. Then like a farmer picking up their crop I cleaned house.
That's a crime literally everywhere, and I can only hope that those kids are okay now.
They're most definitely not okay, but I'd like to think that it was fun for all parties involved.
Definitely wasn't fun for them.
Fucking hey.
Whatever. We got our next flavor, which is orange mango, and this might be a hot take.
God damn it.
This is not a good
fucking
combo because it just has too much citrus, not
Come on,
enough
buddy.
mango. Like, I'll drink it if it's there, but I'm definitely never going out of my way for it because it's a bad mix. Not saying that it can't work, but it definitely doesn't work for body armor and belongs in C tier.
I don't even know why the hell anyone would want to mix mango with some damn oranges. Like, there's all the fruits in the world. And you're telling me the business people only thought orange could work? Like some mango pineapple or mango berry sounds like it would bang a lot harder than this combo.
Now, that would be something that bangs. Leave it to Donald to know what would taste good, but yeah, not too glazed too much, but mango pineapple sounds amazing. But speaking of banging flavors, we actually have our first S tier because Tropical Punch comes at you like harder than Joe when he's on the prowl for his next target. And believe me when I say that's the last thing you want to see. Now, this has to go absolutely to the top because I just don't see it going anywhere else but in S tier.
See, this was one of the few flavors of body armor that I genuinely enjoy. And I have to say, Barack, you did a good job at recognizing greatness because this flavor is to twerk for.
Well, if you thought that was a banger, wait till our next one because we have another banger alert. Strawberry grape is the fusion nobody asked for, but everybody respects because who doesn't like some grape juice and who doesn't like strawberry juice? It's a match made in heaven, if you ask me, and it's a certified S-tier entry yet again. Had to hit you all with the back-to-back S-tier ratings.
Well, I'm not surprised to see that you, of all people, would place us high up in S-tier.
You make the same damn joke every single time anything grape-related comes up on any tier list. I find a new slant already.
Well, don't worry, Barry, I'm on your side. I do love getting graped in the mouth with all these delicious grapey flavors, just graping me so hard that I can't handle all that grape in my mouth.
All right, relax the hell down, man.
Fuck.
YouTube is going to realize what the hell you're doing.
I guess I win either
Grape
way.
joke in the past.
Well, Biden the Graper never dies.
I'm ending him after this video. I refuse to hear you out any further, man. Let's just talk about the next flavor, which is pineapple coconut. Now, on paper, this is a flavor that sounds like it would bang. Some pineapples and coconut can never go wrong, except I feel like it does a bit in a sports drink. Don't get me wrong, it's still good, but it's not to twerk for like in almost every other list we've had this combination in. I can't in full confidence give this a super high rating, but a B tier is still passable in my eyes.
Barack, I don't care about that pineapple coconut because I see something that is catching my eyes. Is that a blue body armor? Are they shamelessly ripping off blue Gatorade? Do I need to contact their lawyers because this seems like plagiarism?
Joe, I literally mentioned the blue raspberry flavor at the start of the fucking video. And let's be honest here, Joe. Gatorade doesn't have the rights to the color blue. And this flavor is specifically blue raspberry, and it tastes different than your blue Gatorade. In fact, this might be crazy of me to say, but I would rather have this over the blue Gatorade any day of the week.
Oh, that's fighting
You
words
have to
right
at
there.
least try it before you decide on making a final judgment call on it, Joe. Because this flavor is the best of the best and has to go straight to S tier.
This is some damn blue blasphemy, and I will be knocking it before I try it. I don't need another blue electrolyte-filled drink in my heart because the Joe Dog is already taken, and I am loyal to the damn soil for blue Gatorade.
You're really doing yourself a disservice here, Joe, but I am not going to die on a hill for this argument. All I'm saying is that you can elevate your blue Gatorade dog drink by adding in some blue raspberry body armor and possibly make the best blue dog around.
That sounds so dirty and disgusting, mixing two different brands and two different flavors. But they are both blue, and the taboo surrounding it does give the Joe Dog a bit of a chub. Much like with my bedroom life, I am willing to leave the door open.
Well, that's gross, but at least I changed your mind a bit. Let's continue with the list, because up next we got cherry lime. And what can I say other than that this bangs? It's a delicious cherry taste with a lime punch, and it deserves an A tier.
This is dumb as hell. An artificial cherry flavor going this high should warrant something worse than the death penalty.
If you ask me, cherry lime is an overrated combo. Don't get me wrong, it's good, but damn, it's like they don't fucking know what else to combine cherry with. Everywhere I go, it's cherry lime this, cherry lime that. Why can't they just combine the cherry flavors with anything else?
Well, I can kind of get that, but I mean, it works for a reason. If it didn't taste good or bang, then it wouldn't be a flavor for almost all drinks. With that being said, you'll be happy about our last entry, Donald, because it answers your prayers. But more importantly, let's focus on our current entry, because this is a wild card. Tropical passion fruit is amazing, and it most certainly continues to be amazing with body armor. It gives your taste buds a taste of every single flavor you'd want. And when you're gassed and tired as hell from exercising, downing one of these is like heaven on earth. I have to give this an A tier, but it almost snuck its way into S tier if it weren't for our final entry.
Barack, you better not do what I think you're gonna do. I see a damn cherry on that next bottle, and you already made the Joe Dog mad enough with that cherry lime entry.
Sorry, Joe, but it's exactly as it seems, because we end with a holy banger. Blackout Berry, and the name alone sounds dope as hell.
Blackout Berry.
And
that's crazy.
It delivers flavor-wise. It's got blackberries and cherry, and the combo is just something I didn't even know would work. But damn, it works so well, and I have to place this straight into S tier, even though I know Joe's going to hate it. But honestly, that makes me like the fact that it's at the top even more.
This fucker only placed it into S tier because he liked that it was called Blackout Berry, just because it had his damn name on it. Oh, you better watch yourself when you step out of your house the next couple of weeks. The Joe Army is going to have you surrounded by sunrise for this damn sin of a rating.
Shut the hell up, Joe. Barack is spitting with this entry, and I'd be more worried about the Joe Head Army if you were around them. You'll probably spike their drinks and go to town on them while they're knocked out.
Well, I mean, they are a part of the Joe Head Army. When signing up, they all signed this contract that says explicitly in very fine and small lettering in all white text. And I quote, "Upon signing this contract, Joe Biden reserves the right to munch on your fart box whenever he wants." And they would love to have such a master eater have a spin on their fart box.
So
Jesus
gross.
Christ. kind of want a Sabrina here, bro. What you thinking?
What is going on, Gang-a-Lang? Today we're doing a Minecraft wood log tier list, and we have 11 logs on today's list, and we figured that it was about time we finally got around to doing this. It has been way too long since our last Minecraft-related tier list, so why not get another one started about freaking logs, man? And of course, Donald and Frail made me in charge of this freaking list.
You sound mighty ungrateful right now, Barack. You know that Joe would have killed to have...
All right, let's go. Jesus, red pill debate gets way too heated.
Is there anything else you would like to add to that definition?
As we move into modernity, we get more radical versions of this, particularly with Cell 16, which becomes almost a revolutionary terrorist movement, which wants to engage in radical action and Skittles rights, shall we say. So they move into it being Skittles as well.
Okay, so
now, I don't care if you reject
trans rights.
I don't care if you reject that or accept that. Because I'm looking at this as a historical movement, because guess what? Feminism is a historical movement. That's what we're debating.
You might not believe me, Jay. I'm so disappointed about this conversation. I talked about chatter because I was interested in a good discussion.
You keep saying chatter doesn't have anything to do with the fact that I did an internal critique.
She should ask him. She should take a step back and ask him, what do you think I meant when I said chatter? What do you think I meant when I said that?
You didn't know what that was. And then I start going to the history of feminism, and then you're floundering.
Right now. You're just
I'm
saying
just
stuff
saying
right
stuff.
Yeah.
There we go.
So going to chatter, the reason I asked you about it is so that we could have a decently good conversation, so that we weren't quibbling over the definition of words, and we could actually engage in conversation. If the only way that you can debate for the last 25 years is to just quibble about semantics of words, I'm sorry, you're not a king debater. You're just bad faith.
You asked me the last 30 minutes to define a word. So you're the one that's quibbling about semantics.
I'm
That's
not quibbling.
semantics.
I'm literally not quibbling. I am writing down your words.
That's how could you possibly say that you're engaging in semantics when the conversation is over what the definition of a particular term is? That is semantics. What are you doing?
Oh, so if you're writing it down.
I'm granting, it's not semantics because I'm just granting your
I thought
definition.
it was semantics. No, it's not.
It's not semantic debating because I'm not disagreeing with you on your definition. I'm literally begging.
Why is he pretending like she's the one stumbling through this conversation?
Granting your
I thought
definition.
it was semantics. No, it's not.
It's not semantic debating because I'm not disagreeing with you on your definition. I'm literally begging you to just give me one. I'm begging you at this point because you don't like mine. So let's give yours.
I don't care what
Rights
your
of women.
definition is, because all I have to do is critique your position internally and point.
Oh, so this is like the Andrew Wilson school of brain dead shit. Like you're not not here to debate or do anything. You're just here to endlessly critique another person's side. That's it. You have no interest whatsoever in actually having a conversation. Okay, that's glad we figured that out.
You do have to care about my definition if you're going to do an internal critique. That's the fundamental of a fucking internal critique. Is that
now you do know about. So you just learned about internal critique about 10 minutes ago.
She just learned the name of the concept, but if you knew what an internal critique was, you would recognize she already internally critiqued your position. So clearly she's familiar with the concept. She doesn't know the name of it. Semantics, actually. Haha.
And now you're going to lecture me on it.
You're a really good teacher, Jay. What can I say? So
the debate's over.
You do care about.
She admitted she's learning.
You do care about feminism and my definition of it because you need it for the internal critique, which you've already acknowledged.
I don't care about it because
but now you've rejected my definition of feminism. So again, I know being mean to women is your fallback.
Oh, no, there we go. Ad hominem. Now, so there we go.
It's not an ad hominem. I didn't say that you're
mean to you.
No.
First of all, that's not an ad hominem. Being mean to somebody is not an ad hominem. It's an ad hominem when you disregard their argument based on a character attack. So her saying that he's being mean is not her engaged in an ad hominem fallacy. She's just pointing out that he's being mean, which he has been, by the way.
I didn't say you're wrong because you're being an asshole. I just said you're.
And she even knows it. Jesus, what the fuck? Somebody injected all the Plato.stanford.edu philosophy into her brain. Jesus.
An asshole.
Now you're getting your feelings.
That's not an ad hominem.
Get your feelings hurt? Nobody said their feelings were hurt. The only person who sounds like their feelings are hurt are you, who is literally going blah, 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 blah. Like, bro, are you okay?
My feelings are fine.
It's not an ad hominem.
No. Insulting people and being mean is an ad hom. You should know this. You can Google it. Google it at home. An ad hom is when you use the insult of a person to discredit them. So if I said, Jay, you're wrong because you're mean, now I'm ad homing you. As a debate bro of 25 years, you should know your fallacies better. You've already been wrong.
He was wrong. He got blown the fuck out. He just kind of got blown the fuck out. But
about multiple fallacies.
Really?
And you can't. Yes. And you can't define feminism. Do you want to get there?
You already admitted that I gave you 4 elements.
It seems like you have more.
So
5 actually.
I think that you actually think like maybe a 100 IQ person, that the way that you define something is you literally just look at a definition in a dictionary and then you just list it out, and that's the definition of the word. That's false. Really?
Yeah, I've never said that.
Because I'm giving you the entire context of the history of feminism, and you're saying I need a fucking definition. As we're working through the actual history of it and the definition of what it is. You admitted that it's a historical movement.
That has nothing to do with you giving me a definition so that we can talk about it.
That it's a historical
Of course, Jay.
movement, so the history has to do with it, you idiot.
I don't need the history for you to give me a definition, you
We
idiot.
have to go to the people who are the philosophers of it.
No, you
can just
don't.
define
Like Mary
it.
Wollstonecraft and her position, like egalitarianism.
You can just define it.
I'm defining it for you. I've been defining it. You just keep yapping and melting down over your notes.
Well, the issue is that it has taken me pushing you to be specific over and over for 45 minutes. We have 5 points now.
Because you don't have
Feminism.
anything other than this.
That's false.
How
I
does
gave
any
you
of
multiple
this
definitions.
prove your position that feminism is good for society? As
Honestly,
a feminist,
can we
you're
get there?
showing us
God.
that you're not good for society. So you're actually proving my point as you yap and argue. You're
That's actually
proving
a
my
great
point.
example of an ad
Yes,
hom.
that is actually,
That is an ad hom,
That is an
actually.
act, but it's an illustrative ad hominem. Yes,
That's
correct.
true. It was a very creative ad hom. Okay, so we have 5 points that you would like to define feminism. Is there any other points that you want to define feminism with?
Yes,
Is there
the
anything
people
else?
who funded that also said
Yeah.
that they like the movement because it destroys the nuclear family, gets women in the workforce, taxes the other half of the population, and reduces the population because there's less families.
How do you want to summarize that?
Why do I have
destruction
to,
of
you
nuclear
can't remember
family?
what I just
So
said?
feminism
You can't
is-
remember 4 sentences I just said?
No,
You can't. Do you not have a definition? If you can't summarize what you just said, it makes it sound like you don't even remember what you said, which makes it sound like you're inventing the definition on the spot. What's happening here?
3 wins in a
Remember, I just
row,
wanna, like,
baby.
You're such a. You're just very yappy, and so I'd.
Are you okay? Hello?
Remember what I just
So
said? You
feminism
can't
is-
remember 4 sentences I just said?
No, I can remember. I just want to like. You're such a. You're just very yappy, and so I'd like to
I'm
make it
yappy.
succinct. Yes,
Yes.
you to give me a
Yes.
definition, you've had to give me an entire century's worth of history,
You
even
mean,
though.
like when you admitted that it's a historical movement, so it can't be,
Here's the
it
thing,
can't be
Jay.
divorced from the
You know
historical
what you could
people?
have done? You could have just said to me, so that we can move forward with this conversation. Feminism is.
Yeah, but I'm not going to
is
grant
rights
you.
of women, men
It's
and
a
women are
debate,
equal,
so
labor
I'm not
rights,
going to
civil
grant
rights,
you
and trans rights.
simple answers in a debate.
Why would
to
if you
help
just define a word?
I'm not gonna get. This is the Andrew Wilson method of debating. Jesus.
I don't
If we
owe
can,
you a
if we can,
definition.
maybe we could avoid some of the insults, and if we can, also allow people to finish their thought. Let's try to
Okay, are you
not
happy?
do interruptions, but go ahead.
Yeah,
So I want to know how any of this helps your case to prove feminism is good for society.
Well, we can get there now that we've defined feminism.
Okay.
So destruction of nuclear family is another one that you would like to add to
Sure.
the definition of feminism.
That's why the people who fund it matter, is because they say that.
Okay, I would argue that the destruction of nuclear families is not inherent to most feminist movements and is bad. So I reject that part of your definition.
So the people who want that in society and say that it does that don't matter. Because you have
they're not the feminism that I'm fighting
because you have a definition that is so elastic to make it anything that you think helps women. And that's why I've said you've already lost the debate, because you're elastic.
The
It's not
empowerment,
specific.
well, you define
that's why I asked
empowerment
about
of women
the
and promotion of
statement.
femininity. So empowerment means
That
things like
is
removing obstacles.
ambiguous.
And promotion of
It's
femininity would
ambiguous.
be like making feminine traits viewed as respect-worthy.
Like submitting to authority in men? Is that a feminine trait?
No, I would not
Oh,
say so.
so it's not clear. It's ambiguous.
I would say
So it's-
submission is
You have to
feminine.
define it.
I would say submission is feminine, but I don't think
to-
it's to men specifically. No.
Oh, okay.
It would be like to any authority, right?
To any authority?
Yeah.
Are most authority men?
A lot of them are, but some
So
are
it would
women.
be to men.
Nope, it would be to authority.
How can he be so arrogant, but he hasn't earned it at all?
But men aren't a class. Men aren't a class.
But most authorities are men, and they are submitting to that, right?
So?
So it would be.
Yeah, but the idea. Okay, you love semantic fights.
No,
Are you okay?
it's called a debate.
I can do that too. If you want me to just like mock you every time you stutter, we
It's
can
just,
have a
it's
super
just,
fun
it's just how
conversation.
debates work. I'm sorry.
She shouldn't have even granted that. I don't think she stuttered at all. This guy's said so much less.
People when they
is part-
stutter is not.
Rhetoric is part of debate. Yes,
This
it
is not rhetoric.
It
This is just
rhetoric.
you being.
If you ever watch
creative.
an Oxford Union debate, they make fun of each other.
I'm fine with you making fun.
Do they at the Oxford Union debates? Maybe they do. I don't know. I feel like we've watched a couple things. What is this guy saying?
I'm boomer, man. I've never literally used Discord. I usually just ask someone to message someone on Discord.
He's trying to get me on? Uh-oh.
Fun of each other.
That's what I've been doing.
Okay. Would you like to have a productive conversation too, or do you want to just? We
I'm
can
having a
circle the
great
drain.
time. I'm having a great time.
That's fine. We can just continue to circle the drain.
And how does this prove feminism is good for society?
Okay, so I already said I would reject the destruction of nuclear family. I don't think it's central to most feminism. I think most,
Was
especially,
it central to Cell 16?
it sounds like it was, but I would say most fourth wave feminists, for example, are not very pro destruction of nuclear family. In fact, there's like an entire like barefoot pregnant movement within the fourth wave that is very much about embracing being pregnant, being motherhood, and like promoting that as a good thing.
Is that the attitude that most feminists in society have?
I would say a lot of young feminists are directly.
Are they the most?
I wouldn't.
No, they're not.
Most also don't want to destroy the nuclear family.
Well, in academia and in
Most
society in
feminists
general,
want to get married and have kids.
does this worldview promote, in general, in society, in academia, and in the corporate world, the destruction?
I hope she doesn't answer this question. What worldview? We haven't even defined what the fuck we're talking about yet. How could you even talk about a worldview? What worldview are we even speaking of?
Of the family, or does it
No.
have it?
It tends to promote it. Yeah, they want
It
women to be
promotes,
mothers
really.
who can also.
Feminism promotes women in society in general.
I would say fourth
Women
wave
being
feminism is very pro mother.
No,
Yeah.
I asked you about the majority of feminism.
Most feminists are fourth
that's
wave.
institutionalized.
Yeah, most
How do you-
institutional
really?
academics are fourth wave.
And they want people to have kids.
Yes.
They're not anti-natalists.
No, some of them are, but most of them
In
are not.
institutions?
Yes.
No, that's crazy.
I don't know what to tell you. I've been reading lots
I mean,
of fourth
well,
wave
I've been in
feminists.
academia. I've been in institutions.
Me too.
I've never met a feminist in academia or in institutions who thinks that there should be more people and more kids.
Never.
They all believe in depopulation, the ones that I've met.
That's crazy. I've just met lots of feminists that don't believe that. And regardless, those feminists who are like basically death cult feminists, I'm not interested in advocating for the worldview.
That's fine.
I don't have to own that.
But the history of feminism.
Just like you don't have
and
to own
most,
like Protestants or
most
something.
feminism, right? So you've got a nuanced feminism, I guess, is your take, right?
I just have like a pretty traditional like fourth wave feminism.
Okay. So, but it's not historic feminism, right? Or is it first wave?
It's fourth wave.
So it's tied to history?
Of course, because there's waves.
Oh, so it is tied to history.
Yeah, but the waves,
Oh, but
the essentials of the waves is that
there's.
there's. I've never ever said that feminism isn't tied to history. You've just made that up.
I think we could go back about 20 minutes, so you can do what I do. You know, we go back 20 minutes where you said that the history doesn't matter.
I
and
said
you
for
need a
your definition, it doesn't matter. And you can hold
You
your
just
frame.
literally,
Jay,
you have doublethink
hold
going
your
on.
frame.
Have you read 1984?
You can hold
Have
your
you read
frame. I
1984?
have,
Right. Do you know what
yes.
doublethink is?
Yes.
It's the ability to contradict within a couple minutes.
I didn't
and it just
contradict.
goes-
If you remember, we can roll back the tape. We were talking about defining.
think
and I cared-
definitions are
Can I finish
relative?
my thought, or are you just going to interrupt me?
Because I'm trying to,
Can I finish my
I'm
thought?
trying to
Can I
hone in
finish
on
my
what
thought?
this weird mistake is, because it's weird.
Guys, if we can at least, we'll let the insults go. If you guys want to insult each other, we'll allow that. But at least let each other finish
Okay.
their thoughts. Go ahead.
Okay. The reason that we went into the history and why I said I don't care about the history is I was asking for a functional definition so we could move past that part of the conversation. I always acknowledge that history was part of the feminist movement and it's tied to it.
I reject
just-
that there is a definition of divorce from history.
I've never said that there's a definition of divorce from history. I said I don't
You
need the
did, because
history.
you
I
asked
said
me-
I don't need
you
the
asked
history
me-
lesson. I
you
don't
asked me
need the
for that
history
divorce-
lesson.
You
gotta
asked
let
me for
finish,
that.
Jay. You gotta let me finish, Jay.
You asked me because you're lying. You asked
I'm
me for
not
that divorce.
lying.
You said divorce from history. What is your definition? That's
I
what you said.
Yeah, I didn't want the history
Thank you. So
lesson.
you just contradicted yourself.
No, I didn't
Again.
contradict myself.
You're a
Jay.
machine of
You're
contradiction.
desperate. You're so desperate. You're like, God, how do I get this win? I asked for you to stop giving me all of the history and just give me a definition so we can
I don't
move the fuck
accept
on.
that there is a definition of divorce from history, and you just admitted that
So
you
there's, you don't have the brain capacity to define something without a 5-minute monologue about the
You
history.
just admitted you can't do that. You
Define
idiot.
Israel. Are you going to go back 3,000
I
years
will,
to define
correct,
it?
yes, because it's an ancient historical nation. Yes,
So you-
correct.
It's not the current Israel. Not really. It's not. There was no continuous existence. What does that even mean?
Can't define Israel without giving me a 10-minute monologue.
It's a false analogy because feminism is a
Not a false
modernist movement.
analogy.
It's a modern movement.
That
It's
doesn't
not
matter.
an ancient
That
civilization.
doesn't matter.
It does
If feminism is a modern movement, then why are you giving me the historical definitions for it?
matter.
No,
You just saying it doesn't matter
the
just shows your
historical
lack
time
of
is not
intellect.
at all a false analogy. Extent
You
being
are
different.
melting down right now because you contradicted yourself
I'm melting
within
down
2
because
minutes.
you said that you had 25 years of debate history and you can't get a single fallacy
Look at
correct.
you. You're melting down.
You said
You're
a false,
spiraling.
How is that a false
You're
analogy?
melting down.
How is that a false analogy, Jay?
Because it's a modern movement. It's not an ancient civilization.
What does that have to do with anything when it comes to
Because you
comparing history
contradicted
for
yourself,
definition?
and in debates, contradictions are what
has
make
nothing
you
to do with
lose.
the false analogy. How is that a
And
false
that's how you
analogy?
lose a debate, correct.
How is it a false
Contradicting
analogy?
is where you
so
lose a debate.
you can define Israel without giving me the centuries of history. Is that what you're telling me?
I didn't say that. You just said that.
You said it was a false analogy.
You
So what was
said
the false analogy?
you
I never said that.
You said that. So you're yapping because you got caught.
I didn't get caught.
You did.
Holy
Again.
shit.
You said that history.
No.
You said history doesn't matter. Give me your definition, and then you just said history matters. It's part of the definition.
I didn't.
You contradicted
I did
your-
not say history matters as part of.
You
No.
did. Yes, you
Jay,
did.
Part of debating.
Wait, what? When did you say that? What?
Part of debating is holding frame, right? Would you agree?
No, he can't agree to anything.
When you did that, is that holding frame? Or what is that?
No, that was making fun of you, obviously.
right.
So part of debating is holding frame.
Like putting dongs in your mouth. Is that holding frame? I don't
No,
understand.
that's
Like,
funny.
is it?
Like, we're
Is
all
it?
laughing about it. Yes, it's
Or are we
funny.
laughing at you?
Kind of the same thing. That's kind of what performers do, right? Yeah. So part of debating is holding frame.
Is any of this going to prove that feminism was good for society?
We
Because the more that
literally
you argue,
can't get there because you
the
are
more that
still
you
quibbling
argue, you make
over.
my case.
I'm
Thank you,
not
by the way.
making.
Wait, somebody linked this earlier. What is
Had a
this?
materialistic paradigm, and I said, well, I don't accept your Christian theism. I believe in, say, just rank materialism.
5 years old.
And I still do logic. My response to that person would
There's
be,
a
well, yeah,
whole
you can
hour
do
and
it in
40
your own
minutes?
life, but actually the justification for doing logic is itself actually impossible and incoherent if you were to be consistent with conflicting presuppositions.
Okay. So, I take it that, well, okay. So, I take it that you think that this argument is being similar in heritage to Kantian arguments, such as we find in the Critique, like, for instance, where or the aesthetic.
It's only right. So it's only similar to Kant in the fact that the form of the argument is the same, just like the form of the argument is the same with Gödel and incompleteness set theory arguments. But what's different with Kant is that we don't psychologize it. We're not saying that the structures or the category. Basically, if you want to make it simple, what Kant is saying about how the mind has transcendental preconditions that structure reality, we think that that's the mistake of Kant in terms of humanizing it and psychologizing it. And it really would make more sense if he attributed that to the mind of God, basically.
Okay, so just to be clear, and so what Kant's saying, and because presumably not everybody's read Kant, and certainly
Right.
I imagine not everybody right now will. So what Kant's doing in the Critique, I mean, it's one of the most complicated and sort of pivotal books of philosophy in general, I guess, Western philosophy in general, probably the piece of philosophy in the Enlightenment. But what Kant is doing to some, so I'm going to not do justice to it in this brief summary, I'm just trying to say, but what Kant's up to some extent is saying he's responding to skeptics who are making the claim that you couldn't know any synthetic truths a priori. Right.
Listen, fuck Kant and fuck philosophy. If anybody, listen, here's what you do. Go to fucking Transcendental Idealism Wikipedia bullshit, read like the first 3 sentences. When somebody brings up Kant, go, just checking real quick. Do you speak German? And if they say no, they've probably never read Kant and they don't know anything about it. And then just fucking go crazy and they'll stutter and they'll lose. And then you'll be the Giga Chad, okay? Because fuck all that shit.
Making your case again, just
You
an
are.
ad hom. You love
That's funny.
fallacies. It's,
That's a
my
joke.
favorite thing about you is that you cite fallacies constantly. You don't know what they mean, and you
True.
can't define them properly.
Like how history is not part of feminism.
How is it a false analogy? to compare Israel, defining Israel.
because it's an
Define
ancient
feminism.
nation state.
Why
and
does the-
feminism is a modern political social revolutionary movement. They don't compare.
So why does
So there is no modern Israel? Like, she's not asking for the definition of ancient Israel. Like,
extent of the length
And
of
you
history make them
admitted,
disanalogous?
you've already lost the debate because you admitted that the definition can't be divorced from the history, and then you said the opposite. That means you've massively contradicted yourself within the last 5 minutes.
Again, you're just making shit up. I'm glad that the made-up narrative
everybody
of the story.
heard you,
Okay,
so
I'll
that's
do
fine.
this. Jay just lost the debate because he's strawmanning me and putting words in my mouth that didn't happen. Wow, I'm really good at debating. Do you want to go back to the actual conversation?
Sure.
Okay, so why is it falsely analogous when you're saying that to define words, you must include the entire history to define the word? Why is it disanalogous to compare feminism to Israel? I asked you to define feminism, and I asked you to define
Oh,
Israel,
I have no
and I
idea
asked you if you could define Israel without the 3 centuries of history. And you said, well, it's different. It's a false
Right,
analogy.
it's a false analogy.
Why is it a false analogy?
Because they're two totally different things.
Oh.
And you already admitted that feminism is a historical movement and that it can and can't be divorced from the history.
So is Israel.
That's making my point, you goofus.
No, it's
Yes,
not.
it is.
I'm saying you can obviously define Israel without going through 3 centuries, which you agreed to. That's why you
It's
don't.
a false analogy
you,
because
you
it's
won't define Israel with the 3
it's an
centuries because it's
ancient
just
nation.
long. It's just long.
It's an ancient
Whereas
nation state.
modern feminism only has 100 years, so
I
I,
mean,
can
this-
give the history of that, but I can't give the history of Israel to define it because it's too long. Essentially, that's your argument. That's what. Yes, that is your argument. It is not falsely analogous. And also,
Keep
comparing
yapping, it
two
makes
different
my
things
point,
is the
please.
point
Keep
of
talking.
fucking
The more that you
analogies.
talk, it makes my whole case here that feminism is a net negative for society. Thank you for representing
Honestly,
feminism. by the way.
all you're doing is making me be like, maybe the red ones are right and men got to be out of power because they cannot keep up. If this is what like 2
Yeah, we
masters
can't keep
and a
up, even though
philosophy
you
degree do,
literally- right, you literally
honestly,
contradicted yourself
I think the
within 5
conservatives are right.
minutes.
Don't go to college, guys. You're
Don't
going to end up like
double-think.
this. Not good.
I don't recommend people go to college, by the way, because you are the people that teach at college. So you're
like, what happened? Like, sexism used to be the domain of the intellectual man, right? People like Freud, you know, like physicists, like these people were womanizers, were sexist. Like when a guy was like, I hate women, he was probably about to say some real smart shit. Now, the people that are sexist are like the biggest, like, positive arguments for hardcore rad femme society because they're like the most retarded fucking men ever. Where did our enlightened sexists go? Holy fuck.
You're like the college professors I debated, the women I debated. You're like them. So they should go to college if you want them to be in your position, right?
No, if they end up anything like you, they should definitely not go to college. You're like, I had a philosophy degree and I don't know what fallacies are.
Did I say that?
Basically,
was that a cut down?
Yeah.
Yeah. Try again.
Damn it. This would be a perfect moment to read a couple chats here. We have Kat, who gifted 50 memberships. Thank you so much, Kat. Guys, W's in the chat for Kat. Thank you for the gifted 50 whatever memberships. Robert Tanner, thank you for the gifted 50 whatever memberships. Thank you so much. We also have Rachel Wilson in the building. Thank you for the gifted 5 memberships. Really appreciate it. And then we have a couple chats coming in here through the Streamlabs. Let me get those pulled up. If you guys want to get a message in, it's $99 and up. We have Intel Wild. Oh, it's coming in as a TTS.
Intel Wild donated $100. Not so bright. Do you like BDSM because you were getting spanked by Jay?
Ah, classic. When you can't defeat a woman, you just have to sexually
Like when you do
degrade
the
her and
dongs
make a
in your
joke out
mouth like that? Is that a good example of what you're talking about?
When I'm sexually
I can't defeat a
degrading
woman,
myself?
so you put dongs in your mouth
No,
because
I
it's
said
funny?
you can't defeat a woman without sexually degrading her and then making a joke.
Like when you
out
put
of
dongs in your mouth. Is that
was
sexually degrading?
myself. That was
Oh,
myself.
by yourself. Okay. Right. So it's all subjective, like relativism.
Usually you can make jokes about yourself that
Do
other
you believe in
people
relativism too?
shouldn't. Yeah, I do.
Really? Is it self-refuting?
No.
Is relativism true?
But depends on what you mean by true.
Is everything relative?
Yes, but that doesn't mean it's like subjective.
It
You
means the
can't
same
conflate
thing.
it. No, it does not.
Yes, it does.
No, it does
Something being
not.
totally relative means that it is subjective.
No.
How do you not know this? This is a common mistake for retards to make, but like things can be relative versus universal, and things can be subjective versus objective. These are two different categories of things. You can have truths that arguably change, it's hard to conceive of, but you can have objective truth that is relative over time period. Yeah, that's just that can be the case. You can also have you can also have like an absolute or an absolute. It's absolute versus relative, and it's subjective versus objective. You can also have like absolute subjective.
The reason why they talk so fast is because Destiny is fucking insane. All right, he's fucking crazy. So he puts it on fast forward, so he could get through the damn debate faster. So Destiny is the one that's making it faster.
Some as well. Where you're like these are you're measuring a different two different things here. Jesus, this guy is so fucking obnoxious.
It means the same thing.
No, it does not.
Yes, it does.
I also have no idea how Kyla picked up on. I don't know if she went into the fucking debate, fucking time chamber or some shit. I don't know how she picked all of this stuff up, but
no, it
something
does
being
not.
totally relative means that it is subjective.
That's just definitionally not true. That's just a super like year one Redditor debater mix up. Yeah.
I'm sorry. That is like a philosophy
No,
101.
it's correct. Philosophy 101, you would learn that if something is completely relative, then it's purely subjective. It's the same.
No.
Yes, it is. It's
No,
the same,
you're
it's the
conflating
same
subjectivism
content.
to cultural relativism at best.
I know the difference between
The opposite
two.
of
It doesn't-
relativism?
Your position
What do you
is
think the opposite of relativism
you've
is?
already now that you've admitted that everything is relative
What do you think
to
it is?
you.
What do you think it is? The opposite of
There's
relativism.
epistemic relativism. There's cultural relativism. There's ethical relativism.
What's broadly the opposite of relativism?
Everything is relative to your vantage point, your perspective.
Does he not know? Can you not answer this?
It's the opposite of it.
Perspectivalism.
You
No,
don't
it's
know, do
not.
you?
You're an idiot.
It absolutely is. It's broadly the opposite of relativism.
Everything is relative to your vantage point, your perspective.
What's the opposite of it?
Perspectivalism.
You
No,
don't
it's
know, do
not.
you?
You're an idiot.
It's absolutism. It's not objectivism.
Relativism is not absolutism.
No, the opposite of relativism is moral
It's
absolutism.
objectivism.
No, it's
Yep.
Oh no. Oh my god, he's so fucking retarded. Okay.
Yes,
No,
it is.
no, so the
You're
opposite
an
of-
idiot.
you don't
You've
know
never
anything about
had. Have you?
philosophy.
I don't know
That's crazy.
philosophy.
That's
Right.
crazy.
I've debated all the top atheists and philosophers, and you
I'm
don't
not
know.
gonna lie. I didn't expect that. You should definitely.
The
know
opposite
this.
of relativism is objectivism.
It's absolutism.
It means the same thing.
No,
It doesn't. Objective and subjective. Objectivism or subjectivism are your two poles on this. If you had a paradigm here. Oh, Jesus.
Yes, it does.
No, it does not.
You have a problem with words
That's
that you
crazy.
think that two different words can't mean the same thing.
Okay, moral absolutism is when you can apply things universally. Objectivism
Correct.
is that something can be like capital T true. These are
You can
not
use
the same thing.
You can use the terminology. You're arguing
These
over
are
an
not the
idiot.
same
Yes,
thing.
they are.
No, they're not.
Moral objectivism. What is that?
Moral objectivism is believing that there's like a capital T true. You can find. Yeah, that's not the same
No,
thing
no,
as
no, no,
absolute.
it's not.
Kant is
moral objectivism. You don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, I do.
Moral objectivism is that there are moral absolutes. It's that simple.
No.
Yes. What do you mean no?
That's crazy. Can I get
Moral.
water?
So now she wants to run and get water.
No, I'm not running. I'm actually just. I'm gobsmacked.
Oh, there's some under.
Oh, yeah.
Right, because
I'm genuinely
you have
gobsmacked
a
that the Phil
basically
student
you
doesn't
have
know
essentially
this.
you have an elementary school level education, and you're actually debating people who actually
Which
know what philosophy
is
is.
crazy because despite my little education, you still don't know what relativism is versus like absolutism and objectivism. That's fine. We can move
I've
on.
debated the dude from the Objectivist Foundation, the Ayn Rand Foundation, so I'm pretty sure I know.
Again, then you would know that
He presents the
objectivism.
position. Do you understand that a word can mean different things in different contexts? So if I say that something is morally objective, or that it's morally absolute, or that it's not relative or subjective, it all means the same thing, even though it's different words.
Like, holy fuck. Like, I would argue, like, in a layman's sense, this is generally true, right? Like, typically people that believe, like, in objectivism or moral objectivism, I guess you would say, because objectivism technically refers to the weird school of thought from Ayn Rand, which is a different thing. But, like, technically people that believe in, like, objectivist ideas are going to believe in absolute ideas, but they're not necessarily the same thing. They do describe different things. But, I mean...
Words. Did you know that?
That's crazy. Okay.
That's crazy. That words can mean the same
yes,
thing as crazy?
that you don't have any concept of the philosophical compass is crazy.
The
to me.
philosophical compass.
Yes.
So memes, meme level philosophy. Yeah.
It's not meme level
It is a
philosophy.
meme. It's a meme.
It's not.
meme level philosophy because you thought that words didn't mean the same thing.
Okay.
We have a chat coming in here from Robert. One sec, guys. Let's get that pulled up. There it is. Thank you, Robert. Appreciate
Oh, Robert
it.
donated to.
He just mixed Ayn Rand's objectivism and moral objective. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. He debated the guy from the Ayn Rand Foundation. Like, that's why I made that caveat. Objectivism refers to the philosophy school of thought, and I say that very loosely. I'm not trying to disrespect anybody. I don't know fuck all about philosophy, but I don't believe that objectivism from the Ayn Rand school of thought is considered like a true, like, actual moral philosophy, because it's more like pop philosophy hobbyists. Like, I don't think anybody would say, like, oh yes, the great moral philosophers like Kant and Ayn Rand. I know that she's generally included in that conversation, but that's going to be different than just like kind of the broad, like, what does moral objectivism mean?
$200. Hey Brian, comment on this discussion. Bloomberg just reported 2 days ago that for the first time ever, white men are slightly now less than half of board members at S&P 500 companies. Progress on GDP?
Thank you, Robert.
Aren't they both right? Well, no, they're not. You're talking about two different things here. If you're talking about like moral objectivism, I think that I'm trying to think if objectivism, if you're kind of speaking, when I think about like error theory, non-cognitivism, I think these things have to do with realism versus anti-realism, which I don't think is actually technically the same thing. But like when you're talking about like moral objectivism, I think you're talking about whether or not the statements themselves have truth values. So like objectively, we can say something is true or false. There is no other frame of reference that we can evaluate this from. Like moral objectivism is going to say that a thing is going to be true or false, like objectively, an objective, independent of some subjective observer. It's going to be true or false. But absolutism, moral absolutism versus moral relativism is going to say that absolutism is going to say if you're a moral absolutist, then those true or false statements are going to be true through all time periods, like full stop. Theoretically, I don't know if anybody actually inhabits this position, but theoretically, you could be a moral objectivist who believes in some kind of moral relativism. So I'm trying to think if these would be valid examples of this. So like maybe somebody would say, like in one society, it is objectively true that it's bad to hit your children, but in another society where you haven't learned that hitting children produces bad outcomes or something like that, like it's okay to hit your children in that society, right? And you think that objectively these moral statements are true or false. Objectively, it is true or false whether or not it's okay to hit your kids. But like the moral statements themselves are relative through time. Like they can change based on the frame of reference, or based on the person who's, or based on like the time period, I guess. Generally, these go together, but they're just talking about different things. The opposite of absolutism is relativism. The opposite of objectivism is subjectivism. They're not. If you're being like a pedantic debate bro, like these guys are trying to get into hyperspecifics of terms, it would be pretty foolish to just mix all of these things together and then claim that you're like some ultra debate bro. That would be really weird that in 25 years, especially if you're debating atheists and stuff, that you would have never heard where these things, the axes of these things lie on. But
Now less than half of board members at S&P 500 companies. Progress on GDP.
Thank you, Robert. Do you guys want to discuss that, or?
Not. I don't know if that's even true. If that's true, I feel neutrally about it.
Okay.
It depends on like why it's the case, right? I think like white men in general are being like pretty shittily treated by society right now. I think there's like a fair bit of like persecution. So I suspect that the reasons behind that is bad. But maybe it's neutral. But probably it's bad. But maybe it's neutral.
All right, we have 3 other chats. Unless Jay, you wanted to weigh in on that?
No,
one?
I agree. It's bad. No.
Sure. We have Whatever Fan. Thank you, Whatever
Whatever fan
Appreciate
donated $100. I'm enjoying Jay Barbecue cooking her puppy cheeks better than Gordon Ramsay like a donkey.
Okay.
They like my cheeks. That's all I heard.
We have.
You got cooked, is what they said. I
They also said
know you can't
They
hear
also said I'm
something.
cute.
Yeah.
There was a nice one that came through about you.
I saw.
All right, we have Grandma Sweaters coming in here in just a moment. Grandma's Sweaters, excuse
don't
me.
they just bootstrap all their shit from God? Who knows? We haven't. There's literally, this is an hour long. We haven't gotten into a single actual back and forth yet. It's anybody like something that I've discovered. I don't know if I'm just poisonous from Andrew Wilson, but anybody that utters the phrase internal critique is generally just, I would say this one is just not worth talking to. These are deeply unserious people. When somebody utters the phrase internal critique, I think that what's going to follow is them pedantically, endlessly obsessing over every single fucking word you say and never actually offering a view of their own. And more importantly, never actually having a conversation of real substance. It's just going to be this endlessly pedantic back and forth.
Grandma's Sweaters donated $100. Erudites that makes no sense. Feminism is a populist movement where each rep in history interprets the definition. Feminism hold ancient beliefs and utilize history as foundation for their beliefs.
Yep.
Okay. It's not a refutation of anything that I've said.
Right.
If you guys
But I
want to
understand
engage,
that you can't understand
if you want to
objective
engage with me,
argumentation. Right.
I'm right here. But if you want to keep fighting like some,
But you're
ghosting
arguing in
girl,
yourself,
go
in your
for it.
head. It's like a hamster wheel running, and you're
I'm
not actually in the debate.
I've
That's why
defined
the whole
feminism
chat
multiple
is.
times. I did a lot of
But
labor
did you
to
hear
get
my?
define
I bet you
feminism.
couldn't restate my internal critique, could you?
Of me?
Yeah.
It was something about how you think that I'm like self-defeating because you think that my definitions necessarily like contradict each other, which they don't. It was just a false dichotomy.
No, that wasn't the internal critique, but good try.
I mean, definitionally, isn't that going to be all internal critiques? Is you think that? Okay.
Okay. Do you want to remind me?
Get more.
Yeah, we have Rachel Wilson. Thank you, Rachel. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Wait, no, then state it, restate it. What was the internal critique? Then tell us.
Good try.
Okay. Do you want to remind me?
Get more.
Yeah, we have Rachel Wilson.
He doesn't want to because he has no idea.
Thank you, Rachel. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
$100. The most merciful thing that the large family does to one of its infant members is kill it. Margaret Sanger, founder of Planned Parenthood, first wave feminist. Feminism is intrinsically anti-natalist.
Yep.
I just disagree.
Okay.
Good job.
Thank you, Rachel Wilson. Appreciate that.
It's almost like there's lots of camps to a large movement.
Like, so it's elastic.
Feminism is fundamentally anti-natalist. I believe. I don't know. Well, so keep in mind, I don't fuck all about philosophy. Okay, so take everything I say with a grain of salt. Anti-natalism, I think, deals with the idea that if you take a look at a person, generally you can't introduce a person to the capacity for suffering if the person hasn't consented to the situation. So for instance, if I was with a friend and I was like, hey, let's go, we're gonna go out and hang out today. And we go out and we go to some place and it's like, what's this? And it's like, oh, this is the 20% torture chamber. It's really cool. There's an 80% chance that we get a free pizza, but there's a 20% chance that we get locked up and tortured for 30 minutes. And the person's like, okay, well, that's kind of like fucked up. I did not consent to being in this circumstance whatsoever. I think an anti-natalist would say that when you are creating a human, you are subjecting some sentient being to a percentage chance of suffering, and they never had the ability to consent to being entered into that lottery. So by definition, having children is like an immoral thing to do. Like it's just an immoral practice. I don't think discouraging people from having kids, I don't believe, is a fundamentally anti-natalist position, unless you're just using that term very casually to mean that they aren't in favor of having a ton of kids. But I don't know, whatever, who knows?
Just disagree.
Okay, good job. Thank you, Rachel Wilson. Appreciate that.
It's almost like there's lots of camps to a large movement.
Like, so it's elastic, exactly. Thank you.
Yep. Just
Lots of camps to a large movement doesn't necessarily make it elastic. It just means that it can have different definitions for different people. Elastic implies that the same person will change their definition fluidly, whereas it could just be that a lot of different people have different definitions for a thing, but okay.
Rachel Wilson, appreciate that.
It's almost like there's lots of camps to a large movement.
Like, so it's elastic, exactly. Thank you.
Yep. To some degree, yeah, we would agree that there's heterogeneity within any movement.
Right. So it can be defined.
Some anti-natalists, okay, maybe some anti-natalists just believe in not having children, I guess. but they don't take the moral component of that at all. I feel like they should just get a different term, but maybe. Okay.
And the way you need it at whatever point in the
No,
debate,
I defined it really clearly. Like
Very
really
broadly,
clearly.
so that you could move it later. And it didn't
why'd
work.
you agree
I'm sorry,
to
it
it?
didn't work.
If you don't like a broad definition, again, if you're having a real conversation with somebody, if you don't like a broad definition, then clarify it. Stop asking me about anti-natalism in chat. It's the most boring conversation in the world. I would rather have a chat on whether or not it's ethical to have abortions for animal fetuses if you're a vegan. I don't give a fuck. That's what a boring argument to have. If you don't like somebody's definition, then just ask for clarification. You can do this very easily without having to be an actual aviator-wearing debate bro.
No, I defined it really clearly. Like
Very
really
broadly,
clearly.
so that you could move it later. And it didn't
why'd
work.
you agree
I'm sorry,
to
it
it?
didn't work.
Why'd you agree to it?
Because I was setting you up to lose later. That's why.
Like, okay, so at least he admitted it. Fuck. I was going to say this and it would have been a Godspeed moment. I was going to say the only reason why you wouldn't ask for a clarification on a term is so that you could try to ambush somebody with it later. And that's the entire reason why you just completely avoid bringing it up, which is stupid. This is childish, right? Like, why?
Oh, it was an 8D chess plan.
Correct.
And then it took
And
you
you fell.
45 minutes to define it later.
No, I just let you dig your own hole after
Jay.
45 minutes.
Whatever you need to tell yourself to win.
I bet you 95% of the chat's going to agree with me. So
I'm
you wanna bet?
sure that this
Because
chat
everybody's
agrees
dumb.
with you.
Oh, really?
No,
So
no,
everybody in the chat's dumb. Thank you.
Oh, I didn't say that. I said I'm sure chatters agree with you. I just don't.
But you think that my arguments are dumb, so they're dumb.
I'm not super interested in what chatters have to say. Viewers are a very different
But
breed.
optics and who won the debate is judged by the audience.
Yeah, but the audience isn't just chatters, right? It's also viewers, and these are not the same person.
I bet the comments are going to say otherwise.
I'm sure the comments on a very right-leaning, decently Eastern Orthodox that has already accepted most of your presuppositions as a show
Right-leaning
are
or
going to agree with you.
right-leaning? What?
Right-leaning.
Right-leaning?
Yeah, I'm sure that they're going to agree with you, but that doesn't mean that you've won, right?
Hmm.
Just like if I put this on my channel and then all of my left-leaning audiences said I won, that's not evidence that I won, obviously.
Are you sure?
Yeah, obviously. That would be like a super
Because
selection bias.
debates are for audiences.
Sure. Did you listen to anything I just said? What's a selection bias?
Well, it's when you choose the evidence based on what you want.
That's not a selection bias. That's called.
Well, you're talking about audiences, and like my audience would like my stuff. So if they like me, then I think I won because my audience like me. So I selectively chose the audience. Is what you're saying?
No.
He was really off the first time. It was kind of cherry picking. He's kind of got there the second time, but yeah, I wouldn't grant any. I would be hyper pedantic on every definition now. If this guy's literally going ooh because he's having a fucking stroke in the middle of the conversation.
Okay, no. So it's, you know what? Never mind.
Right.
You're wrong.
No, that's what it is.
It's crazy.
So
You don't know
basically,
what any of these words mean. You've really impressed people.
Like
selection
how
bias
the word
in
objective
science.
just means
so a
absolute
selection
in the
bias in
same
science
sense?
means that like a naturally arising population that you were testing might end up having some emergent trait that you think is a construct true of that group, when actually you've already set up the prerequisite methodology to find that trait within it. So my audience is going to like my shit more, and your audience will like your
That's
shit
literally
more.
what I just said.
Yeah, but the issue is that you were defining.
That's what I just said.
No, you said that you.
That's what I just defined. You idiot.
No.
You're stupid. Like I literally just defined the same thing that you said.
Do you think that when you call me stupid, you win?
No, it's a fact.
Like, what's the
No,
purpose
it's
behind
factually demonstrating what is the case.
it? Again, do you think that
Because
you're winning by
you
calling
literally
me
give the same
stupid?
definition I did. I don't care.
No, the issue was that you were doing the what's it called when you?
Oh, I thought you knew the
evidence?
fallacies. I thought you knew the fallacies.
I do, I just don't
but you
remember the
don't.
name
But you
for
don't.
it.
You don't. Because you didn't know what internal critique was either.
Do you remember what the word is for when you selectively pick you cherry pick your evidence? What's the word for that?
Well, there's two fallacies. There's the sharpshooter fallacy and the gambler's fallacy.
He actually did. He memorized all of them. He comes in and he's got his what's that fucking picture? Holy shit. Please kill me if I ever do this in a fucking debate.
Let's go.
It's the Texas sharpshooter fallacy. Cherry picking data clusters, similar argument, or finding.
Like, oh my god, kill me.
So you might be referring to
Destiny, you did all the time.
cherry-picking fallacy?
It's not cherry picking fallacy. It's
She
like
doesn't
really
even know
common.
the
I do.
No, you don't.
Yes.
Right, so what's-
Destiny does that shit all the time. What are you talking about?
What's the gambler's fallacy? If you know the fallacy.
What's a fallacy?
What's a gambler's fallacy?
Is gambler's fallacy even a logical fallacy that would come up in like an ordinary debate? I think the gambler's fallacy is when people assume that future statistics can be, or future probability can be influenced by prior probability, which is not true. So for instance, if you've missed 10 times, you're definitely going to hit the next one. You have a higher chance of hitting the next one. But would this come up in like a debate over like philosophy? I don't even know what this would come up in. Okay.
What's the gambler's fallacy?
I don't know.
You just said you knew the fallacies.
I know lots of fallacies.
I don't know if gambler. She should ask for a demonstration. Can you demonstrate it in?
Because it doesn't mean I know every
That's one of the most
fallacy.
popular ones. You don't know?
Nope.
Incomplete evidence. Fallacy of incomplete evidence.
No.
Suppressing evidence.
Okay.
I can't think of the word.
That's
It starts
fine.
with a C.
Sure. We have a few more chats coming through. Thank you, Christopher. Appreciate
Christopher
it.
Scott donated $100.
Thank you.
Absolutism is a form of objectivism. They are intrinsically intertwined, not so bright.
Oh, you thought words only had one
$100
meaning.
donor said it,
You
so it
thought
must
words
be
only had one
true.
meaning. Sorry, sometimes they can mean two different things. It's called a word concept fallacy. Did you know about that one or no?
I should write that one
You
down
should,
so that
actually,
when later you get
because-
mad at me.
Word concept fallacy? Damn, this guy's on 27 different levels of fallacy memorizations.
Right, so Texas sharpshooter, go look it up.
A
Word concept
word
fallacy, look that up.
can mean
Gambler's fallacy, go look that up. And internal critique.
Thank you, Chow. By the way, guys, we did set a super chat goal. We're at 13 of 50. We have about 15 minutes left on it. Kyla will wear a
If you
MAGA
pay me,
hat.
if you give me part of that.
I will give you a $2
If I'm the reward for it, I'm getting some of that money. But I'll definitely wear the hat.
We'll talk after the
Yeah,
show.
yeah.
We've got to see if we hit the goal, but
We can
it's
hit the goal,
happening.
guys. We
50
can
minutes.
definitely
50 minutes. Let's see here. We're all caught up.
You should give
Actually, we have-
$100 to whichever chatter can figure out why Jay doesn't understand what a false analogy is and was incorrect in the use of it.
I know what a false analogy is.
That's true, but then why do you use it incorrectly?
I didn't.
You did. So either you're
Comparing the
lying
nation
right
state
now
of
or living
Israel,
that faith.
comparing the nation state of Israel to the history of feminism is a false analogy.
What was I comparing?
You asked for a definition that was not connected to history, and then, by the way, you said that history is bound up with a definition.
So I asked
Oh,
you
so
if you
that's a
could define
contradiction, right?
Israel. If you could define
You said,
Israel
"Can I
without
do
going
it
through the
without going
centuries.
through the
And you said,
history?"
yeah, I could. You
No,
said
I
you-
didn't.
Yes,
I
you said that
said-
you could define Israel
No,
without
I didn't.
going
I
through
said I
the
have to-
history.
now
And then
you're
the reason why
lying.
you said that it's disanalogous is you said Israel has too long of a
No,
history.
you just yapped and didn't listen. That
You
I said you
explain a
can't.
lot.
I said you can't define Israel without going into the ancient history.
You said that I don't want to, and that it's
You-
disanalogous because Israel
I
has
said
long
you
history and
can't.
feminism has short history.
That would contradict what you
That's
just said.
explicitly what you
That's
said.
that would contradict what you just said like 2 minutes ago.
That doesn't matter. I was
It
hitting
doesn't
you in the-
matter. It doesn't matter. So contradictions don't matter in a debate. So
Your
thank you.
contradictions matter, yes.
Oh my gosh! You just admitted that you contradicted, and now you're saying that I'm.
No, I did not.
You did.
No.
You said they don't matter.
No, I said that when you were trying, when I asked you to define Israel, I asked if you could define Israel without going through these centuries of history, and you said that you
No.
could.
No,
and
I
then
said
asked
no.
why.
I did
you
not.
said that you
You're
could.
lying.
and
I said I didn't.
The reason why it was a false analogy
Look
is
at
because
you. You're
said that
losing
the
your mind.
extent
You're
was different.
crazy.
You
You can't
forgot.
hold your
This is
claim.
crazy.
Like
This is
I
crazy.
said, you can't because in the same case as feminism, you can't.
You know what? If you want to retroactively change your claim and correct it, fair enough.
I think maybe you misheard.
No.
Because it wouldn't work
No,
for my
Jay.
argument if I said
agree.
the opposite.
That's why it was stupid of you to say.
I didn't say that.
Yes,
I
you
said
did.
that neither feminism nor Israel could be defined apart from their history.
You said that
And you're
Israel-
lying right now.
No, I'm not. You,
You
said that
are lying.
You said that you
Flat
were
out lying.
The reason why these were
Weasley the
disanalogous.
liar.
The reason why these were
It's flat
disanalogous
out
is you couldn't
lying.
go through the centuries of history for Israel because of the extent. And this is why I laughed at you and I said they're disanalogous
No, you
because
just
one has long
misheard.
history and one has
You
short
just
history.
misheard because you don't listen.
I didn't. Maybe
And
you
can't-
misspoke.
You can't understand.
I can grant
the
you that you
debate.
misspoke. Maybe
No, I didn't
You obviously
misspeak.
did.
I didn't misspeak.
You obviously did, but
It's disanalogous because the two things are different. Separate from that, I said that I can't define
That's not
Israel
what makes
apart from
it
history.
disanalogous.
You don't even understand what I'm saying.
You can compare
It's like
two different
this
things.
is
The
like
things that
talking
I'm
to a
comparing is
child.
defining things without their history. And you said that I could define Israel
No,
without
I
going through the
didn't.
centuries.
I said-
That's fair that you misspoke.
No,
It's
I didn't
fine.
misspeak.
Okay.
You just don't listen.
Okay.
We got chat coming through here. We got Ali Burr Knight. Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Knight donated $100.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Thank you.
Knight, please remove Andrew Tate from your Twitter banner. You're not worthy. Occult feminism will help with the After Co.
My favorite thing is dumbasses who think that I have up there because I like Andrew Tate. It's clearly a meme. It's obviously a meme.
Earlier on in the
It's a
discussion, you
meme,
said
you
that
dip.
feminism is unavoidable. I think during your opening introduction.
Unavoidable and necessary. Yeah.
Do you want to get into that a little bit? Like why? I guess why is it unavoidable?
I think because as nations grow, essentially, eventually you will want women to join the workforce to be able to compete at like a global scale, and therefore it becomes inevitable because you need women to join the workforce. And as soon as women join the workforce, they now have way more leveraging power by having money and certain rights. And once they have those rights and those leverage powers, they're necessarily going to leverage that power to give themselves more freedoms
that exist
they
in
obviously
history?
wanted. I don't. What are you asking right now?
If it didn't exist for thousands of years in history, then it wasn't necessary.
Really? Well, what is the most successful country in the world right now? What are the most successful countries in the world right now? Do they have women only or men only, or do they use a mix of both? Or like, why would we go to history? Do you think that society, the question should be, what society in history is more successful than the United States of America is today? Curious. Give me an example of that. Like, what a weird, stupid question.
I'm pretty sure you literally said that multiple countries fell because of like liberalization. So
I'm just
yes,
asking you.
liberalization and giving women more rights.
Did it
over
exist
time
for thousands of
exists
years
in
until modernity?
Not all the forms of
Okay,
it.
so then
because
it's
we
not
didn't have
necessary and it's not inevitable.
It's
Thank you.
absolutely necessary at this point because
If it did it for
2025
thousands of years, then it's not necessary and inevitable. You idiot.
What do you mean it's not necessary and inevitable? Inevitable doesn't mean present through all periods of time. Inevitable could just mean an inevitable outcome. That's like saying, like, does the universe tend towards entropy? Like, necessarily. And inevitably, yes, it does. Well, it's not in maximum state of entropy right now, so it can't be necessary. It can't be inevitable. Like, what? Hello? What?
Teach you something crazy.
You're not gonna teach anything.
Over time,
You're not gonna teach
technologies
anything.
develop, which means that the way
You're
that
just
the
yapping
Romans
and talking and asserting things.
you gotta let me talk. The way that the Romans worked their world is not the way that we can work our world, obviously, because things
Then
like
it's not
guns
inevitable
exist.
and it's not necessary.
It is inevitable because
Was it
you-
necessary and
okay.
inevitable in Rome?
Wait, just let her finish. Let her finish.
What do you think inevitable means? Inevitable implies some time scale, no? Like, what?
Okay, for example, if you don't update to technology, technology, your society tends to fall behind.
None of this is
so
relevant.
technologies that made feminism necessary and unavoidable would be things like tampons and things like birth control. This is absolutely true, and they're never going back in the hole. We're never putting the Colgate back in the.
Why not just like, it would just be so much easier to just say, I hate women. Just say that. Just say, I hate women. We can all say base. We can all join you in agreement, okay? Because that is base. Fuck women. Just say that. Instead of trying to pretend like you can intellectualize it. So clearly, we've lost the generation of intellectual misogynists, and now we're just left with this the low human capital, low IQ sexist, which is fine, okay, but just say that and own it, okay? I hate women, okay, base, just say it and leave it at that.
In the fucking tube, right?
wow.
So Poland is a great example of a country that didn't update its technology, and as a result, it got stomped. When the beginning of, I believe, World War I or World War II, they invested in cavalry because the Polish cavalry was like the greatest thing, the Winged Hussars, everyone loved them, but tanks became a thing, and they got
Also, as a heads up too, I think also something that happened, and again, I don't know if these two have debated before, but I think when he was trying to do his internal critique or whatever, I think probably the first few answers that she gave were kind of surprising to him, and then he reverted into ultra debate bro mode. This is a thing that you do when you realize that you probably aren't going to be able to win on any of the substance, and so instead you revert to just trying to endlessly point out, infinitely pedantic arguments, because you know that if you have to actually get on substance, you're probably just going to get obliterated. I'm pretty sure, 99% sure that's what happened in this conversation.
absolutely, utterly dumpstered and destroyed, which is why for societies to compete at a global geopolitical level, you have to keep up with technology. The reality is that China wants to win over America, which means they're going to allow women into the workforce, they're going to give them tampons, they're going to give them birth, you have to.
None of that proves that it's necessary and inevitable.
It proves that it's necessary and inevitable because the technology changes at a global level, and for you to compete at a global level, you have to allow women into the
So
workforce.
she just yaps. This is like her whole thing is to just yap. If it didn't happen in Rome, then it wasn't necessary and inevitable, and that proves my point.
Do we live in Rome anymore?
Oh my gosh, are you serious? You're that stupid.
Do we live in Rome anymore? Or the
You
technology
said
is still
necessary
there?
and inevitable?
Yes.
Was it necessary and inevitable in Rome?
That's not what she said. She didn't say it was necessary and inevitable in Rome. That's not the argument. We're not talking about Rome, are we?
Again, the technology. Do we live in Rome? Do we live
So
in
then it
Rome?
wasn't necessary and inevitable.
Are the technology
In Rome. You're making it more specific.
You follow an argument that isn't
I
just
can.
yapping and asserting your position?
Jay, can you
It's an
follow
argument.
me?
What's the argument?
It was not necessary in Rome because they didn't have tampons.
Then it wasn't
and birth
necessary and inevitable.
control.
Thank you.
It is inevitable because we now
Then
have
it's not
tampons.
you just said it's
Do
not
we-
necessary.
Do tampons exist?
That refutes your position.
Do tampons exist?
No.
Did they exist in
No,
Rome?
they don't exist.
Did they exist in Rome?
There are no tampons.
There's no such thing as tampons. Okay, great. If the tampons,
no such thing.
Did they exist in Rome?
No.
So tampons are not real.
Correct.
Okay. Well, if we're
There's
doing,
never
if we're
been
doing
one.
this type of debate, I guess that's true. And the sky's purple, and I'm a 12-foot hippopotamus.
We have some chats coming through. We have Flower Pot.
Flowerpot91 donated $100. You two just need to bang already. You are obviously secretly in love.
I'm married.
I think
I'm
they're
also
both,
married.
They're both married. Thank you, though, for the message, Flower Pot. We have Lucas here. He says, "Dear God, is this the exemplar of today's U.S. education system? This woman is an amalgam of feckless, vapid
Chatter
ineptitude
said it
combined
must
with
be true.
unearned high self-esteem." Do you want to respond to that, Kyla, or?
I'm Canadian.
Huh?
I'm Canadian.
Oh, right.
Even worse.
Okay, there you go. All right.
Actually, Canada is like one of the most competitive education systems.
No, it's worse because it produces examples like
We
this.
have Intel Wild. Thank you, Intel Wild. Appreciate
Intel
it.
Wild
Thank you.
donated $100. Not so bright. You look like you have gained some weight lately. Moo moo oink oink oink.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I just finished my bulk cycle, so I'm about 15
absolutely
pounds
fucking
heavier than I
epic.
am, and I'm about 120% more muscle than I want. And I
Is that we're
started-
gonna do? And now we did the part where we take a whole bunch of donos from sexist people. Yes, this is why I don't.
Bro. Oh my god, dog. This is fucking funny. Dude. They're having a debate on feminism and then she gets hit with the fucking red pill. Yo. And then she hits him with the I'm on the bulk. They just like to go back and forth. The stupidest fucking debate, and I fucking love it. I'm here for it, brother.
Show anyone. It's fucking retarded.
How many days ago? That has nothing to do with it. I'm answering why I'm fat right now.
Are you building muscle bulk or fat
Yeah.
bulk?
No, no. I just said I gained 120% of the muscle that I'd ideally like to maintain after my.
Okay, that's why I said, is that part of your feminism regimen?
Nope, it's just part of putting on muscle, which
All right.
you would not know about. I
We have
guess.
Giovanni. Thank you.
Donated $100. It's not too much to demand definition for the entire topic of the debate. A good faith debate is contingent on being charitable to the other's intention. Gay sophistry to secure W is lame A.
True.
Damn. It is pretty gay.
Is this directed
That's
at Jay?
crazy. You knew that was about you. Oh my god. Thank you.
That is true. I thought he was going to try to argue that. I thought when he was nodding his head, I thought he was going to argue that it was about her. It's actually insanely telling that he instantly assumed
Damn, got himself. Damn, that's fucked up.
was one of her defenders. Oh man,
that's so fucking
Jesus.
funny.
Dude, you're so cringe right now.
He's like, I know that's me. I'm doing the gay sophistry. That is so funny.
Well, if any of you want to get a chat in, it's $100 for a TTS. You
And
can
remember,
do that at streamlabs.com.
If you put in enough
/whatever.
money,
Yeah.
I'll wear a MAGA hat.
Yeah, let me see where we're at on that. So we're at 17 of 50, so we need 33 more to hit the goal. We got about 45 minutes. You got to do 10 and over super chats over there on YouTube. Or if somebody does a champagne pop, we'll just do it right away. So
Hey, Connie, guess what? I'm gonna do my fucking 5-mile run tomorrow, baby. I'm back on the grind, brother. I just came back from that LA drink fest that we had, bro. I was done, or that I had, I should say. I know you didn't drink, but me and Tina were going at it, so I was like, fuck, dude. I finally recovered from that, bro.
That like a big donation?
Yeah, it's through Streamlabs. They have to, yeah, they do it through Streamlabs. Or if we have Crystal here, they have to do 1 Ethereum. So that's another option. If you
One
guys wanna-
Ethereum.
1 Ethereum for
How much is that worth now?
It's like, I think 1800 last
18-ish,
night, around
18-ish.
there.
Holy
It went
shit.
down, but it's a little back up. So
You're high class. That's expensive.
I've got some Crystal here if you guys want to get liquored up. So, okay. I would like to continue on a little bit with the debate here. Do you guys want to shift the prompt to, we could talk about patriarchy specifically?
We haven't even
Pick a word
talked
and we'll
about
fight about the
anything
definition
yet.
for another
Do you guys want
45
to talk about
minutes.
immigration or something?
No.
Yay.
No?
Not
Okay.
really.
Well,
I didn't prep for immigration, so I wouldn't want to talk about immigration. Yeah.
I'm just, at least with a feminism related topic, trying to think here. Any suggestions?
I mean, we could talk about whether or not you think it's biological or not that men have an innate role to lead or not. Because
Oh
when
my
you debated Jim
God.
Bob, you seem to think that soldiers are who puts on a costume.
What?
You said that a soldier is anyone that wears the costume of a soldier. Right.
I'm pretty sure I was making fun of Jim Bob when I said that. I don't
No,
think
you were
anyone
arguing that there's no difference between a soldier who's a man and a soldier who's a woman because anybody puts on.
Another example of like a bad faith debater or somebody who's not interested in having a real conversation. I was actually really shocked because I think oh god, I'm forgetting his name. The pickup artist guy we talked to a lot. Fuck me. The guy who's not like crazy. Oh, Alex. Okay, yeah. I kept thinking Andrew. Alex, yeah. Alex did this thing that I almost never hear somebody do, where Alex was like, hey, in a past conversation, I heard you say this. Can you explain what you meant? Right? Which is very rare, because usually when people bring up past conversations, what they're trying to do is they're trying to say like, I heard you bring up this thing, and you know, the context might be correct or not, and then they're just trying to like debate your ghost. Like, I actually want to have an exact argument with the thing that you said in the past. Like, well, I'm right here. Why don't you just ask me what I meant, or we can seek clarification. It's always these like cringe gotchas.
So on the uniform becomes that, right?
I feel like you must be citing Ken. I think Ken was somewhat equalizing the genders. What are you asking?
No, you were
just
arguing
ask me the
about
question.
whether or not men should be the frontline soldiers. You and Jim Bob particularly were going back and forth.
I'm
right?
fine with men being frontline soldiers. Why don't you just ask me, rather than putting words in my mouth, just ask me what you want
I
to
did
ask.
just ask your question. I said, do you think
no? Oh, okay.
That there's a gender or natural component that men have that makes them leaders and women not leaders in general?
Yeah, to some degree, yes, and then I think that gets reinforced culturally as well.
What does that mean?
What's the biological pieces?
No, what do you mean when it's reinforced culturally? Like what?
Multiple things. It would be multifactorial. So, okay. Fancy word. I know.
All
Very
right.
spooky.
I don't know big words. Go ahead.
You do. I'm sure you know what.
No, I don't.
What does
no.
multifactorial mean, Jay?
Make your argument.
Okay, sure. So when I say multifactorial in a culture,
Factorial.
I mean things like epigenetics, right? So I think when we have a culture that reinforces certain things and makes people more successful as a result of those expressions, we'll also reinforce it through epigenetics. It'll turn them on more often, but also then it builds a cultural, social identity of like what it means to be man, and that's both testosterone and neurochemical, but it's also slightly epigenetic, right? But it's also on top of that, it's things like culture and society and what we do.
So there is a component that's biological, that's genetic. But
Why he does this cringe weird thing where you're like arguing, it feels like arguing in a toxic relationship where like somebody's trying to figure out, like a significant other tries to figure out, like, did you go to this party just because, just because there was alcohol or whatever, right? And you're not supposed to drink or something, right? Because you, I don't know, work the next day or something. And some guy's like, oh, I went to John's last night. And then your friend is like, really, you went to John's? So, what did you go to John's
No,
for?
don't
It's like,
have
oh, well,
bread,
they were
you
having
son of a
a
bi-
Halo
oh,
2
okay,
LAN,
okay.
okay? Classic. We got the Syracuse LAN. Oh, really? And what'd you guys eat? It's like, oh, well, we ordered pizza. It's like, And where'd you guys go after you finished playing games? We didn't actually go out at all. We just like stayed in all
you
night.
son of a bitch.
Really? Did anybody go out at all? Yeah, I think some guys went out. Where'd they go? I think they went to the gas station to do what?
Oh,
I don't know. I think they grabbed
he picked
snacks
the
and
wrong
beer and stuff.
one. He picked the
Oh,
wrong one.
Beer. So you did go for alcohol. So the whole fucking reason why you went is because you fucking knew that, like, he's done this like, I don't even know what you would call this style of argument, where he's clearly mining for a singular thing, and then he'll keep asking the question, so what does that mean? What does that mean? And then finally she'll say like, oh, well, there's components of this and that, and then it's like, so you do think that there's some biology involved? It's like, yeah. What? It's so cringe.
But it's also on top of that, it's things like culture and society and what we do.
So there is a component that's biological, that's genetic, but there's also a component that you think is cultural.
Of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if it's natural and biological, why ought we put into place a position or a system that is counter to that? That would make that position or system unnatural.
Like, listen to how much more binary he makes this sound from the bimodal kind of position that she was giving, right? Where he's like, this is natural. And therefore, and by is natural, he means that binarily, every man is suited to be a soldier, every woman is suited to be not a soldier, or at the very least, every person that is suited to be a soldier is a man, and there is no person suited to be a soldier who is a woman, right? He's binary in some regards there. Like, he has to transform the question like that. And then now that he's transformed her definition, which she clearly doesn't agree with that, right? If he were to ask her, do you agree with what I just said? Clearly, she wouldn't agree with that. And then from there, he's asking a question of like, why should we go counter to? He's begging the question, actually. It's a form of begging the question, right? He's baked in the conclusion, essentially, to the question he's asking by assuming a premise that she didn't even explain.
That's what I argued at the beginning, trying to make that point again.
Because it's not just biological, right? And I think
But the fact that it's not just doesn't address the question that's being asked.
It does. Just because it's not just biological means that there might be other factors at play, or that biology isn't 100% determinative, means that there could be other factors at play for why somebody might want to be a soldier or might not want to be a soldier.
by limiting people arbitrarily.
That's a parcel fallacy, by the way. Do you know that?
Oh my
Because by limiting people arbitrarily, I think you decrease your.
It's not arbitrarily.
It is arbitrarily. So, for example,
you just admitted that there's a difference, so it wouldn't be arbitrary.
It would be arbitrary. So, say for example, well, you don't want to don't do ecological fallacies on me, right? So, if we have like a bell curve, right, of men and women, and men tend to be a little bit more extreme, and say we're selecting for a job that's purely.
So you're
about,
repeating the first 20 minutes of this discussion and ignoring what I just asked you.
If you want me to respond to you, I can. If you want to just like bloviate,
But you're not responding. You're just
I'm trying to give you a
restating the
response.
first 20 minutes.
I'm trying to give you a response.
It's not a response.
Oh,
It's
I can just sit
repeating
here
what
and you
said.
can be like,
it's like a machine.
Fallacy. Or do you want me to respond?
True.
You can try.
You sure? You're the leader here.
Try.
Okay. So at an individual level, right? I don't want a system that would limit any single individual from achieving higher levels than they can otherwise achieve. What? Why are you mad?
It's just like talking to like a child. It's just.
Okay. What word are you mad about? I know words are very
I want to know
sensitive for you.
what justifies the position that you're arguing for, that patriarchy should not be the norm, but feminism.
I've never
ought
said
to-
that.
Oh my God.
I've literally never said patriarchy
They're
should be the
mutually
norm.
exclusive
They're not mutually
position. Yes, they
exclusive.
are.
They're not.
Feminism is a
We
revolutionary
live in a
movement.
patriarchy and feminism exists.
That doesn't mean that they're not mutually exclusive.
Yes,
That's
it
a
does.
stupid argument. No, it's not. That's an appeal to that's a naturalist fallacy. The fact that it is. Oh, then it must be good. Or it must be right.
I'm
That's
not
a
saying that it's
fallacy.
good or right. I'm saying that they both exist.
The fact that they exist doesn't mean that the positions
How
are
are they
coherent.
mutually exclusive?
They can be ideological or epistemically incoherent, even if they exist at the same time. You don't know that?
Okay. So how are they mutually exclusive, Jay?
Because they're contrary positions. Patriarchy is an anti-feminist position. That's what I'm arguing.
I would not agree with that by and large.
You should just ask, do we have a patriarchal society right now? Do we have a feminist society right now? Are these really both binary?
Patriarchy just means that it wants to oppress and crush women.
You admitted that feminism is a historical movement. All of its proponents are revolutionaries who wanted an egalitarian society and did not want a patriarchy. They're mutually exclusive. So you've redefined the position to be your own feminism that's not relevant to what we're debating.
I don't have to argue for those women. I don't think that they're mutually exclusive.
But your position is stupid then, because it's an ambiguous position that's just anything that you subjectively think helps women.
Nope. I just don't think that. Nope. I don't think that feminism is doing a good job by just dismantling patriarchy unless the patriarchy is enforced.
Okay, but we haven't heard why feminism's good other than GDP.
That's because you.
You said GDP.
Quibbling over words.
You said GDP.
Got really
You
mad.
didn't give an ought.
And then you got like super.
No, I called you out on
morally
oughts.
epistemic
I called you out on
about
oughts,
GDP.
which you can't do.
I will use literally any fucking word because I know you really love words to try
Yeah,
to.
debates have to do with
try
words.
get. It's crazy.
Why ought we have? Why ought we have? So she can't tell us why we ought to have feminism.
Just so you guys
She
know,
can't give an
this is
ought.
chatter. This
She
is what
can't
we're
give.
talking
What's the
about.
ought?
We can't. I don't even want to go there
Because you don't have an argument.
No, because you can't engage with me because you get so persnickety about
What
words.
is the argument that feminism is right for society?
It is beneficial to society because it improves innovator skill. It allows more
Yeah,
people
so
to enter the
GDP again.
workforce. GDP is one of the things.
And why are we supposed to think that's the good?
Because I think it is morally good to allow
You think
maximal
that? No,
levels of
why is
freedom.
that the good?
Because I believe that it is good.
Oh, so it's you subjectively saying because it's the good.
No, I'm a divine.
You're asking her the question. What do you?
Man theorist.
But when we went to God, God didn't ever give us
I
a
don't think
feminist society.
Yeah, but I don't.
By
think-
your own admission.
Actually, I think by my definition of feminism, we both agreed that ancient Christianity was feminist.
No,
and then
that's
we're like,
moving the
you know what?
goalpost.
Never mind. Feminism is not that thing
That's
anymore.
moving the goalpost.
It's not moving the goalpost in any way, shape, or form.
You admitted.
I have had the
you
exact
admitted
same
that the society.
definition of the fucking
you
word
admitted the
whole time.
society.
You just don't like.
No, you have an elastic, broad definition that you
I've
allowed to fit.
specified it as much
it's
as
a
possible.
monarchy and a patriarchal society in ancient Israel. That doesn't help feminism. That's not your position.
Absolutely,
There's no feminism
it does
then.
because it gave women like rights to owning
That's
land.
not
It created
feminism.
inheritance. Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Feminism is a modern revolutionary movement, you idiot. It's not an ancient movement.
This is unironically.
It's not an
it's
ancient
not civil
movement.
rights because the Civil Rights Act didn't exist.
You're
yet.
debating feminism,
That's not how
which
this
you
works.
said is a
word-
historical movement.
Word can mean
You
multiple
said it's a
different
historical
things.
movement.
I agree, but yes, it's a
So
historical
it's not an
movement.
ancient
And it's a
civilizational
construct.
movement.
It's a construct.
It's
an
a
idea.
modern revolutionary social movement.
That doesn't matter. That doesn't mean that
It
we
doesn't
can't find
matter.
elements
It
of
doesn't
feminism in
matter.
the past.
She just lost the debate again for the fourth time.
This guy just
She
lost
said
the
it
debate
doesn't
4
matter.
times in a row because he didn't even know that there are 4 ways of feminism, and he just kept going. But there's 3. But there's 3.
Yeah, if
See how
there's 4,
stupid
there's
that
also
sounds?
3. That's a point I'm making.
That's a really
logic.
stupid argument.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
There's still 3 if there's 4.
You
You
just
didn't know
didn't
that?
realize that there
There's
was
also 2.
I
There's
think-
also 1.
Chad, he didn't know
It
that
doesn't
there was 4
matter.
ways.
It doesn't matter how many. I don't care if
The
there's
history
16
matters, but
ways.
it doesn't matter that there's 4
No.
waves. But the history matters, but it doesn't matter that there's 4 waves.
No,
there was 3, so it doesn't matter that there was 4.
You're not defending your position. She
Crazy.
doesn't even listen.
There's nothing to listen to. Like you're literally just like you're
But
just.
you literally didn't know that. You said that
endlessly.
you're a relativist.
Yes.
You just said that it's your definition and you're the source of your argumentation.
I'm sorry.
That means you lost the debate because you can't appeal to anything outside of yourself.
That's not true. Again,
Yes, no,
if we
that
want
is
to do
true.
Agrippa's dilemma, you're just falling into dogmatism. Dogmatism's stupid too.
No,
Yeah,
I do internal,
infinite regression
I do
is
internal
stupid too.
critiques. I do worldview
How do you solve
analysis
infinite regression and dogmatism?
because I don't
as in your
believe
worldview.
in
How do you solve?
foundationalism.
How do you solve
You're not even gonna
Tyre Grappa's
understand.
dilemma? How do you do it?
Because I'm not a foundationalist.
All
I'm not
axioms are
subject to-
circular fundamentally. All axioms.
That's my position. I know.
Yeah.
That's why I'm
so
an
how do you solve
epistemic
that?
holist.
How do you solve that?
By
Doesn't
worldview
that mean that,
apologetics.
like,
So you
none
know,
of these things matter.
yapping.
It's all circular, anyways.
No, not everything is circular.
How do you solve the dogmatism?
fundamentals? Why are you yapping if you don't want to know the answer?
He's so mad.
I'm just doing what you're doing. I'm not gonna lie. I've put on the clothing of Jay. Okay. I'm performing now. I don't have as good of hair though, or sunglasses. I don't have as good of hair to perform as Jay, or sunglasses.
Okay.
Keep answering. I'll keep doing it. Watch.
So there's a difference between something being circular at a normative level versus paradigm fundamental epistemic holism. But that's
Aren't axioms all circular though, Jay? Didn't you just agree to that like 2 minutes ago? See, he's contradicting himself. He doesn't even know what he's.
True. That is exactly the retarded shit that he said earlier. That is true. Yep, true.
Talking about. This is crazy.
True.
I just won the debate.
Yep, Spurg.
Yeah, I'm doing exactly what you do. True. That's true.
All right, we have a couple chats. We have Dank Naked with the 50. Thank you for the super chat.
Damn,
Super
they're
chat with
moving
Lucas again.
fast.
Yes, dear. What this chatter says, parentheses, yours truly is indeed true.
That was crazy. Dude, they're flipping scripts on each other. Yes, dear. What this chatter says, yours truly, indeed. I am a firm's associate of hiring committee. I would describe you as mediocrity, but in all candor, even that would be gross.
I'm on my firm's associate hiring committee. I would describe you as a quote-unquote mediocrity, but in all candor, even that would be gross hyperbole. Wow, okay. Response to Lucas or no?
Lucas, does your girlfriend know that you masturbate to bullying women online? Because I don't know if she'd like that.
She might be watching with him. Maybe they both wrote this together.
True.
Thank you, Lucas, for the
He
super chat. I
does.
do appreciate it. We have 2 chats coming in here through Streamlabs. One moment. We have the great, one sec, guys. It is loading. Every day I'm struggling, asks this.
Every day I'm struggling donated $100. Not so erudite. What is the ontology of logic from your worldview? Are ethics universal?
Do you want to respond to that?
I'm a divine command theorist. I believe that God is fundamentally relative in how he approaches things, and I do my best to use exegesis, eisegesis, and divine revelation to understand what God's will is and to enact that in my life and understand
Pure
others.
gibberish. So there's no such thing
Damn, he just has no fucking idea.
as divine command theory that is relative.
Yep, you found one.
Pure gibberish.
Can you just scoot your microphone to the edge of the table there? Perfect.
Yes.
And then we have Intel Wild. Hold on, let me read this before.
Probably shouldn't read it if you're cringing that hard already.
It pertains to destiny.
And like my sexuality.
That's me.
No.
Is that relative or is that part of objective morals?
Is it circular when you ask that question, or
Do
is
you
it part of
know
like
what that
your
even means?
absolute?
Are you
Ah, yes, sex crimes.
All right, thank you,
Then-
Intel Wild. Guys, $100 Streamlabs. So you $100 super chat. So they take a lot. Take a lot. Just for those of you who support Kyler or you support Jay here, just
That guy's mad because I recorded his mom too. In a video game, just kidding.
consider sending it through
Streamlabs.
either Streamlabs or some other method. And then if you're enjoying the stream, guys, like the video. Also, if you guys are watching on Twitch, drop us a follow on the Prime sub if you have one. Thank you, guys. Shall we get back to the debate? We have maybe about another 30 minutes or so.
Sure.
So
Jay can just pick a word to define and then prattle about it. Actually, could you give me the history of a word?
You asked me for the definition, so
I
I
did.
don't know. We're talking about me prattling over the words when you asked for the definition.
I asked for definition and you
Right.
prattled for 30 minutes.
No,
about
I
the
gave
history.
you definitions connected
Eventually,
to the
I
historical
helped you get
people.
there.
You
That's
didn't help.
true.
No, you didn't do anything but
Yeah, I
talk yourself
pulled
into
it out.
oblivion.
I pulled it out of
You
your
didn't do
wallet,
anything.
you know?
No,
We did it.
So you haven't explained why this is.
Okay, hold on. I have to look at how far restaurant is for me. We might be ending soon. One sec.
Hold on.
I'm going back to the debate.
We've been circling this.
But you
just for
haven't.
content- just for context.
Can you restate what your argument is as to why it's good, other than GDP? Is that your only argument?
I also believe that it is good because I think it is a liberal value to give people freedom.
Why
of
are liberal
opportunity.
values good?
I think it leads to the highest level of flourishing within a society.
Okay, so it's a circle. Thank you.
Yeah,
Good job.
all axioms are circular. Good job.
Jesus.
No, they're not all circular.
Yes,
I'm
all
not a
axioms
foundationalist.
are circular.
Right, but I'm not a foundationalist.
Doesn't
so
matter. All axioms are
no,
circular.
not everything. No, listen.
God is good.
How do you know that all axioms are circular?
It's fundamental. It's fundamental to
So
philosophy.
can I just claim that it's fundamental? Does that make it so?
This is like being like, how do you know that,
Correct, yeah, it's called
that
epistemology.
P is the probability factor? It's
Yeah,
like
it's called epistemology.
That's the definition
that's
of
what it
the
is.
word.
It's called epistemology.
Definitionally.
So what's the justification for that?
For which?
That all axioms are circular.
It's
How do
because
you
they're
know
foundational. They're foundational
That
ideas.
would mean that they're circular, right?
Because definitionally, that's what they are. By definition. I don't know if you would. I mean, would you say axioms are circular? I mean, I guess you could. I have never done formal logic or anything. I don't know.
So that's a circle. So your argument for how you know that is that it's a circle.
I'm saying no. What I'm saying when you refute my claim by going it's circular,
I'm asking you
all
for-
axioms are circular. Also,
How do you know that? Is what I'm asking.
It's foundational. It's just like basic.
Okay, so
it's
do you
basic
understand? Do you
presuppositional
understand?
logic.
That's not. You don't even know what presuppositions are. No, you don't. Because if you can do that in a debate, that means I can do that in the debate.
Yep.
So there's no debate possible. I can just say all of my beliefs and my positions are foundational and axiomatic.
It's almost like I said I could Agrippa trilemma you too, and then it would be stupid.
That's not what we're talking about.
That's exactly what we're talking
no.
about. Yes.
Tell me what an epistemic
Typically, when we engage in debates, we
what is an
some level of
epistemic
normativity of
justification?
each other's world so that we can
What
actually
is
talk
an
about
epistemic
ideas.
justification?
I don't know. Definitely.
Is that a formal philosophy term? Epistemic justification. I've heard of like you could have like a theory of truth or whatever. Epistemic justification. Is that like a? I don't think that's a. Is that a real thing? Okay.
Define it for me, Jay.
Well, I thought you knew all about philosophy.
No, you've been teaching
No,
me
you
so
told
much.
me
I don't know
you said you were
anything.
going to instruct me in philosophy.
I'm really dumb. Just tell me.
You said earlier that you knew philosophy. So what is epistemic justification?
I'm pretty sure I never said that I knew philosophy. In
No,
fact,
you did. You said I knew nothing. I knew no fallacies.
I laughed
and
and said
you
it's
know,
insane to me that you have a philosophy degree, because I'm assuming you know philosophy, but you don't know multiple fallacies, and you unironically are trying to say that the opposite
So you're
of
melting.
relativism
I'm
is
sorry that you're
objectivism.
having a hard time, but this is how we do debates.
Okay.
What's the argument for feminism other than GDP? And it's just good and it's liberal? Okay. So you understand that I can then come to the debate and say that it's good because it's not liberal.
Okay, and then I would say, why do you not value liberalism?
You're missing the point because
Why do you not value liberalism?
It's not. That's not an argument.
I think liberalism leads to higher
I
levels of
don't think
flourishing
you
based on
actually
every single statistical norm that we have that
So
exists
what?
out there. That's what I value. I think that when people are
The
doing
fact that
better,
you value
people
that-
are happier, healthier,
Listen,
fuller, better mentally
the fact
well,
that you value
all that is
that
good.
doesn't make it an argument. That's the point.
I
That's your
believe that
problem.
God wants us to be happy, healthy,
Just
and
appealing
whole.
to that doesn't do anything for your case.
There is. I'm telling you, Jay. There's nothing I can say that you're not going to
No,
throw circular.
because you're not
logic at
making
me.
arguments.
I
Correct.
am
That's
making
what debates.
arguments.
No,
you're
you're
just
not.
unwilling to grant any
Assertions
level of
are
knowledge.
not arguments.
Okay.
Yeah, in a debate, I'm not going to grant you
I've made
normativity
assertions.
correct.
I've supplied evidence for it, and then you've just gone, oh, it's circular.
No, you're
it's
the one
circular.
that's like losing it.
No, I've said GDP. I said flourishing is good because it improves.
Why is that the good?
I believe that it is good because I think
The
overall,
fact that you believe that doesn't make it
because
good.
I think that God wants us to be happy, healthy, whole, and good people, and I think that liberal
But you
societies
haven't demonstrated
produce,
that those things
I
are-
think that liberal societies produce all of those outcomes to the highest level. That doesn't mean that I think that God is a liberal by any means. God is so much more and beyond all of that. But I think by and large, the liberal system
if he
leads to
promotes
the
that,
greatest
then he would
possible
be a
outcomes.
liberal.
God is so much bigger than any label or construct that any human can apply to him. I don't even know why you're saying that.
Because it's a dumb argument. What
You're right.
arguing
It
is
would be a
stupid.
dumb argument for me to
It's
apply
your
any
dumb
political
argument.
fucking label to the omnipotent
You
God.
just said that liberal societies are good. That's what you appeal to in terms of divine command theory. So that would make God illiberal.
No, it wouldn't at all. Because I'm sure you can conceive of a world.
Your own
I'm sure you can
arguments?
conceive of a world where God is more than any political system.
Just saying God's more.
My best
If I
possible
promote
interpretation
something,
of how to engage
if I
in the
promote
world in a
liberalism,
good
then
way.
I'm a liberal.
I don't
So
think
you
that
have
God promotes-
conflicting
I think
positions.
liberalism strikes as close
That's
to
what
it.
you-
No, not at all. You're just not engaging with what
You
I'm saying.
literally can't think through your own arguments.
You
This
can't.
is so sad.
You actually can't understand
You
me
said
or
that
your bad
liberal
faith.
society is what God wants, but God's not
I
a
didn't
liberal.
say that. I didn't
You
say
did
that. I said that what God wants is for people to be happy, healthy.
Okay.
God, how many fucking heads are they gonna fucking get, dog?
Thanks.
God damn.
Holy shit. Please don't ever let me end up in a debate with this guy.
Jeez,
Jay
bro.
Dyer.
Fuck.
This guy's, they're still going.
I'm willing to work 100 hours a week. In fact,
Admire puzzle.
Dude, four
Oh, no.
fucking heads in a row.
I did the one this morning. Oh no.
Fucking clown show over here, dude.
Rip. All right. I love you guys. I'll be back tomorrow. Stay safe. Don't die. Be careful.
Fucking getting four heads in a row, bro. What the fuck is that? The Rizzler. What the fuck? Trump goes gangster after Doge's big balls takes on 8 thugs. What the fuck?
By the way, I have to say that somebody from Doge was very badly hurt last night. You saw that. A young man who was beat up by a bunch of thugs in D.C. And either they're going to straighten their act out in the terms of government and in terms of protection, or we're going to have to federalize and run it the way it's supposed to be run.
That's insane. Someone basically was harming a young lady, and he stepped in, and then they beat him up. Some thugs, some gang members beat this guy up.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty insane.
Just he says he's going to start prosecuting minors at the age of 14 as adults.
Hey, I'm not mad at that, man. 14, you know what you're doing. You know what's right from wrong.
If it comes to violence,
Dog.
if someone's violent at 14, they're going to be violent, most likely. Not in all cases, but in most cases, I'm sorry. But if you're violent at 14, you're probably still violent.
Depends on what you do.
Somebody's going to call that racist.
Nah,
I didn't say a
man.
word about race. I'm just saying,
Yeah.
it's only a matter of time. I'm just saying, y'all, be prepared for that. Be prepared for that.
I mean, people want.
Let me know when you want to lose, bro.
Everyone should want that.
I'm seeing kids 14, 15 walking around. Looking
Jesus
at gang
fucking.
members. So, I mean, hey.
5 fucking heads in a row. The
Yeah.
fuck out of my
All right,
face.
so this event is basically about them signing an executive order to
Protect.
to agree with the Olympics in 2028.
I already had that.
But we got a task force.
Yeah, this is a task force to protect it.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
I said we've been had the Olympics here.
Yeah.
That was been set in stone.
One around, everybody. This is a big one here. Pam, no auto pen.
Release the Epstein list, you motherfucker.
think JD will be in though, huh?
Yeah, they'll be voting. He'll be in easy. You know what's funny?
Tier list, baby.
Hello, everybody. Jake, your resident content cowboy here. Yeehaw. We're taking a look at Wisdom of Sea and Sky. This is the too early tier list, and later in the season, we're going to decide what I got right, what I got wrong. I've played a lot of this pack so far, so I think I have a pretty good feel of where every card sits. I'm going to go over most of the relevant cards. You'll see them right up here as we're talking about them, and maybe a few cards that aren't super relevant. There are going to be some things I leave out because there are, you know, a few hundred cards in the set, and not a lot of them are that important. We take a look at our tiers here. We've got our God tier, where we only put one card. We're not friggin' Norse around here. We've got our S tier. These cards are probably the most meta shaking cards. Our A tier, really solid stuff that could have a good future in front of it. B tier, still got the B tier. These cards are fine. They might see some use. C tier and B tier are kind of similar. B tier, I feel like, is just a little better than C, and you might see it. The C tier is probably you will not see these cards. And then we have the D tier, our Delmise tier. These cards I think are just terrible. They shouldn't be, but they are. We have our Looker tier, a tier dedicated to one of the worst cards ever printed. And then we have our Pack Filler tier. This is a tier for cards that I think are just put in there to fill out the pack and give us more cards. Let's start here. I have Meganium up for us right now. Meganium Stage 2. Obviously, we don't have Meganium, Typhlosion, or Feraligatr EX. It's sad but true. Hopefully, in the next mini set, we get something. Hopefully Feraligatr, because water is struggling right now. Meganium, 150 HP, 3 energy to do 80 damage and heal each of your Pokemon. This is bad. I don't think it's pack filler bad, but it's pretty bad and useless. I would say it's probably closer to C tier than anything. It's not unplayable, right? Meganium's not unplayable, but to be a stage 2 for 3 energy, honestly, maybe it is unplayable now that I read it more. Because I was about to say it's not unplayable, but honestly, for 3 energy on a stage 2, that's really rough, man. To only do 80 damage, yeah, I'm sorry. I think they kind of did Meganium dirty. They've done a lot of these starters dirty when they're not the EXs, right? Let's move on to our next card here that I want to talk about, which is Jumpluff from the grass type here. Jumpluff is actually kind of interesting. It is a stage 2. However, it only requires 1 energy. And when you have this Pokemon out, your active Pokemon has no retreat costs. This is probably not super meta, but it actually can create some interesting situations. And for that reason, I'm going to put it into our C tier right here. Maybe even a little higher. I mean, you could see a Torterra play with something like this, right? In like a super dumb way. But I do think this is probably not that useful. The biggest problem is to fill your deck up with a stage 2 and its best quality is that you can retreat with it is probably not great. I would say it's a little better than absolutely awful, which is our D tier here. Moving on to Cherubi. Cherubi is interesting because this Pokemon, if a tool is attached, it requires no energy to attack, which is cool, and it can hit with Sweets Relay. Sweets Relay is not great, but when you're just starting to build your cards, like, it's not the absolute worst thing ever. It's kind of an okay deck for someone just starting. You can sneak some wins with it. It's not meta, like, it's not like the top 5 decks or anything, but it's okay. I would put this in the C tier. C tier is like, it's not gonna set the world on fire, but it's actually not the worst thing ever, right? Heracross is the next card I wanted to talk about. 2 grass energy, and you are able to attack for 40 damage. However, if you have no damage on you, it does 40 more. This isn't the worst card I've ever seen. It's a little tough to be in the active spot and to have no damage on you, but it could happen. 80 isn't bad, but you gotta think, like, if you had Farfetch'd in the active spot for a single energy, you would have done 40, and if it stays around, you do another 40. This is probably D tier, maybe C tier. I feel like they keep doing Heracross dirty. We have, like, not gotten a good Heracross card. Moving on, we're going to head into our fire type cards. I want to talk about Ninetales. The real cool thing about this card is you could pivot it into a Blaine deck. You don't really see Blaine decks at all. But for a little while, it was a thing. With Blaine, you could do some serious damage with this card and maybe surprise your opponents. I'll put it C, but I think that's maybe a little generous. It could be, I mean, some of these are closer to pack filler, perhaps. I mean, Maybe Meganium is even closer to pack filler. I honestly pulled a lot of the cards out that I thought were just straight pack filler. Moving on to our next card, we have... Oops. Screwed up my tier list. Hold on. Did I fix it? I kind of fixed it, yeah. Moving on to our next card here, we've got Typhlosion. Typhlosion, I think, is actually pretty good. I'm going to put it B tier. It might even be higher than... No, B is probably fair. It is a stage 2, which means you need to spend some energy to build it, but it burns the active spot every single turn. There are a few fun decks that you could put this into. I think Typhlosion is definitely the best of the Johto starters that they threw into this, right? So I'm going to put Typhlosion into our B tier right here. The ability, it's kind of like Greninja, right? It's kind of like a Crobat Arceus situation. The ability to constantly apply burn to that active spot is actually pretty solid. I like it, and there's some fun decks you can build with it already. Let's see. Moving on, our next card here is Magcargo. I mean, there should be a whole tier for things like this. I guess it's kind of in the Sweets Relay tier. It's cheesy wins. That's what this is. I'm going to put it in our C tier. Yes, you can win with it. We were winning with it on stream. We almost hit Master with it. We had to stop. I was like, we can't hit Master with this deck. It can cheese out some wins. Spurt Fire gives you the ability to hit 3 times for 50 damage, and it cannot hit Magcargo. So as long as this is the only Pokemon in that active spot on your, or excuse me, on the board at all, on your side, you're dealing some damage. You can make some really hilarious plays with this. It's pretty troll, but it's honestly better than some of this other stuff that's in the pack. That's just how it goes sometimes with some of these somewhat trolly cards. Next, we're going to take a look at Entei. 4 energy to do 110. I feel like you could squeeze this into a few decks, but honestly, I don't feel like any of the elemental beasts, dogs, whatever you want to call them, are great. This is maybe C, maybe. That's honestly pretty high. It might be D. It just doesn't seem like it's very relevant, and maybe next pack we're gonna see all 3 of them as EXs, and we'll get why they kind of, you know, didn't produce a really cool card here. We're gonna move on to water. We'll take a look at Politoed. Oh no, I have Heatmore. Sorry. I have Heatmore still that I wanted to talk about. Roasting Heat, 30 damage, but if they're burned, it does 60. This is a very specific setup. I'm going to put it into our D tier, but I don't think it's fully pack filler. I think it's like, it's okay. If you're playing a deck with Typhlosion, you know, or maybe a few other things that can burn, there are some situations you could clean up with this. And it's a basic. One of its biggest problems is it's 2 retreat cost. So if it's the basic you pull, you're just sitting there like not having a fun time. But I don't think it's like unplayable. I just think it's pretty weak, right? Politoed. Politoed is cool. Its ability, Lordly Cheering. If the Pokemon is on your bench, attacks used by your Pokemon that evolve from Poliwhirl do plus 40. This feels like a card that is set up for the future, right? Right now, it's D tier, I would say. You're letting another Politoed or Poliwrath do some damage. Right now, I think it's bad. However, if there is a Poly EX, right, in the future, you could see some really cool plays with this. So right now, I think pretty underwhelming. But in the future, maybe sets up a really cool deck. Next, I want to talk about Gyarados, and we will get to the EX Pokemon. I'm saving the EX Pokemon here for after we kind of get through some of these cards. Gary, I like the idea behind this. I think the deck is super cheesy. I've played a couple versions of it. I kind of think it's bad, actually. It just requires too many things. It's just too many things have to go right. Water is just not having fun right now. It's not pack filler bad. There's like kind of a strategy around it. It's kind of fun to try, but I don't think it's very good, unfortunately. The idea behind it, by the way, is you discard water Pokemon on your bench to do more damage, so you can kind of gauge how much you need to discard for how much damage you'd like to do. A couple cool situations can arise from it, but in general, I think it's pretty bad. Next, we have a Feraligatr. 3 damage to do 90, and then you discard a random energy. Honestly, terrible. Just terrible. It's maybe the worst one. I don't know. Maybe Meganium should be down here too. These are just terrible cards. 3 energy to do 90 on a stage 2. But it's so bad, guys. I'm sorry. They're just like they're so mean to these cards. Azumarill, 3 energy to do 60, and Thick Fat allows you to take less damage. This is also pack filler nonsense. It's just terrible. You don't know what you're going to be running into, and 60 damage for 3 is awful. It's just a terrible card. So bad. They've done some of these cards so dirty. Quillfish is fine, like kind of bad, but not pack filler bad. It's poison for a single energy, 80 damage, 80 HP. You can use it a little bit as a wall. It's like D tier, but not pack filler tier, for whatever that's worth. Corsola actually seems like okay for water decks, right? Find a Friend is a pretty good ability. It's colorless. You could put it in a few different decks because of that. 1 energy retreat cost with 80 HP. It's probably not super usable, but it's not pack filler, right? Octillery seems bad to me. Octillery is our next one here. 2 energy to do 50 damage, and the defending Pokemon flips a coin if they try to attack. It's just too many things going on. It's too much. It's not unplayable, but it's like it's getting there. It's just a lot. The meta is just too fast. Too many good things to play a card like that, I feel like. Suicune, 3 energy. Attacks from the defending Pokemon do -20. I'm going to put it D. The only possible use I could see is you throw it into a deck and it allows you to crack Oricorio, or if you have a really low-cost water deck, like you're playing Crabominable or something, this gives you a non-EX that can take out Ori, can deal with some threats. In general, it's very bad, I would say. All the dogs are very bad. Okay, moving on to... what was our next one? Crawdaunt, right? Moving on to Crawdaunt. At least Crawdaunt, its damage is terrible. Its HP is awful. Its retreat cost makes it so frustrating. However, it's trolly and funny. Once during your turn, when you play this Pokemon from your hand to evolve, you can discard a random energy. It's bad, but at least it does something. I don't know. It's bad. It's kind of pack filler, but it's not the absolute worst thing ever. Next, I want to take a look at Swanna. I actually think Swanna is a Pokemon that maybe could do something. Maybe. Moving all your energy after you attack is solid, then it has a free retreat. The only problem is it's only 80 HP for a stage 1. So this is probably bad, but it's not pack filler bad, especially because of its retreat cost, I think. You could set up a specific scenario where you're like, I didn't hate that I used that. And that's about as good as we can hope for with some of these cards. Ampharos. I'm glad that one of my favorite Pokemon of all time, Ampharos, I'm glad it's not fully awful. It's actually okay. Yes, it's a stage 2. It does 80, but it could do 120. The damage to itself isn't great. The 150 HP is fine. I'm going to put this in the C tier. I think this could be okay. Also, if you happen to be building a really fast lightning deck and you just have this as something that you're building on your bench, right? It can deal with like an Oricorio that stops EX Pokemon. And if you play Will in the deck, it's a guaranteed 120. So I get it's not the worst card in the set. There are a lot of bad cards in the set. It's not the worst card in the set. Raikou is probably the only elemental beast, legendary dog that is okay. 70 damage for 2 energy is pretty good. On a basic, 1 retreat cost. It's not incredible, but it's probably the only one that's kind of okay. I have to put Entei back down here. I have to put it in D. It's probably the only one that I think is okay. You could see this in lightning decks. It's a good answer to like multiple meta threats. So that one's probably your best one of the entire set for these elemental ones. Emolga is one of those cards that I feel like is built for the future a little bit. It's 1 energy for 40 damage, which is, you know, we have other Pokemon that do this, but the 10 damage to one of your benched Pokemon is actually feels like a setup card. So hopefully we have something that wants damage, kind of like Primeape, right? If it has any damage on it, it does more, and then you power that with Emolga. You could create some really cool plays. I'm going to still put it D for now, right? But in the future, this could be a cool card. So I want to see what they do with it. Moving on to some of our psychic types here. We're going to start with Togekiss. 3 energy for 70 is bad, but Celestial Blessing is good, right? Any damage done to this Pokemon, they have to flip a coin. Any, like, direct damage, right? It has to be an attack. Flip a coin. If heads, prevents the damage entirely. Plus, this can pair with Cynthia. I think this is probably C, maybe even B, honestly. Like, there actually could be some cool decks with this. Let's move to Xatu. Xatu is super cheesy, but it's actually one of the better cheesy ones. I'm going to put it in the C tier as well. C tier, like, maybe I just need to call this the cheese tier. Not everything here is cheesy, but you can cheese out some dumb wins with this. We were playing it on stream yesterday. I actually had some good games with, like, Typhlosion, Xatu. So, it's not awful. Flip a coin. Your opponent's active Pokemon's HP is 10. We took a Charizard with 200 HP down to 10. I mean, that's pretty dang solid. It is a frustrating setup at times. It's not super meta by any means, but it's a deck that actually can play, where some of this stuff you just can't even use at all. Next, I want to talk about Unknown. I have both of our Unknowns here. These are cards that I think are possibly very good, slotted into certain decks, and I think we haven't seen the full potential of these yet. So Unknown with Guard, and then Unknown with Power. You have to have both Unknowns out there, but again, it says other than Power or other than Guard, meaning we can see more of these in the future, right? Attacks used by your Pokemon do plus 10 damage, and then with Guard, you take minus 10. I think this is dumber than it is good, but I'm going to put it in our cheese tier right here, because I think there is something that you could make with this. Musharn is an interesting one. I wanted to talk about that just briefly because 60 damage for 2 energy isn't the worst ever. It's not great either, but both active Pokemon being asleep means that you can make some kind of funny, annoying plays. And if you pair this with something like Comfey, you don't put yourself to sleep. This is probably bad, but not pack filler bad. So I'm going to put it in our D tier. Next, I want to talk about... oh, we're skipping over fighting. Was there anything I want to talk about in fighting? Not really, honestly. Oh, there is one I want to talk about in fighting. Hold on. I forgot to bring it up here. I wanted to talk about Hitmontop. Hitmontop is actually pretty dang good. I mean, I should have assumed that Hitmontop had some viability, right? Hitmontop is just fighting's version of Pheromosa, and you pair this with Lucario, it starts to do even more than Pheromosa. This card is good. I like this card. I think I like it a lot. I'm putting it up here with Typhlosion. Like, these are pretty good cards, and maybe I'm even underrating it a little bit. I think Hitmontop is pretty dang good. I forgot to pull this one up when I wanted to talk about fighting cards. The rest of fighting, I think, is pretty bad in this set, outside of the Baby, which we'll talk about here in a moment, and the EX. We're going to move on to our Dark type. We've got Weavile. So Weavile is kind of cool because it has no retreat cost. 50 damage for a single energy. No retreat. Isn't the worst thing in the world. I'm going to put it down here into our D tier. So it's not pack filler bad. And it could be even paired with maybe something like Tyranitar, right? You could attack with this, retreat for free, power Tyranitar. So I'm going to put it here in D. In that it's not pack filler, and maybe you could do something with it, right? Next, we're going to talk about... Where are you, buddy? T-Tar. Tyranitar. 160 HP, pretty dang solid. Energy Plunder is a great ability, and 130 damage. This is maybe not as great as I would like it to be. I'm going to put it in our C tier right here. I still need to figure out a really good deck with it. But I think it has potential, right? We might need a way to generate more dark energy before this becomes really good. But the ability to just take all energy generated and move it to this Pokemon for free means that you can set up some cool plays with it. And I'm going to put it in our C tier for that reason, right? Let's see. What do we have next on our list? We're going to move on to our steel, our metal. Steelix. I'm going to also move Steelix to our C tier. The thing about Steelix is you can generate energy for it with Brock on Onyx, right? 110 damage isn't the worst. It's not amazing, but you get some of that energy for free. And then this pairs with multiple new trainer cards that were added to this set. So I'm going to cautiously say that you could make some okay decks with it and put it here into our C tier. Scizor is, I think, okay. You've got to have a specific deck for it as well. I'm going to move it also to our C tier. I think there's definitely something that can be done with a Pokemon where you're moving it to the active spot to do 100 damage. The only problem with something like this is, I mean, just think of something like Silvally, right? Silvally can sit in the active spot, you play a supporter, you do 100 damage. So you get the added benefit of playing supporters and you do 100 damage. This Pokemon must be moved in, then it does 100. It does pair well with the new Steel Apron. I think maybe this is closer to D, but I also kind of just love this Pokemon, so I want to try to make something with it work, right? Okay, we are moving to the Kling Klang. Kling Klang is bad, but not pack filler bad. 3 energy for 70 is awful on a stage 2, but 3 energy for 140 is pretty good. So if you can keep this around for a single turn, you could actually do some damage. It's probably D tier. Just because it's such a high energy requirement and you have to get a stage 2. I don't know how many decks you would put it in, but I want to try it. I definitely want to try it. So it doesn't feel like it's fully pack filler. I want to play around with it a bit. Blissey is interesting. Blissey is 3 energy and 20 more damage for each energy attached, right? So it's 20 plus the 3 attached to it, and this can go up in some absurd ways. I could imagine you powering this, you know, you could power this with Ho-Oh and do some funny things with it. You could power this with Dialga and do some funny things. There are a few ways to get some energy on this. You could power this with babies, and all the babies are throwing energy back to like Blissey or a Blissey EX that you have set up. It's probably bad, but I do want to try it out. It doesn't feel pack filler bad. Kangaskhan is actually a pretty interesting card to me. This is 100 HP. The retreat cost is absurd, but this is probably your wall, right? You put 1 energy on it, you chip for 20, or if they happen to be an evolution, you chip for 60. Early in Pocket, this would have probably been a really good card, right? When we just had these walls that sat there for a while. Now it's probably bad, but maybe not pack filler bad. It's okay. I think a lot of this set is underwhelming. Like a lot of the basic stuff is underwhelming pack filler. Eevee, on the other hand, Find a Friend Eevee, I think is extremely good. This is just the collect Eevee, but even better, right? This guarantees you are pulling Pokemon from your deck into your hand, thinning your deck out, and you're pairing it with all the Eevees in the game. This is a really, really good Eevee. It's probably the best Eevee. You could use the other Eevee if there's something specific you're looking for in your deck that is not a Pokemon. But this one just guarantees that you're pulling a lot of the things you need to start building your decks, right? Or start building your hands and your board. Porygon 2 and Porygon Z, I'll kind of talk about them together. Porygon 2, when you attach energy to this, you automatically evolve into Porygon Z or possibly a Porygon Z EX in the future. This card is good.
Yeah,
I don't think Porygon's amazing. Porygon in general is cheese, but this is an extremely good card.
Yeah.
Being able to put a single energy on a card and you guarantee to pull an Evo from your deck and evolve. And if you're using Porygon Z, the new one, it costs 2 to attack. The synergy is clearly right there. It's not; these aren't perfect cards by any means, but Porygon 2, I would say, is probably B tier. It just doesn't have a perfect follow-up. I would say Porygon Z is closer to our C tier, like cheesy tier. But you can definitely pull some wins out with it. But Porygon 2 is that's a very good card. In the future, this could be kind of like a Magneton, or excuse me, Magneton, right? Where you go, well, in this set, it's not amazing, but what it does for the future is extremely good. Let's see. We're moving on to another card I wanted to talk about was Stantler. Stantler's actually okay. The real reason this is okay, if you play a deck with tools in it and you have an extra tool that you don't mind throwing on a Pokemon like this, for 2 energy, as a basic and a 1 retreat cost, this will KO Oricorio, right? It's a great answer for Oricorio in decks that don't have a good way to throw it in and decks that want to play tools. It's probably like a C tier card for me, and I actually think you might see some decks slotted in. 2 energy is tough, right? 2 energy is always tough, but it's one of those cards that feels like it's a jack of all trades for dealing with annoying cards that want to stop your EX Pokemon. Now that we've gone through almost all of our cards, we're about to talk about our trainer cards, then EX. I want to talk about Smeargle for just a second here. This is a funny idea. Splatter coating. Change the type of a random energy attached to your opponent's active Pokemon to one of the following at random. Funny, probably bad, going in our C tier, our cheese tier. I just think I want to make a deck with it. It's probably dumb, but the times it works are going to be hilarious. And I think, look, for me, there's some value in that. I'm not saying it's a meta card. I'm saying it's a hilarious card. Let's move on to our trainers here. Elemental Switch, a new item card allowing you to move fire, water, or lightning energy to an active Pokemon from your bench. This is probably an S tier card. It's up there. In decks that can use it, this card is essentially a Dawn without using a supporter. It's kind of busted. Elemental Switch is one of the better cards released in the entire set. I don't know if it's our God tier card. I've kind of been mulling it over back and forth what I think our God tier card might be. But Elemental Switch is extremely good. Moving on to Squirt Bottle. Discard a fire energy from your opponent's active Pokemon. This card is so troll, it's hilarious. You can't really run it because you don't know what you're running into. This is fully hilarious, though. I'll put it in our D tier. If there's a ton of fire in the meta, you could run it. You also could run it just to be a funny jerk. It's probably too bad to ever really consider, but there you go. You could have some funny situations. Like Stoke Char. If someone squirt bottles a Stoke Char, I'd probably laugh.
Dude,
for 10 minutes
dude, that'd be hilarious.
Moving on to our next card, we have Steel Apron, a new Pokemon tool that I feel like is extremely good. It can only be attached to metal Pokemon, but, well, that's not true. It can be attached to everything, but it works with metal Pokemon. Metal Pokemon take -10 damage from attacks from your opponent's Pokemon, recovers from all special conditions, and cannot be affected by special conditions. This is a really good tool. I think this is like either high B or A tier. For metal decks, it's probably necessary. You maybe don't run it in Solgaleo. Maybe. I mean, it wouldn't be awful to stop it from getting poisoned or burned or something like that. The only problem with Steel Apron is status conditions aren't super the norm right now. There are more and more of them laying into. We have Lantern, we have Crobat, we have Burns. Like, they keep adding more of them, but they also keep adding ways to deal with them, so I think you see less and less decks like that. But I think this is a really solid new addition to the game. Probably B tier, but pretty solid. Dark Pendant, I think is so good. I love Dark Pendant. I'm putting it in the A tier. I'm probably overvaluing this card, but it's so damn annoying. Like, holy. If you attach it to a dark Pokemon and you're in the active spot, when they attack you, they reveal a card from their hand and shuffle it back into their deck. I have seen so many clutch cards shown to me and thrown back into their deck. It is hilarious. I love Dark Pendant. I think I like this more than it is good, but man, I like this card. I just like it so much. It's so fun, dude. Next, we have the Rescue Scarf. If the Pokemon this card is attached to is knocked out by damage from an attack, so it has to be that. That's always like a tricky thing, right? Put it back into your hand instead of the discard pile. This feels extremely situational. And I don't think we have something in the meta that really takes great advantage of it yet. There are a couple things that work well with this. I think this is maybe lower than C tier, but on a certain Pokemon, in a certain situation, it's pretty good. But I think it's probably closer to C. Moving on to our supporters, we have Will. Will is a card that will provide value maybe forever. In a few decks, it's really good, and then most of the time it's not so good. So a few things that spring to mind. Tinkaton, obviously, you're swinging for 160 guaranteed. Alolan Executor, you guarantee 150. Even with Executor EX, like the genetic Apex one, you're guaranteeing 80 damage every time you swing. I think this card will continue to provide value as the game goes on and always be a funny, pretty good card. I don't think there are enough situations where Will is necessary to be higher than a B tier card right now, but I do think it's pretty dang good. It's a pretty dang good card and a really fun addition to the game. Next, we have Lyra. Lyra's good. Switch an active Pokemon with damage to a bench Pokemon. I think Lyra's pretty good. Yeah, Lyra's one of the better supporter cards in the set. I'm going to put it into our A tier right here. You have to have a specific deck that works with this, but if you do, you're setting up free retreats, right? And there are decks that kind of bait your opponent to putting damage onto it and using Lyra to set up big plays.
Fuck.
So this one I think is solid. It's going in my A tier for that reason. Silver is also a really solid card. Silver reveals your opponent's hand, chooses a supporter, shuffles it into your opponent's deck. I think it's one of the most splashable supporter cards we've ever had. You can kind of put this in any deck and get value out of it. I think I'm overvaluing Silver, but I'm going to put it up into our S tier. I will say, as I'm going through this set, there isn't a lot of this set that I feel like is completely meta shaping, which is an interesting look for a new set, right? But I think Silver is maybe the best supporter card in the set. It gives you tons of information, and it disrupts your opponent's hand and disrupts their draw, right? Because they might just draw that card right back. I think it's pretty dang solid. Yeah. Sometimes I've gotten like you get into a position where you look at their hand and you go, oh, they're actually at least a turn away from rare candying fill in the blank, right? I can make a play doing that, and I get to stop something they're doing. Just hand scope by itself is probably not enough, right? Because while it gives you good information, it doesn't let you do anything outside of that. I think Silver is, for that reason, one of the better supporter cards in the set. Just not only giving you info, but allowing you to do something with it. Fisher. Fisher is cheese. It's specifically for a cheese deck. I'll put it in the cheese tier for that reason. It's probably actually closer to D.
So
I gotta
fucking
be honest.
gay.
It's just... You flip 3 coins, and for each heads, a water Pokemon at random is taken from your discard pile into your hand. It works with Gyarados, kind of. It works with Wishy-Washy EX and Wishy-Washy non-EX. It's bad, but
fucking
fine.
stupid shit. All right,
bad but fine.
We'll play
That's all I
stupid
can say
shit.
about it. It's bad. Jasmine, during your opponent's next turn, Steelix, Skarmory EXs, all of them, by the way, take minus 50 damage from attacks from your opponent's Pokemon. So even if they Sabrina you and bring in another one, or Cyrus and bring in the other one, it's minus 50. Pretty dang solid. Pretty dang solid supporter. Again, it's very specific, but I'm putting it in our B tier. In the Skarmory EX or Steelix deck, it's an extremely good card. Extremely powerful, but crazy specific. Hiker is a card that is actually also very specific, but not as bad as some of the others. I'm going to put it in our C tier. Hiker allows you to look at as many cards as you have fighting Pokemon in play. So if you have a full board, you can look at the next 4 cards coming, and you can arrange them in any order. This actually sets up a few interesting plays, because let's say you look at the next 4 cards coming, right? And it's not a good draw for you. Like, this is not what you need. All 4 of them, like maybe one of them's good, maybe none of them are that great. If you have a card in there that shuffles your deck, you get that first, you shuffle that up, so you're like, okay, at least I'm getting rid of these next 4 cards that are coming. But also, you can plan ahead multiple turns. So you can go, all right, I've got my Donphan. I need my Donphan EX. Perfect. I'm going to put that one next. Or I desperately need to Sabrina them next turn. I have that coming in 2 cards. I'm going to put that next. Like, it actually can set up some pretty good plays. It's still a little too situational, but I think it can set up some pretty fun plays. I'm going to put it in our C tier. Maybe it's even closer to B. Maybe. It might be closer to B. All right, we've gotten through all of our supporter cards. I think it's time to talk about our EXs and our babies here. Let's start with babies. I think the baby cards are really good. They're actually the shocker of the set for me. I thought that would be good. I think they're really good. Tyrogue, able to do 20 damage for no energy attached. There's some really funny decks using this one. I think this is probably closer to maybe our A tier. I've seen people play this with Darkrai and stuff like that, like you're attaching the energy for Nightmare Aura and you're punching in the active spot, and they have free retreat cost, and they have no weaknesses. Babies are pretty dang good. I'm going to put this one in our A tier. Next, we are going to take a look at, what do I got next? Let's take a look at Smoochum. Smoochum is probably the worst baby. I think maybe the word, I don't know. It's up there. The problem with this is babies feel like they get insane value from being used early. This card wants you to get value kind of being used later. And for that reason, I think this is probably our worst baby. Maybe it's C, maybe even lower, maybe it's D tier. Like, it just doesn't do enough, right? Like, the other ones do so much early on, which is kind of when you need a card like them. Cleffa, Twinkly Call, put a random Pokemon from your deck into your hand. Incredibly good. Very, very good. I'd say this is probably an S tier baby. A lot of the babies, I think, are S tier. If I'm, like, just, like, full disclosure, you're going to see me put a lot of these cards very high. Elekid, 20 damage to a benched Pokemon. I think this is probably worse than Tyrogue. It might be C, it might be D. It might be right here with Smoochum. That's probably fair. I don't think it's as bad as Smoochum necessarily, but you could make plays with it. You could make plays with it, for sure. It's not one of the best babies, but the babies are all just such cute little guys. Pichu, Crackly Toss, Lightning Energy for free to a bench Pokemon. That is S tier in my opinion. Unbelievably good. Like, these are meta changing cards. I didn't expect it would be the babies, but it is the babies. Magby, able to take fire energy from your energy zone attached to a bench Pokemon. Also the ability to, like, these cards are great. The babies are great. If you go turn 1, it's awesome getting energy on turn 1. If you go turn 2, it's awesome getting energy on turn 3. If you go turn 3, you're playing a different game, my friend. So I think these are really good. The babies are like some of the standout cards of the entire set. Now it's time to talk about our EX Pokemon. Where would we be without Shuckle EX? Well, we'd be in the exact same spot because Shuckle EX is not a super relevant card. Okay, day 1 playing Shuckle EX. Some of the worst games I've ever had to play in my life. Day 2 of playing Shuckle EX, we went on a win streak in Master Rank with it. I think because we played other better cards around it. This is... I'm not going to put it Looker tier, but it wants me to put it in Looker tier. It's D tier, maybe Looker tier. 120 HP, not great. Solid Shell, minus 20 from attacks, okay. Triple Slap, able to do 0 to 60 damage. It will do 0 to 60 damage. I feel like I'm talking like I'm in Fast and the Furious right now. We're going to play for slips with Shuckle EX. 1 energy, able to attack. It could do 60, it could do 0, and it has 1 retreat cost. I think the saving grace of this is it's 1 retreat cost, 1 energy to attack. It's not a huge investment. Every once in a while you can make plays with it. It's hilarious. I think you could improve one of 3 aspects of this card. Either its HP, its Solid Shell ability, or Triple Slap, and it would actually be pretty good. But I think they've kept it into a state where it's kind of bad. I think it's kind of bad. It's not as bad as I originally thought. Maybe I'm underrating it. I think it's kind of bad. It's pretty bad. Next we have Ho-Oh. This is one of the obviously pack stars, right? Ho-Oh is very good. 3 energy on it, which is a little bit of a setup, but with the babies, that's not as hard as it used to be. Same thing with the elemental switch, right? This allows you to do 80 damage. Nothing to write home about. 150 HP is pretty good, and it generates 3 energy, which is very, 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 very good, and enables multiple setups. The only issue is you have to get it online. I'm going to put it in our A tier. I think it's one of the better EX in the set, and I think it could be relevant for a long time. As long as you have a way to generate a little extra energy for it, this card is not that bad, and it sets up lots of decks. So that's where we're going to put Ho-Oh. Next, we have Lantern EX. Lantern EX is an unfortunate EX card in that it's not awful, but it's also not great. The best I could say is Lantern is probably C tier. The thing about Lantern is 80 damage is not great for the 3 energy, kind of like Ho-Oh, but it doesn't do enough otherwise. It also requires it being a stage 1, so it's a little harder to get online. 150 HP. Maybe if its HP was like 170, this would actually be a little better. One of the problems with this card is there are so many ways to negate what it does. Like, first off, Arceus, which is just relevant all the time, doesn't care about any of the status conditions. Second, you have the new Steel Apron. Status conditions don't matter. Some cards are just there for you to KO in that active spot. Status conditions don't matter. Confused is a very bad status condition in general. And even Paralyze has many ways for it to be cleansed with things like Lyra or Ilima to pull the card, or Solgaleo to just Rising Road and move into the active spot. I think Lantern has a lot of things going against it, which is why I'm putting it into our C tier. We made a fun deck with it the other day and actually had some pretty good results, but I think the best I can say about it is it's C tier. It's okay. Next, we have Kingdra. What can I say about water cards, man? Water does not like, this game does not like water. Like, they gave water really good cards early on, and now water is just kind of bad. 2 energy is not the worst thing ever. 90 damage on a stage 2 is rough. Yes, they can't retreat, but basically what Kingdra has to do, right? You need to spend a lot of energy to get it online, meaning by energy, I get that is confusing actually because there's energy in the game. You have to spend a lot of resources to get this online. You have to get a stage 1 to, a basic to a stage 2. So you're either using rare candy or you're evolving through Seadra. So it takes a long time to get this online. Then once you do, while you may be trapping the opposing Pokemon, which by the way, you're not necessarily trapping them because there are lots of ways to get out of that active spot, even if they can't retreat, right? Even if you are trapping them, you're not so unbelievably tanky that you also don't get 2-shot. So I think it requires so much to get online, and it just doesn't do enough damage. Like water Pokemon lately, they're not like Primarina does 100 damage for 3. This does a little better, 90 for 2. I honestly think this is even worse than Lantern. It's maybe slightly better than Shuckle, slightly. My early take on Kingdra is it's just not good, which is so sad because I pulled the full art Kingdra and it's some of the coolest art in the game. I'm going to keep working on it. I just don't think it does enough. And like, you want to put it with things like Greninja, right? You want to put it with something where you can like pull them into that active spot, but then you're like, now I got to get 2 stage 2s online. It's a lot. It's a lot. Okay. Moving on to our next EX. Wow. Our next EX I got to talk about. Holy, was I wrong about Espeon EX. I owe Espeon EX an apology. This card's great. Now, a lot of the reason this card's great is because EVs are freaking great, and you can so simply pair this with Sylveon. It's ludicrous. Espeon EX is fantastic. It is A or S in this set, again, because of what we also have in previous sets, which is relevant, right? It's relevant to the meta. I did not think I would be saying this about Espeon. Such a good EX card. The healing is really solid. The damage is, while the damage is not the best for 80, it goes in a good curve with Eevee being able to draw and then do the damage and then heal yourself or a benched Pokemon that you had to retreat. And again, the big thing is it pairs with another brutally powerful, overpowered psychic card, which is Sylveon, one of the best cards they've ever printed. So I think, I think because of this combination here, I have to put it into our S tier. I'm probably rating it a little high, but this is like me thinking like, I don't think this card will be too relevant, and then being shocked with how good this is. Like, you want a win streak deck? Check out the Espeon Sylveon deck I shared the other day on the channel. So dang good. What's next? Donphan. Donphan, pretty good. Not amazing, broken, or anything like that. I'm going to put it into our B tier. I think Donphan is pretty good. 50 damage for 1 energy, 110 for 3. The nice thing about this is you're able to attack very quickly with it if you need to. 160 HP is pretty good for a stage 1. This requires no rare candy to make it work. And fighting is just, you know, they've got a lot of solid cards that attack for low energy. So you're able to pair this with all of them. Lucario is great with this, more damage. The new Hitmontop I think is fantastic. Rampardos is incredible. There are a lot of fighting decks that allow you to play something like this. I mean, I know that we're comparing like 2 different things here, but if you look at Donphan, for a single energy, you're doing 50 with 160 HP. Then you look at Shuckle, for a single energy, you're maybe doing 0 to 60, 120 HP. and it never gets any better. Donphan will continue to get better as you put more energy on it, or even if you can't, it could be a really good wall for you. You can play it with Lyra for retreat. I actually really like Donphan. I've been impressed with it. I think B tier is pretty fair. It's like one of the more decent EX cards in the set. Next, we're going to talk about Crobat. I love Crobat. I think Crobat's one of the standouts of the set as well. I'm going to put it in our S tier. That's probably too high, but for this set, I don't think it's too high. I don't think it's the S tier card in the entirety of the Pocket meta, but for this set, it's one of the best cards in the set, I think. Single energy to do 70, plus poison with 170 HP with a single retreat cost. Wow. So strong. It's just really strong. It's so fast, so strong. Yes, it requires rare candy, but boy, this thing is just so tanky and really, really hard to deal with. And because it only requires 1 energy, it lets you play a lot of different stuff. Umbreon EX is our next EX card. This one is fine. It's fine. I think it could get more value as it goes on. I actually have been a little underwhelmed with this. I'm going to put it B. It might be a little worse than B. The 80 damage is okay. The free Cyrus is not bad. I just haven't found a lot of great ways to set this up. Like, of course your brain goes, well, let me put it with Greninja. You could make something like that happen. Like, you could do like Sylveon EX, Umbreon EX, Greninja. So you're like getting your Greninjas online, and then you're using Umbreon to move things around. But at the same time, it's just like awkward to have the 3 different energy types. So you're probably only running Dark in that situation, right? So that you can actually get this online and do something. Then you're thinking, well, I need other Dark things to help, so maybe I put in Dark. I don't know. It hasn't blown me away. I was thinking we might have some more value out of this thing, but it hasn't completely blown me away. I'm gonna put it B. I actually might be overvaluing it right now. Next, we've got Skarmory. Skarmory I'll also put into our B tier. Skarmory, I'm more confident that it's decent, right? It has kind of a specific deck setup, which is something like Skarmory. We could see it in more metal decks in the future. A basic that only requires 2 energy isn't the worst. 70 damage is not stellar, but this thing is it sustains for a long time, especially paired with Jasmine. You can have situations where your opponent would absolutely KO just about anything in the game, and Skarmory can tank the hit. It's, you know, it's good, not fantastic, is where I'd put Skarmory. Finally, we have Lugia. Lugia is weird. One of my favorite Pokemon, Lugia. I love Lugia. 3 energy for 180, great. But 3 specific energy for 180. You have to have a really specific deck to make this work right now, and for that reason, I am going to put it into our B tier. I do think it's good. I think Ho-Oh is much better. Like, Ho-Oh completely sets things up for Lugia and other cards. Lugia has a couple decks that are okay for it, and maybe in the future there'll be more and more, but it requires a lot, and to really have this card be a finisher for you, you kind of have to be able to set it up to attack twice. So you need things like Elemental Switch, energy on other Pokemon.
Dr. Faggot, paging Dr. Faggot. Dr. Faggot, please, paging Dr. Faggot. Please.
You have a Ho-Oh and Lugia, and your Ho-Oh can attack 2 times and power Lugia, you've probably won the game. Which is really cool. And 180 damage again is extreme.
Are you back, nigga? I was gonna show you a fucking video, but then you fucking left, bro. I'm trying to show you a fucking dope video. All right, let's see. Where is it at? Where'd it go? See, this is your fault. It's all your fault now. Where'd it go? Shit. Now I can't find it. Oh, here it is.
Oh, this is Rome, and that's me getting...
Were you watching this with me? You gotta react, though. Nah, I'm gonna be going back to sleep. I'm actually tired. It's already 12 o'clock. Fuck this. I just want you to see this guy throw this thing real quick.
By scammers I just exposed in 4K.
What? What?
Hold on.
Why are they so pissed off?
Help! Oh, police! Police, help!
It all began a few
What
hours
the fuck is this?
earlier as I took a selfie in front of the Coliseum and met this nice young engineer.
Very good. Where you
Very
from?
good.
Texas. I love Texas.
What's your name, my friend?
My name is Ali from Senegal.
Ali.
West Africa.
Senegal, yeah.
What do you mean?
Oh, I thought it was from Legal State.
Life is good.
Be happy. Love is good. Love is good. Good for you.
This for me? This my mom gave me 25 years.
Oh, it's elephants?
Yeah, you love elephant?
I do love elephants. This is gift?
Yeah, I give you.
For free?
Put it on.
For free?
You have wife?
I don't have baby or wife.
Why? Maybe tomorrow, eh?
This is for free.
Yeah, present for my anything you have.
My friend.
Yeah, anything that you have is okay. Something for my baby.
A gift from me?
Yeah, anything you have is okay. There's some money for eating.
I thought it was gift.
Anything you have, anything you have, anything you
What
have.
is this? I thought this was gift.
Look at it, every.
Anything you have, brother. Anything you have.
New salted caramel.
Fuck this damn. Fucking ruin the vibe with this bullshit. Come on, let's try to see some fuck shit. Get that shit out of my face.
God. This is so ridiculous.
Everybody love elephant from Kenya.
I love elephant too, but I thought I was getting gifts.
No, no problem. Anything that you have is okay for me.
I have nothing.
Got some coins in it for me.
Nothing.
Allah.
What happened to my gift? I thought you were my friend from Senegal.
Finish. Have a good day.
Hey, you have a good day. Why don't I know gift?
I said finish.
Hey! Hey! What is this problem?
Uh-huh.
What is your problem? Why you give gifts and no, you take back? Why you take back the gifts?
Finish. I don't need finish.
Why you take back the He's gift? he knows what he's doing.
You need something?
Yeah, I thought I was getting gifts.
What do you need?
What are you doing?
You need fight?
I wanted a gift.
You need fight for me?
Uh-oh.
Finish, go.
A fight?
Yeah.
You from Senegal? I thought we were friends. Say un bastardo. I thought we were friends.
Bastardo. Bastardo's crazy.
Scammer. I thought we were friends. Where's my gift, huh? That's your gift? Middle fingers are your gift? Fuck you. Fuck you, mamma mia. Fuck you, mamma mia. Fuck you, my friend. Thank you for the gift. I fuck your mom every day. Why you give me bracelet? Oh, you want me to follow you? So you can bring your friends to beat me. Is that the plan?
These doctors and engineers follow the same playbook they use in Paris. Where
See,
they try
this
to
is what they do every time. This is just like in WoW, where they're normal whenever it's a 1v1, and then suddenly they get a boost of courage when their friend shows up. Yep.
lure you to the lower ground so they can throw projectiles like dead pigeons.
Throw it dead pigeons, bro. That shit's crazy.
He's throwing dead birds at him.
Mud and souvenirs.
That
while
shit's
they swarm
fucking
you
funny,
with their
bro.
gang.
What are you doing, my friend? What are you doing, my friend?
Don't film it. Don't film it.
You want to fight? I thought we were friends. I thought we were friends.
Every day here.
Huh?
Uh-oh.
Oh. You're fucking my mom every day. You gotta kite him around. I thought we were friends. What happened to best friend? The taxis are in on it too. It's a whole mafia here. Mafioso. Mamma mia. Mafioso.
Simi Valley crazy.
Shimona. Hey, don't take their friendship bracelet. They're not actually your friend. They want your money. All right, that's all I got. Taxi drivers threatening to call cops. They should. Turista. Mafioso. Mafioso. Call the police, please. Call them. All right. Moral of the story is, don't take a bracelet from these guys. They'll scam you. They'll ask for your money. He's out here every day, he says. Oh my God. Bye-bye, my friend. You have a good day. Hey, for you, tip. Grazie, my friend. You say- Just gave him See, that's how you do money for business nothing. right Okay, there. that's nice. If Senegal homie, if he punches me, can I punch it back?
You know what? I applaud you. You're on TikTok. I saw something.
Yeah.
I applaud you because I learned from that.
So now you know not to take the bracelet. Yes.
Walk away.
So I want to know if we can defend ourselves because they get violence.
Absolutely.
Oh, I don't know. This is Europe. I would not defend myself in Europe, bro.
Yeah, they're gonna kick your ass in Europe.
Yeah,
bro.
I would be afraid.
If he does punch you,
Punch it back. Okay, but non-violent, peaceful otherwise. Peaceful.
Yeah.
The public appreciates. They said they
Uh-huh.
learned from this stuff. That's what we like to see.
2 hours later, I went to the ground level of the Coliseum, and these bracelet scammers were everywhere.
So they're just sitting there doing this? Well, why don't they just go round these guys up and get rid of them?
Too many.
What is this? Why are they putting up with this shit? Just get them the fuck out of here.
Pay close attention to the other people here who hate the mere presence of my
You
camera.
cucks, yeah, that'd be racist. Too bad.
Is that like Venice selling CDs, bro? Hey man, hey, you know it's a donation, and you know it's just trying hard out here. You know, I gave you my music. You know, And you know that's my passion, baby. Can you give me a donation? Hey, can you give me a donation for? Hey, what you mean? What you mean is not? You think music is free and shit? Give my CD back, dog. Come on. You fucking up my vibe, man. You fucking up my vibe, man.
As I watched my cameraman get a free bracelet from another friendly engineer from Senegal, this big back Indian dude kept looking back at me.
Uh-oh. Yes, video. You be quiet. How about that? Okay, we're in Rome, Colosseum. Beautiful view. I take all the video I want because I'm Colosseum. Beautiful.
Beautiful.
You keep moving. You keep moving, boy.
As I was getting some dirty looks from anyone out here with a questionable business model.
Anybody with a fanny pack is a hostile NPC, basically. You can see them. It's all the guys with fanny packs.
If you ain't got a fanny pack
Decided
on,
to make
you
my
fuck it
way
up.
back up to where I was earlier to see if the same bracelet scammer was still there. But instead, I found this guy who claimed he could get me to the front of the line in the Coliseum.
Oh my fucking god. Why don't they just just go get these guys and get rid of them?
We'll skip the line. That is a group entrance. Is an hour tour inside the Colosseum, and then you have access to the Roman Forum.
No. Tourist information. You can see that's what he's saying.
Palatine 3 Museum, Giro line.
You have
Come
full
with
group?
me?
Yeah.
And does it guarantee me I get in?
Of course.
Of
So you're
course. Oh no.
Legit?
Yes.
Okay.
Curious to see what this service was,
Oh,
legit
God.
or not, I followed my guy here with the camera to see what the deal was. But it turns out my friend who told me to stop recording downstairs had followed me all the way up here.
How much is it? How much is I?
You have free
Vlog, turista.
time.
Whoa, why would you
Damn.
touch him? Let's go, motherfucker.
What is this?
Crazy, bro.
go.
Crazy, bro.
Oh my god.
Let's go. Let's go. Mamma mia.
Mamma mia.
Tourist. What? I thought you were here to help me get in. Oh, he's too slow. He's too slow.
He's a big boy. He's probably not gonna go up that. Yeah.
Sorry. We'll see. How you doing, my friend? He's being held back. Look at this. I can make video. I'm in the fucking Coliseum.
Damn, bro.
Uh-oh. Now it's a 3v1, bro. Like, god damn.
Dude, that shit look like fucking Hollywood, bro. You faded.
It's a scammer group? Where are the police? Did they just... Why do they put up with this garbage? Just just round all these fuckers up and put them in jail. Or deport them. Yeah, this is ridiculous. Why do people put up with this?
Let's go. Call the police.
Uh-oh. Another one. He getting a rock.
Come here.
Uh-oh, pigeon's running.
Mamma mia.
Oh, he's kiting him.
Mamma mia.
He's kiting him.
Big squad. Polizia! Attention!
Throws water. Oh shit.
He's gearing for a sneak attack.
Oh, it's a mini
I'm ready to
rock.
throw some hands.
You know he's gonna throw that.
Okay.
Oh no,
We have
never
a
mind. That
united
was his bracelet.
front here, though.
He's coming to the police, my friend.
Thank God.
Now you pay me for private. He's violent.
Oh, he's gonna bring off his shoe.
Uh-oh.
Jesus Christ. The nation of United Scammers.
Can you
right here.
believe that, like, fucking, this is in front of the Roman Colosseum? I wonder what the Romans would think if they knew that thousands of years
son
in the
of a
future,
bitch. He
there would
tricked
just be
me.
a bunch of random retards sitting in front of the Colosseum trying to sell fake bracelets and then beating people up for not giving them money over it. Man, this is happening then too? Yeah, I wonder what happened to them.
Polizia! They've assaulted me. Yeah, bring him here. He's
Back
preparing
then?
for a
I don't
sneak
know.
attack. We gotta.
Oh.
He is the dumbass.
All right, Connie, this is the best part of the whole video. This is what I wanted to show you.
Oh, that's it.
Let's go. Huh?
Bro, he hit him.
John Cena.
He hit him him so hard in the back, bro, with that thing, bro. Oh, it's so good. That's what I wanted you to see this whole time. That's the only part. I didn't care about anything else. It's so good, bro. Did you see it? Yo, Connie, did you see him get fucking whooped with that canister, bro? So good, bro.
There he goes.
I'm gonna rewind it just for us.
Bro, he just bonked him too.
Yo.
Holy shit.
Yo, we gotta replay that. That shit was so good.
This is insane. Oh shit, he's parkouring.
As I was getting chased by the.
All right, Connie, text me that you're there. Say something, because this is. I'm about to record this, redo this part. Connie, you there? You son of a bitch, where you at? Connie, text me something in chat, brother. Where are you? This is the best part of the video. God damn it, Mikey. Come on, Mike. Where are you? Where you at, Mikey? Where you at? Give me a text, bro. Give me a text. We're gonna replay this, and I'm gonna get off the air. All right, one more time.
Yeah, bring him here. Bring him here. He's
back
preparing
in?
for
I
a
don't
sneak
know.
attack. We gotta. He is the dumbass.
Best part of the whole
that's
video.
it, it's
Right here, right here, right here, right here.
Huh?
Oh! Best part of the whole video. Hell yeah. All right, I'm gonna end it with that. That's awesome. That was the best way to. You wanted reaction? That was a true reaction right there, bro. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Give me more content to look at. All right, good night.